Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works for Tuesday, May 7th, 2024. I'd like to welcome Councillor Chambers, Councillor Sharma, our Senior Committee Clerk, Mr. Prinsloo. We've got representatives from Public Works and Transit in the gallery. We've probably got people online watching, and we have a whole bunch of delegations. So I think what we'll do is we'll start with our land acknowledgement. I don't want to mess it up. Maybe Councillor Chambers, you can say the land acknowledgement.
We are gathered here on Treaty 1 territory, the ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Cree, Oji-Cree, Dene, and Dakota peoples, the birthplace of the Red River Métis Nation, and the water that we drink is sourced from Shoal Lake 40, located in Treaty 3 territory.
Good, perfect. All right. And can we have a motion, Councillor Sharma, to pass the minutes to the last meeting?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, so
Madam
we've
Chair, I
got,
wanted to note that we are having a recess at 12 noon today. For
Sure.
Another meeting that's taking place.
sure.
We want
Okay,
to
so sure,
share
we'll get
that
into
with
that
you.
now. So we're having a recess at 12 noon to 1. We have another meeting. And I believe you have a meeting at what time?
1:30,
And
Winnipeg Police Board.
how long will you be at that meeting?
Half hour to now,
Okay, so you might miss part of this.
as long as we have quorum.
Yes, and supposedly we're going to have quorum. Councillor Wyatt indicated by phone call that he was coming at some point in this meeting. Okay, so I guess we'll start with Councillor Barati, our first delegation. Councillor Barati, we don't often see you at this committee.
Well, as a former longstanding member, it's a pleasure to be back and to see my friends and colleagues back in this committee. I'm coming to this morning to speak in favor of two reports that are before you. The first one being the Henderson Highway North study and planning work that was done. I mean, before Complete Communities 2.0, we used to refer to some of our major roads as image routes. Henderson Highway was supposedly an image route, but it was sort of a poor second cousin to most of the other image routes throughout the city of Winnipeg. In particular, the northern portion from Fort Jay or around Gilmore north to the city limit was just a big slab of asphalt. There was no center medians. There were sections without even a sidewalk on one side. It was really basically a rural road that had some asphalt topping on it, open land drainage. It was very, very, very basic. Over the years, that area is built up. There's $1 million condos on the river. There's lots of density with a lot of apartment blocks, townhouse condos, and still some larger estate-style homes that are converting to multifamily use at various times. So what's being proposed through the study that went through several rounds of public consultation includes an AT path. The AT path actually extends further south all the way to Chief Douglas Trail on the west side of the highway. That was selected because being on the riverside, there's less, there's no roads really that go between the west side of Henderson Highway to the river because it's so close. So it would just be driveways to the various, mostly houses on that side of the river. Being on, if it was on the other side, you'd be contending with all the various streets that access Henderson Highway and all the traffic there. The center median is important right now. Quite often people try to make turns from streets like Bonner Avenue, Strood, and that to go left, to go south on Henderson Highway. And you have to cross the two lanes and have the other side, the southbound traffic also having a break to make the turn. This way there'll be at least room for one vehicle to have a place of refuge to try and make those turns. It's a safety issue. It doesn't really add a lot of capacity. Again, it is still 4 lanes north of, I guess it would be Valhalla and Douglas, where it goes from 6 lanes down to 4. But there is room for things, again, like active transportation lanes, that center median, perhaps even push-outs for buses in some locations. So it will help traffic flow as well. So this has been a long time coming. It also includes a big portion of it, about 20% of the project budget is to replace what used to be a bridge or box culvert type structure at Bunds Creek. It's reached the end of its life. It's 100 years old. So that also needs replacement, and that's part of the work there. So again, it felt like it would be sort of a waste at this point to just do a mill and fill or a major asphalt replacement of Henderson Highway because it is antiquated. It does need some additional attention. So happy to see that the recommendation is to proceed with replacing it and doing it properly. So hoping that can move forward in the budget as proposed in the report. The other report is the report on the traffic signal at Main and Assiniboine. That has been very confusing the way it's set up right now. Going northbound on Main Street to make that left-hand turn onto Assiniboine, it's confusing, it's awkward. Making a protected phase only and restricting that turn during the PM rush hour when the southbound traffic volume is so high, I think does make sense, and I do support it. Little questioning the whole notion of that ending the right turn off of Assiniboine to Main. I'm not sure what that fully achieves, but I don't make that movement nearly as often, so I'm not going to totally shut down that consideration. I still feel, though, I mean, we've really reduced the capacity of the east-west traffic in that neighborhood since Assiniboine was closed off. I worked at the legislature back between 2002 and 2004, and being able to get to Main Street without having to add to the traffic volumes on Broadway, I think was a good thing. There is an active transportation path like meters away along the Red River. Why we have the redundant duplicated path on Assiniboine, to me, is completely goofy. And the one-way sections, makes it such that you can't get from the legislature to Main Street anymore. So I think it's that active piece of active transportation is unnecessary due to the proximity of the river pathway. So I guess those are just my comments today.
So you're supportive of the report?
I'm supportive of making that change. I mean, I think we should also recognize that at one point there was consideration of closing that block of Assiniboine between Fort and Main Street for Upper Fort Garry. Now that they're sort of defunct, I guess those plans have been sort of shelved, which I'm fine with. I was not supportive of closing that piece of Assiniboine. But the fact that, it doesn't look like that's imminent, I think the change, because of the confusion from Main Street, there's a legit safety issue there, and I am supportive.
Mhm. Okay, so is this your presentation then?
There's my presentation.
Well under 10
Madam Chair,
minutes?
yes.
Lovely. All right, okay.
It'll
so-
come off in it, but I'll say my piece, and yes.
Okay, well, we have some questions. I have some. We'll start with Councillor Chambers. Councillor Chambers?
Thank you for your presentation this morning, Councilor Barwadi. Through the chair to you, I grew up in the northeast area of the city on Knowles Avenue, and often do drive back on Henderson Highway North, especially when I'm heading to Lockport to get a Skinner's hot dog. And I've often wondered why there is no median on that section of highway. Have you had any traffic studies done in terms of review to determine any road accidents that happen at those as they're feeding onto Henderson Highway to support your request for median access?
I'm not sure if that was added in as part of the review. Again, Stantec did, apply modern traffic design to this. Perhaps if during your deliberations, you can ask the public service if they have some tracking of that information. I know anecdotally you see it and hear about it occasionally. I mean, thank goodness I don't think there's been any fatalities that I'm aware of in recent times in that particular section. But vehicle damage and minor injuries, I'm confident have happened in years past.
Well, one thing that doesn't get documented to that degree is the near misses.
Sure.
And
Oh
that's-
gosh,
Yeah, and that's that can happen quite frequently, and
it is scary for that reason entirely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions then on any other? Okay, Councillor Sharma?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Barwadi, for appearing today. On the item 6, Henderson Highway renewal, the cost estimates class 3.
Yes.
Yeah. And also I notice here it's a staged approach to the work. Is that what's in front of us?
It is, yeah. I mean, the proposal is to do it, I think, over 4 construction seasons, 27, 28, 29, and even 30. I know, it's a little longer, like 27 there, 27 is pretty much land drainage and pipes and such, as opposed to actual roadworks, but yeah.
And it needs to be a staged approach because of the type of work, the various components.
Right, I mean, again, due to the number of people that live on that section, again, they're gonna have to maintain access. I mean, you can't have people walk a block on a residential street. You can close it down for a month or two and have people, walk to a collector street. In this case, that's not an option.
Thank you.
Like even with the box culverts on Henderson, that structure, they will have to maintain 2 lanes at all times.
The price tag, 50 million.
50 million. I mean, it's probably, 15 to 20 million. I'm ballparking just to do re-asphalt, but this is, obviously a lot more comprehensive.
Thank you.
Okay, so, so yes, the main purpose is it needs an upgrade to the road condition. That's my understanding. The report here, is that renewal of the asset condition of the pavement structure and right of way, and then renewal of the Buns Creek crossing structure. So at the same time, then, accommodating for transit and pedestrians, which I've gone up and down Henderson. I did so much work on the Chief Peguis pedestrian crossover, all of that.
Yeah.
Totally get it. It really, sure, it needs the repair work for the road, but it really critically needs the repair work, or it needs upgrades for transit and for pedestrians to improve safety. Because the demographics of your neighborhood too are, older adults, and young families moving in, right? So, and the Buns Creek one, that's fantastic. That is fantastic.
Lots of seniors depend on, the sidewalks and that to get to groceries and that they walk a lot. So again, in terms of snow clearing conditions and sidewalk conditions, that is a top priority in that section for me.
Mm-hmm. And then I know that we've got a representative from Bike Winnipeg that will speak a little more to this, and we'll hear what they have to say. But yeah, it's a long time in the works. We'll get rid of the ditches and okay. And then as for the Main and Assiniboine one, it is a pilot, right? It is a pilot. It isn't something that we're going to look at. So thank you for being supportive of it, Councillor Barati. Thank you. All right. So I don't know, Councillor White, you just showed up, but there's more delegations to speak on these topics, so we'll let you pass on Mr. Barati here.
No, I do want to ask. you.
Oh, okay.
You've said.
Pardon me. All right, proceed.
So no, how long have you been working on this, Jeff?
Again, it's probably been my campaign literature, I think, since 2010. So
Yes,
it's
and
not-
when did we do that announcement in the library when I was chair of finance, and Mayor Keats and you and I? When was the year, was that 13, 14?
it would have been before 14 or 14 at the latest.
Yeah. So it's been a long time coming.
It has been. So again, I've been pushing to get the study done just to get it down to that class 3 estimate. It kept getting pushed back by the public service in the budget. Those are one of those slippage ones, but I appreciate that, different work going on and to get, for sometimes good reasons, pushed back. So I happy we're at this point now. That's why I made a special point of coming today.
Okay, well, I think it's definitely a worthy project. I wanted to, another study that we've done and we spent millions on that. Now our public service is recommending we should take those millions that we spent on studies and just throw them in the garbage. The next report, item 7, the Louise Bridge. So we're once again going to put lipstick on a pig.
Okay, we're not at item number 7 now.
No, but I want to ask him. I want to ask him a question about it. If I may, Madam Chair, is that possible?
No. We're on item number 1.
No.
Or no, on item
6. Would you accept a question on item 7?
At the committee as well.
Very
Make
good
it short.
answer. Good answer.
Make it short.
I would. Do you support what they're proposing, or would you support something a little bit more visionary and ensuring we don't have another Arlington Bridge on our hands in 10 years or whatever? And look at the needs of the growing Northeast Winnipeg, because I see Councillor Schreier's in the room on the same item.
I haven't spent a ton of time with the details in that report. We have all sorts of needs citywide. Again, obviously, I have a soft spot
As a
for
councillor
Northeast
for
Winnipeg.
the Northeast Winnipeg.
And I'm happy that, this really did go the right way. I'm going to reserve judgment. I haven't spent enough time to report to.
So you're not against, but you're not for either, but you're kind of in.
Sorry.
No, that's good. I prefer that than the other. So thank you.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Barati.
We'll have Jason, I'll take you for coffee.
All right, our next delegation, thank you. Our next delegation is Councillor Dobson to be heard with respect to report number 9, which I know Councillor Dobson has worked on for a while.
Thank you very much. Good morning, councillors. I'm going to make it really short. Everyone, I'm sure, has shopped at Costco, so they're quite aware of the situation. So I'm here, of course, for report 9. I'm in support of the Costco lights on St. James Street. It was February of last year when I first initially asked for a traffic study. So since then, traffic study has gone through. They determined that lights were warranted at mid-block even. And here we are today installing a set of lights. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a long time coming. And this will make entering and exiting Costco safe or safer. And I'd like to commend Costco for taking this big step to ensure the safety of Winnipeggers. And that's basically my
Okay,
statement, my
all
report.
right. Any questions from committee, Counselor?
Good question. During peak, and through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Dobson, during peak periods of the year, and I'm thinking around the holidays such as Thanksgiving, Easter, Christmas, the traditional North American holidays, do they still hire special duty police to direct traffic because of the higher volumes of shoppers?
Generally Fridays and Saturdays, and that's all through the year.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? No, I'll have a question for the public service when they come, regarding, you know, as part of the development agreement, why it wasn't installed in the first place. Maybe they didn't anticipate the growth. I'm not sure. We see many scenarios across town where we've got Tim Hortons drive-throughs. I'm going to pick one on Pembina Highway where they're lined up down Pembina Highway to get in. I don't know if a traffic light's the answer there or not, but I'm really, really pleased to see that Costco has come to the table and is footing the bill on the whole thing. So,
Yes, they should be commended for that.
yeah. Did you have another question, Councillor Chambers?
You
Good
just
work.
reminded me of a conversation I had with David Patman just earlier this week or last week with regards to a new car wash on St. Anne's where it's experiencing the same challenges of their success.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dobson. Good
Super.
work. Very good work.
Very, thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Now, our next delegation is
Councillors.
Councillor Santos. Now, Councillor Santos indicated she could not attend today, so I think I see some other councillors in the room, and maybe we get a motion.
Motion to suspend the rules to allow Councillor Schreier and Councillor Rollins to speak in delegation.
Perfect. All right. Councillor Schreier, would you like to come up?
Aye.
Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry. All right. What are you speaking to this morning, Councillor Schreier? 10
Number
minutes.
7, Louise Bridge.
Number 7, Louise Bridge. All right.
Is it known as something else, Harry Lazarenko Bridge?
No.
No,
that
that's-
would be the former Redwood Bridge.
Okay.
Oh, you got it.
Also in Elmwood. Elmwood is a neighborhood of bridges. Happens to be the first area to actually join Winnipeg independently in 1906. Reason is for the development in the area, and they wanted city services, given that they're already developing the area, including a lumberyard near the Louise Bridge. When they first built the Louise Bridge back in 1881, Prime Minister Johnny MacDonald still had 10 years left in his term. John Norquay still was less than halfway through his term.
What was that? Jordan Murphy?
Yeah,
I didn't hear a sharp comment.
yeah. Premier Norquay was our first and only at this time Métis Premier was still only halfway through his term. Louis Riel just got married, and a gunfight broke out near the OK Corral with the brothers Irf and Doc Holliday. Wyatt, wasn't the neighbor brother? Anyway, Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday. So that's when the Louise Bridge was first built. It was the first bridge built in Winnipeg, and there are reasons for that. And sort of things built around that over the decades and the generations. It was rebuilt a little while later. It was first built for the first train to come through Winnipeg. Later built for trucks and trolley car, the public transit system, the first electrified transit system in the city. And we've gone from there. It's evolved. It's gotten busier. It's still been a 2-lane. For over 100 years. It's going to be going on 125 years soon. So the issue is that I walked on the Louise Bridge this morning. Had to wake up early because at 8 o'clock this morning you have to move our car in front of our house. So decided to walk along the Louise Bridge, busy bridge, truck on it. It's not a truck route per se in terms of semis is my understanding, but lots of transportation, lots of business taking place this morning at rush hour. Rush hour in the evening is when you really get backed up as people are leaving to go back to North Kildonan, East Kildonan, Transcona, East St. Paul, St. Clements, or wherever, Springfield. And it's been a major thoroughfare and a hub from downtown out to Northeast Winnipeg and beyond for literally 100 years. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I've been aware of the fact that this has been on the city's agenda since 2008, years before. That's when their first plan came out in terms of recognizing the fact that this bridge wasn't going to last forever. It still is our second oldest bridge in the city. The original piers are there. I'm not sure to what extent they're part of the infrastructure, but way before I had any clue that I'd be a city councillor. I happen to know, having worked for Jim Malloway, that the local MLA, that this was on the city's agenda, of course, justifiably so. And then later on, more plans for the bridge, and not just the bridge, in conjunction with greater plans for transportation, and back to transportation for Winnipeg, including while I've been elected, the city's had been developing its plans for Northeast Winnipeg, a lot of it pending on the Louise Bridge itself. Having said that, while I've been elected, I've voted for lists of proposals from the city to the provincial and federal governments that did not include the Louise Bridge. It included the Arlington Bridge, it included other things. And I did that because if the city wasn't ready, then I was prepared to wait. If that's being realistic, if the city wasn't ready for the Louise Bridge, for a new bridge, so be it. If they had other priorities at the time, so be it. Happens to be now we live in an era of bridge closures. Two of our oldest bridges, including the Arlington Bridge now, is closed. It's a bridge closure. Not sure how often you see that in Canada. One of the oldest bridges right downtown, being there for a reason, built for a reason, is closed indefinitely. In this case now, for the first time, we're seeing at the time that we have a bridge closure, we're now looking at salvaging this bridge by a rehabilitation for 40 million, if we're lucky, 40 million, to keep it going for another generation. Happens to be that it's the time when we have been talking my entire time on council about the virtues of rapid transit bus corridors. Now I got to say I didn't vote for the one to the U of M because I want to make use of existing infrastructure. That one did not. It was going to be, and it is an independent and separate bus corridor in which we had to build extra bridges for the bus itself. It didn't have to be that way. There were other plans and options. That's why we went for it. And I was looking for something that was more efficient, making use of greater infrastructure. Since then, the city's learned the lessons that I was predicting, and we've gone for more practical use of rapid transit, existing infrastructure for rapid transit, including for the Eastern Corridor to Transcona. Happens to be, therefore, that I'd be in favor of the lessons learned by the city that I predicted, and essentially in favor of the new approach using existing infrastructure to be more efficient. Why? Because we have to cope with construction inflation and the rising costs. And how do we attain our goals? Well, by being more efficient, by being more practical, using our existing infrastructure. Well, it happens to be in this case, in order to achieve, which had been when I was elected, the second priority that was in the chronology after the U of M was going to be Transcona. And then later on, it would be Gateway, the Northeast Pioneer Greenway. I was hoping this would use the existing infrastructure of light transit using the existing rail lines, but it was taken out nonetheless. It would be, the Louise Bridge would be the hub from downtown all the way to Transcona and all the way to North Kelowna and to East St. Paul. And I thought that made sense. We're making use of existing infrastructure. All that's holding us back is what the city already knew. This bridge had to go. And on that basis, I would have been waiting patiently, realistically, for when the city said, it's time for a new bridge. All these plans being made while I've been elected. Now, in the meantime, I did vote for other priorities, which did not include the Louise Bridge. In this case, what we did not foresee was that instead of going for our plans for enhancing the transportation system from the Louise Bridge onward into North Kildonan and East Kildonan and Transcona, instead of working our plans for active transportation with a new bridge, instead of working on new bus corridors and rapid transit and enhancing our transportation system and our efficiency, including for commerce, for Northeast, all of Northeast Winnipeg, based on the Louise Bridge, we decided, according to the city's recommendation at this point is to scrap that for an entire generation. We could have built a new Louise Bridge earlier, but let's be efficient. Let's take it as long as we can, to the extent that it's going to help us with our efficiencies and for our goals that we've been promoting for over a decade, which I hear every council meeting since I've been elected. Let's have rapid transit. Let's have active transportation. Let's revamp our transportation system to make things more important, more efficient. What is the goal of Centerventure Centerport in the first place? We're building our words for a Centerport. Centerport's not just about Centerport. It's about efficiency of trade, efficiency of commerce, efficiency of transportation to and from our jobs. Well, that's exactly what the Louise Bridge plans were about. It was part and parcel of creating those efficiencies throughout Northeast Winnipeg. I don't believe we should be foregoing this for another generation, unless we don't believe in our goals of what we've been saying for the last decade. I understand the city's under duress financially, and they've come up with a solution that I guess offers, some possibility for other new priorities. While I've been elected, I'm surprised by how often the priorities of the city have juggled and changed. Well, one thing is we're dealing with a bridge that's 125 years old, and it doesn't have to be this way. We can still,
Schreier,
Yeah.
Motion for 2 more minutes.
I think it's still possible for us to attain our goals that we've been espousing for the last decade and longer for rapid transit, active transportation, giving people what they deserve for the taxes they pay in order to make life and commerce and getting to and from their jobs easier, and offering people those tools to do so. In this case, it includes just getting rid of a bridge that if we don't get rid of it, we're going to spend tens of millions of dollars on rehabbing anyway. What's most efficient? I understand the administration has to make a decision based on constantly changing priorities. This is where we are at this point. This isn't where we were 4 years ago, or 5 years ago, a term ago, or 2 terms ago. So I ask we take a consistent long-term view to what we say are our priorities and build the new Louise Bridge so we can do what we've been talking about since I've been elected and beyond that.
Okay, so what I'd like to do as chair is I'd like to just start off with a couple questions to Councillor Schreier and then pass it to the committee, okay? So I'll make just 2 comments, Councillor Schreier, and then, you respond as you wish, okay? So part of the reason, to my understanding, that the public service is recommending a rehabilitation versus a renewal is because of a few factors. One being the growth that is occurring in Northeast Winnipeg. They're feeling that you putting in a transit corridor is the 4th phase of the corridors. They're feeling that there's other transit corridors that are a higher priority due to growth, and that 4th is Northeast, the one going to Northeast Winnipeg. So we'll ask them. I'm understanding they base that on data and stats and building permits and projections. So That's my understanding. One of the reasons they figure it won't be 30 years till they build that corridor for a rapid transit to Northeast, okay? And the second thing, my understanding is, and you know, I really appreciate how you've educated me on construction inflation. My new thing, it seems to be, is making sure everyone understands the tax allocation of the dollar. That being, and this is not Janice making it up, this is the Federation of Canadian Municipalities spending years, mayors, multiple mayors asking federal and provincial governments for a new deal. In that, we all pay PST, GST, city taxes, all that, but when you have one tax dollar, 10 cents comes to the city, 40 cents goes to the province, 50 cents goes to the feds. So we have this 10 cents and we got to stretch it to fix our sewer treatment plants, fix our roads, fix our bridges, build critical infrastructure like fire halls, sewer treatment plants, transit. So my understanding that it also is more than likely one of the reasons that the public service is recommending rehabilitation, because we won't need transit out there. We won't need a transit corridor for the next 30 years. And because we've got to stretch our money. So what do you have to say to that?
Sure. One is, it was the administration's plan at one point to while I was elected, to in fact prioritize the Eastern Corridor as the next phase. So the city's changing their priorities on this, and I suspect.
So how does it go from the next one to the fourth one? I don't know.
You'll
We'll ask them,
the
you
city will have
ask
to tell me. I think the city's got to cope with the changing priorities of city council as well. The city also has to deal with the fact of rising costs, construction costs, to the point that we've decided what priorities are to just decommission the Arlington Bridge, to just rehab a 125-year-old bridge to make it 170 years or whatever before we have a new bridge. This is where we're at as a city. You're talking about tax dollars and where they go. I've mentioned the council chamber, how it happened that these federal, when the federal government changed the way it used to do business with its provinces and the municipalities throughout Canada. Back to be specific, back in the 1980s, that's when the federal government reduced its transfer payments to the provinces. The provinces were then obliged to reduce their payments to the municipalities. You want to raise these issues, Councillor Lukes? Excellent, because that's how it happened. The federal government did this. If we want to deal, let's deal with these. Since you mentioned it.
I will say I'm very, very optimistic. On page 50 of the last provincial budget, the new premier indicated he would work with the cities and municipalities to work towards a new deal. But I'm just, we're kind of, we got 10 cents here, and what are we doing with it?
Well, let me finish,
Okay.
Because you raised a very important issue. So this really happened in Canada. In the 1980s, they started reducing transfer payments to the provinces. The provinces had to reduce in order to cope, reduce their payments to the municipalities. Interesting that at the same time that the federal government reduced its transfer payments to the provinces, that's really when the federal debt really started going up at the same time. How is that possible? When they're reducing their payments to the provinces, they go further in debt. We've never returned from that, except for the fact that a subsequent government had to use unemployment insurance money, people's own insurance money, not tax them, insurance money, to help get rid of debt, federal debt. Having said that, we've never recuperated from that, even though they've reduced transfer payments. When we can figure that out and talk about that, we'll be on to something, and we might be able to solve municipal issues. At this point, we keep on juggling what our priorities are. I'm not exaggerating. Look how many times we've changed our priorities in the last 10, 20 years here, including on the Louise Bridge. I didn't raise the issue of the Louise Bridge. It was going to be on that agenda since 2006. And this is where we're at. Closing the Arlington Bridge, revamping this one for another 30 years, and raising every tax, fine, fee, levy, and rate that we can, while our provincial and federal governments continue to go into debt. All right, well, I'm going to say construction inflation. And if we're serious about the why we're closing bridges, rehabbing 125-year-old bridges, foregoing our own goals that we promote and tout every council meeting over active transportation, over rapid transit, over enhancing our commerce through increasing our routes to Centerport. What is the point of Centerport? Efficiencies, commerce, getting people to and from work so we can build that economic, the economic horse that carries, our social carriage, if you will. I was raised on that. That's my political culture. You can't have one without the other, or what's the point? What is the point of having human values as
Councilor Wright,
express
that
themselves?
question, right?
No, I've been enjoying Councillor Chardon, that's really good.
Oh, okay.
But yes, I do have a question. Are you aware that prior to the Paul Martin government falling on a vote of confidence, that there was legislation before the House that they could easily bring back that would allow municipalities to have the first right of refusal on decommissioned or potentially decommissioned railway corridors? And I speak now to what you're saying, it just ties to Louise Bridge because of what you mentioned about the Northeast Pinehurst Greenway. But there's also other corridors that we could probably, that according to the railways, we could easily move out of the city, the L'Atelier line, which is why I also didn't vote for the route of Southwest Winnipeg, because I felt that could be used, as well as the Emerson line, which runs through St. Boniface, St. Vital. Are you aware of that the legislation was there?
No, I did not know that, Councillor Wyatt. Having said that, when it comes to another potential prime minister in a couple of ways, the previous provincial government had already appointed Jean Charest, former Quebec premier, and once federal leader of a political party, to chair the committee to get the CPRs out of Winnipeg and thus start the track of using efficiently the existing rail lines throughout Winnipeg in order to achieve some very mighty and realistic rapid transit goals that I think are lost. And here we are. Ironic, however, that Louise Bridge started as the very first train line into Winnipeg.
And are you aware that the city of Winnipeg has already spent millions on plans for a new bridge or corridor to deal with the age of Louise Bridge? But basically what they're recommending now is that the millions that we spent should be just thrown into the waste paper basket, and that we should keep 125-year bridge alive, which, by the way, we are already shutting down a number of times a year to do repairs.
I'm very well. I've been looking at the plans, and as we've arrived closer to this point, I see how more highly developed the plans are. In fact, the last plans I saw was for the new bridge to be very specifically built just to the west, so we could actually keep the Louise Bridge open while we build the new bridge. That's sort of where the city's plans have been, including in as it relates to revamping the transportation and street network in the area, including to facilitate rapid transit. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
No, I don't. And are you aware that you said decommissioning Louise Bridge, but actually that one of the scenarios would be that we build a new transportation corridor that includes the ability for rapid transit, whether it be bus or rail, but that the Louise Bridge would be decommissioned into a pedestrian bicycle bridge, similar to the one that goes by the famous BDI drive-through ice cream restaurant, and that would be a key link to the Northeast Pinehurst Greenway and into the city. Are you aware that vision and that potential exists in terms of the Louise Bridge?
Well, I do now, not only because you mentioned it, but because they're looking at even willing to rehab this old bridge, and because I asked for historical significance and the practicality of maintaining a separate active transportation line on the old piers. So I did ask about whether we could keep the old piers merely for active transportation. I was told, no, that's how bad the bridge is. That's how bad the piers are. Well, apparently we're willing to spend 40 million. I doubt it will be 40 million to do this. And so the reason I asked is because the historical significance of the Louise Bridge wouldn't be excellent to me to keep it. They said no. But having said that, Councillor Wyatt, given the fact that they're willing to put 40 million into just extending it for as long as they can while they're closing the Darlington Bridge, foregoing the potential for transportation in all its forms.
you have another
from
question,
Winnipeg.
Councillor?
I did.
That's where we're at.
Are you aware also, Councillor, that in 2011, council decided to spend $1 million on what's called an origin and destination transportation study, the first of its kind for the city of Winnipeg, very detailed, to develop what was to become the first of its kind transportation master plan. And I don't think we've done that since, though we should probably do it again because for the new data. But having said that, that informed the transportation master plan that came out thereafter. And it demonstrated the need for a new method to cross not only the Red River, but also the rail lines in the Northeast to allow for transportation, because as you mentioned, the growing Northeast Winnipeg. And that basically, we are also throwing away that $1 million with its recommendations by this. I guess what I'm saying is that, are you aware of that? And I'll just finish by asking you this. Would you support this report also being sent back for us to get the information so that this committee can be fully informed on all the studies and everything done in this area, so that we are not wasting tax dollars, and that we take that and make a truly informed decision for the future that builds a bridge over the rail line or over the river to service the needs, not just, just a stand pat, which we can't do when it comes to transportation, because it's just going to get worse. So,
Councillor Wyatt, when you put it that way, who might refuse such sensibility based on what the city's plans and what we've been talking about for the last number of years? And that, in that respect, that focal point of the Louise Bridge, as it is the first bridge built in Winnipeg, is a rich focal point for development for all sorts of dimensions of our city, both especially economically and historically and in terms of our society in general. So yep, I would absolutely support that, Councillor Wyatt.
Okay, are there any other questions?
no, other than you got to get Jim Melloway and get his signs up again.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, we do know where
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any
and the BMLA stands on this. And when it comes
He's
to it,
very strong.
at all, this was a priority of a previous NDP government. It was in fact mentioned, the Louise Bridge was mentioned in a throne speech.
Mhm.
Why? Because it was one of the city's priorities. The province didn't really go out on its own limb. This is a negotiation. We want to get the Louise Bridge done. I think it is a question of as always, when it comes to the pre-government process of financing this large of a construction project. We need to ask the provincial and federal governments. My fear
Because
is,
we don't have the 40 million, we don't have the 149, whatever the new one is.
well, they said 170 or something.
170
Madam
plus.
Speaker, and Councillor Mays will back me up. It's not going to be 170 if we built it now. You can imagine what's going to
Right.
stop us from revamping what is essentially a rather rich hub of transportation for our city, from downtown to Northeast Winnipeg and
Okay,
beyond. These numbers are bogus.
I need to keep moving here because we've got more delegations actually on this topic too. So thank you, Councillor Schreier. We've got lots of questions for the public service. We will be asking transit to be in attendance to talk about the corridor. So just sort of a heads up there. I don't know who else coming from transit, but make sure that they're here when we get to the agenda item, because we'll hear from Public Works and we'll hear from transit. All right. Thank you, Councillor Schreier. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Rowlands. Another exciting project here, Maine and Assiniboine.
Morning.
Morning. So, councillors, I want to thank you very much for letting me speak, by the way. I want to talk first of all on item 15 quickly and then move to the majority of time, item 16. Item number 15, of course, is the it pertains to the Main Street project. I was just there this morning touring Omuigamig with local media who, by the way, used the washroom while we were there. Lucky we have it. As you know, this month at Standing Policy Committee on P&D, we are doing a public hearing on rezoning, including public washrooms. So I'm excited about that, obviously, as a local councillor and the chair of property and development. But I'm here in support of item number 15 on your agenda. The city's portion is 40,000 for the use of street permit. A little over, but Main Street Project is an excellent partner and speaking as the chair of housing on the housing continuum, in particular shelter, mental health, and addictions. And they've said something about their ambitions here and I'd like you to support it today. With respect to item 16, you know, it just seems like a few short weeks. I was before you talking about my residents in River and Osborne, their ambitions. And, you know, if I may, I'd like you, to consider that last summer, residents in Osborne Village were consulted on the basis of the construction that's happening this summer in River and Osborne. And I want to reflect that way first because, of course, the residents of Assiniboine Avenue are going to be under construction in a matter of days. And interestingly enough, the eastbound Assiniboine will be closed in a matter of days due to that construction. And I think that's really important context to then look at the report before you, item 16 on your agenda. And in here, we have a very well laid out report, a report of the public service that moves to improve safety for pedestrians and cyclists at the intersection of Assiniboine Avenue and Main Street. That was the subject of the motion that also considered River and Osborne, as you know, Madam Chair, and in particular identify two risks that I know well as the local councillor, that that Assiniboine and Main puts pedestrians and cyclists using that south crossing at significant risk, that there are oftentimes difficulties at that intersection is well laid out in the report in terms of the evidence that is presented in the report, the collision analysis, the video conflict analysis, and of course, as the local councillor, prior to the formal reporting, I had many hours of video given to me by a variety of advocates, really seeing and demonstrating the conflicts that happened as a matter of routine, that really looked like lawlessness at that intersection. So that we're here. I want to say, though, I have a few amendments, and I want to acknowledge residents both on the record today in your agenda that are speaking about the safety concerns they've had. And I want to note some residents that I'm hearing with quite negative things to say, concerns stated or unstated, that want in. And I think there's room to do this in an amendment that I'm seeking. And I want to be more successful this month than I was last month in seeking your help with respect to that. But it's a serious one. And the reason why I want an amendment is that there's no direct mention of local consultations in this report and local engagement. And my residents want in. They care what you do at the Standing Policy Committee of Public Works that impact them. And so just like last year in River and Osborne, they were consulted. They said then, we have these two concerns, Madam, Chair, to me, their local councillor, and to their biz zone. That resulted in a motion that was then split apart into two reports. This is the second half. The first one, of course, we know what happened last month. But this time, again, residents want in, but it's right in advance of that eastbound Assiniboine Avenue closed due to the repair of the sewer infrastructure, the adjustment of the drainage inlets, and then of course we know you then have to put an asphaltic overlay over top of it all, right? So there's going to be road repair. So my first question is about what comes first here. When you have a show already set to go in terms of the road being reconstructed, and then you have a pilot that is being overlaid with costs in here, why isn't that, Madam Chair? And I hope somebody asks this of administration. Why is that understood in road safety budget versus just the local road street renewal? Because I will suggest it should just be in that budget. That it irks me a little that the costs are seemingly borne in road safety. So I'd like that clarified for the record, because, I'm not saying that it is, this report, I prefer it to the River and Osborne one. I prefer the layout and the discussion of the safety and the options and then the recommendation. But what I don't like is the lack of information on what's going to happen in a matter of days. So in a matter of days, separate and apart, the residents are getting notice that from Navy Way to Hargrave Street, that eastbound lane is closing anyway. So it's an interesting pilot year, Madam Chair. Because it's being closed to traffic anyways. And then in this report, it's being parlayed like a pilot. So one might say, is this a good pilot year? Another question I'd like to ask. So the first one, why this budget? The second one, what kind of pilot information can we expect when from Navy Way to Hargrave Street is closed anyway? Or is this just merely the opportunity that you're going to take for a pilot? So concerned about that. Also concerned is that the public service is going to inform the public by social media posts, letters and posters distributed to residents and businesses. Well, that's, as you know, Madam Chair, what they get when they're told that Assiniboine Avenue from Navy Way to Hargrave Street by Dillon Consulting, as we do in the city every summer, we hire and contract out. And so what more different from the local street renewal program that's happening there is going to be borne by the pilot. And I will suggest that my downtown residents would like some more data. They'd like more data and they'd like more notice of the implications of the Assiniboine Avenue eastbound closure at Fort Street. Downtown has 197 places to drink and eat, 51 stores, 120 places to shop, 70,000 people work in the downtown. Over the years, and Councillor Barwadi mentioned it in his delegation this morning. He worked at the legislature. He used Assiniboine to get home. I lived at the Kelly House off Assiniboine. I remember the traffic backing up. That bike lane and the changes over time in Assiniboine are positive ones for through fair traffic, slowing it right down. And it's positive ones because amongst the 16,000 people that live in the downtown, Assiniboine has many multifamily large buildings, including many people and children that go to the school in the neighborhood. And I expect another 2,000, given what I have planned and the council has planned in the downtown. I expect about 1,000 more new units, produced in the neighborhood. And so I like the traffic calming, but I want some acknowledgement that this is a neighborhood. And to that end, as a local councillor, I for sure can do engagement. I'm very proud that the Fort Rouge East Fort Garry surpassed, all of council in its budgetary engagement. But I'd like your help. And I'd like your help with a few things, monthly data. So while there's an additional report to be submitted to Public Works in the spring of 2025 with an overview of how this installation performed, and it should include motorist compliance and safety impacts of the protected northbound left turn, because they intend to monitor it to determine how it's performing. I'm wondering if you can ask for monthly stats, even if it's a verbal report. They will apparently in the report in spring of 2025, if significant safety issues persist, they will suggest to the Standing Policy Committee, presumably, a full closure of the northbound left turn as a next step. I would like a line of sight of this, and I'd like it to be clearly laid out, which suggests some motion to date and not receiving it as information. And so that is, that there is planned construction. I would like you to maybe even motion that you suggest it should be in the local streets budget and not in road safety. Why? Because it's clearly happening anyway, right? For my residents, they will have this notice that is a local streets renewal that is happening anyway. How are they to know what this pilot is? Because otherwise this will read as the pilot. And that isn't clear. The additional information and formalizing that in a motion, I think is really critical. That it returns in spring of 2025 as a formal report, I think is critical. And it's critical because my residents want in. The tight urban forum we have on Assiniboine, I know you support, Madam Chair. I think you and I love our multifamily large. There's no secret in that, right? But it is really important that this is formalized. And so please don't receive this report as information. I'm here before you again saying don't receive it as information. There is very good work in this report. I would like it if we encourage the public service to have a report like this in the future. Please inquire about the costs required and where they're coming from in budget. I'm going to suggest it should be local streets and not parlayed as it is in the report as a pilot, associated pilot costs, given the work that's happening. And then the monitoring. Recognize that council has prioritized downtown and downtown livability and residents, and how we can further underline that, not at just our strategic plan, but in a motion like today, is to acknowledge their presence, which means that we're consulting them on things that matter to them, which is the density, the flow through traffic, and their stores. I'll end with a story. Fett Ice Cream moved in to the downtown, and many councillors, you've enjoyed Fett Ice Cream. They've been at many events you've been at. They're wonderful women-owned business in the downtown. They are concerned about this eastbound closure. They found out about the eastbound closure through this agenda item, not the construction notice. Really important then that whatever happens today, that at the very least, you ask the department to be clear in the communications to local residents about the nature of the pilot in addition with the complexity of the local street renewal program that is telling them right now that eastbound Assiniboine will be closed. If I was a cynical person, and I'm not, my glass is always half full, I would question the analysis in the report and what comes first, right? The local street renewal or the suggested safety measure in this. I'm not, there's safety measures to be done. In many respects, this is a long-awaited report for community, and many community members have told you it's the right thing to do. I just really would like a motion coming from committee today. I wrote a motion last month. It wasn't considered, so I won't be doing it this month, but I hope I put enough on the record, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank
Okay.
you for your time.
So I'll just start here because I want to be clear on this. You provided us with a lot of information, okay? So first off, do you want the pilot to occur this year or not? I just need to be clear on this.
Yeah,
Yes, you do want the pilot to occur this year?
sorry, I was answering your question.
Okay,
So I have concerns that this would be a pilot year. Generally, a pilot year is under normal circumstances.
okay,
This road is effectively going to be under construction due to sewer and drain repairs. So I am hoping you're going to ask those questions.
Right.
Because this is not a normal year, this is a
right,
year
okay, so we
where
know that. Do you
Yeah.
want the pilot to occur this year or not?
I want the safety pieces to occur. I'm concerned about the pilot in this year.
Okay, so I just want to get it right because I want to be on the same page that you are. I'm actually going to ask you to provide bullet points to the committee of what you want.
10.
Okay, so I'm not clear if you want the pilot this year or not. I'm hearing there's road construction. We'll confirm that. I hear you 100% on the road safety budget, where it comes from. I'm clear on that. I hear you 100% that you want to have maybe verbal or monthly reports in spring of 2025. That's what I heard.
And Madam Chair, that is related to the pilot in my
Right,
mind.
so
Right.
you're saying you want
Key
the pilot.
data, right? Mhm.
Okay, so you want the pilot, you want to have monthly verbal reports, if they can do monthly verbal or by every 2 months between whenever it goes in and spring of 2025. So I just want to be clear on that. And then I want to understand or to be clear on, well, I am clear on that you're not keen on it coming out of the road safety budget, nor am I. So I hear you on that. Anything else I'm missing?
Yes. So right now, residents and businesses on Assiniboine are being informed of the regular mechanism we have for the
Right.
local street renewal
Right.
program
So you'd like them to be informed on this pilot also?
of the pilots.
Okay, like
Right.
how would you like them to be informed, just so we're clear? Do you want a flyer coming out saying that we're looking at the pilot, we're doing the pilot this year? You'd like a
Yes.
flyer to go out to them?
Yes, because
Okay.
right now the flyer is going out
Sure, on the road construction. Okay,
And so it is with some confusion because
Sure.
as you know, Madam Chair, I made them aware of the motion. The motion concentrated on the Assiniboine Avenue and Main Street intersection.
yes,
So it did not suggest a one-way at the time. It said, go back and look.
sure,
So the next thing they knew was they were getting a local street renewal program
sure,
and they had a report that said, so, you can imagine, and you're getting some of these complaints too. I've seen you copied on some of them
Hmm.
where residents are saying they're against a permanent detour or they're just upset about the lack of consultation. Why? You do start to sound like Charlie Brown's teacher when you've got a local street renewal program that is eastbound Assiniboine being closed, and then you've got a pilot as a matter of public record saying eastbound closure.
Right.
It's a lovely storm.
so
but
we'll
you-
ask the department what their recommendation is, given that there'll be construction going on the street. But what I'm hearing from you is you're okay to proceed with the pilot, is that correct?
I'm okay to proceed with the pilot,
Okay,
given you know, what's all going on there.
Okay.
I do have concerns about the local businesses. And and I want to acknowledge their preference isn't to go forward with the one way, given, you know, their concerns about how folks access
Right.
their business. The road safety budget, I think, is really paramount. The monthly reports, if it can be verbal, or given what, you know, the intervals might be, it might not be substantive from month to month, at least quarterly.
Sure.
But if it could be on the public record,
Okay, you do
right,
know this?
as an agenda item,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
And then formalizing that report in spring of 2025, I think is really key as the second part,
Got it.
right?
Okay.
So that isn't just FYI, this is a forever thing.
Okay.
That spring of 2025, I think it's important to have a data informed report. Like I said, this paper is a good one. But it is troublesome that we have already the local street renewal program going on that shuts down eastbound Assiniboine anyway.
Okay, but you're okay
Yeah.
with the pilot during this, because of the construction?
Yes,
Okay.
the
Okay, just so
pilot,
the clerk can get it. She's okay
during
with the pilot. We're
construction.
gonna work on that. We're gonna work on a flyer information. We're going to talk about the funding. And we're gonna talk about the verbal reports of the formal report in 2025. I think that's what we hear. Just so we're clear, we gotta be clear. Okay. Okay, stupid. Okay, that's great. Okay, any questions from committee members? Counselor Wyatt?
Thank you. First of all, Madam Chair, through you to the Chair, thank you, Councilor Rollins. I wanted to express for your assistance and help when I appeared before your committee with my resident Grant Weber. Really appreciated that. So I wanted to express that. And I also want to thank you for your passion on active transportation. What's interesting, years ago, we never really talked about active transportation. Now we're having debates about what does active transportation look like. We might have disagreements about that, but what's neat about it is that we're talking about it. So I want to thank you for your passion on that too. And just some thoughts. I want to assist you in terms of what you want to do in your ward, and I respect you as the ward councillor. In terms of the Assiniboine Avenue, one of the thoughts, just to preface my question, is similar to the Louise Bridge that we were talking about earlier. We've kind of adopted over the years in Winnipeg a mentality of austerity versus one of abundance. And we once were able to dream as a city about things, about investments in infrastructure. And, I look at Assiniboine Avenue and the potential there. The late great Martin Bergen, had a vision at one point when he built his towers there, or Gary Place. He went to Europe and looked into building a gondola across right to the forks and tying it up to the top, but he couldn't get through the city permits department. Anyway, but the concept of a pedestrian / AT/bike bridge over Main and into the heart of the forks to accommodate that. And I say that also knowing that the challenge with that intersection is multiple. One of them that hasn't surfaced yet in terms of the discussion, but it will if we want to go down that road, is that the federal government has basically the largest and most important military base in the city of Winnipeg called HMCS Chippewa. In the event of a war, they would need access to all roads and everything. And I guess I'm concerned about that. So would you be open to some concept, looking at us thinking bigger and long term in terms of that? Also, I would just add another part, a beat of my question is that I know Councillor Gerbasi also spoke a lot about a bridge over the Assiniboine to connect into Fort Rouge Park. And that seems to have kind of gone by the wayside in terms of a project. So I'd like to raise those two.
Well, a lot there, Madam
Thank you very
Chair.
much.
So first, on thinking big and long-term, in no particular order, in answer to, I think, Councillor Wyatt's question. First of all, Madam Chair, I did watch last month's meeting where Councillor Wyatt tried to kill this motion and this report. So I'm glad, I think I'm hearing a tenor change, Madam Chair, to supporting the report and perhaps even the recommendations that I've made. So excellent. The vision I used to live at the Kelly House, so Bonnie Castle Park, the beautiful fountain, the dog park added by Mayor Bowman, the views on Assiniboine, Fort Garry Place. There's clearly a romantic vision and a heart and placemaking happening, and definitely I feel that is a big vision. Lots of great people started and continue to have and to hold it, and want to continue it right through to the new development on the Forks for sure. So we do have a long-term and a big vision for the downtown. And it does include the walk bike bridge across from Osborne Village to the legislature. And there was meaningful work last term on that. The late and great Jim Carr and I met on that, and his son Ben and I met on that. So we continue to really have the AT, it's embedded in the AT vision for the downtown. To this day, we're looking at funders. I was just at the commemoration for the Battle of the Atlantic at HMCS Chippewa on the weekend, and continue to work with them, who have also built some gorgeous art in and around HMCS Chippewa, and there's plans to do more. So there's no shortage of long-term big visions for the downtown, including in the Strategic Priorities Action Plan that we've got, and it's passed through council. So I'm grateful for that, Madam Chair.
Okay, any more questions?
I wasn't aware of the work you did. I wasn't here last term, but I thank you for informing me of that on that. So I would be very supportive of that project. And then the other thought I had too is it coming to now to the Osborne River matter. I've like someone to figure out. No, not all the time. I've been stuck in traffic with the rush hour going through Osborne Village. It's quite goes backs up all the way from Community Quarter on southbound. It's actually both times of the day because of, I think a lot of it is because it's related to the University of Manitoba, which is a city unto itself. So you've got two-way rush hour traffic. And again, thinking long-term vision, I mean, you go to other cities and you see where they have, Osborne Village is very unique, where they create permanent pedestrian corridors. And the thought of, what they do is they literally sink the road and they put the cars underground and they get people out onto the street side on the street level. And thinking again of the future and long-term for a growing city, which we haven't done for a while. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm not a underground tunnel or even a light rail kind of counselor, but I am a 30-kilometer and 50-kilometer, right? Like slowing things down. You have an agenda item, Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Wyatt, that could be reduced, in my opinion, just like the major streets. And I think my friend and colleague Mark Cohu will talk to you about that when he gets to this seat. I'm keenly aware as a downtown councillor, as a councillor for Osborne Village, and like I said, as a downtown councillor, we have 70,000 people that come into the downtown to work. We have 40% in the downtown of Winnipeg's top employers. So whether it's Osborne Village or it's the downtown, I feel special responsibility to acknowledge that. But at the end of the day, the 50,000 thousand, a little less residents that supported my candidacy here voted for the reverse pyramid. I ran on pedestrians first, then cyclists, then transit, then cars. And so my clear message every time I come to Public Works likely will be that reverse pyramid, right? And so I do absolutely love the folks that come in. I just want them to stay and play. So do the biz zones that I also sit on, whether it's the Osborne biz zone that felt that they had authored a motion that you saw last month, that they had even authored changes in the plan overlay of their zoning and wanted to seek changes on the street so people stayed a while, played a while. And if you could, here again too, right? Stay, play. I am less interested in people moving through speedily home than I am for them to just slow down and enjoy the amenities that the Fort Rouges, Fort Garry, Osborne, or downtown have. So
Councillor Chambers has a question.
I have one more last.
Okay, one last question, Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, I appreciate your responses. I guess the question I had was, right now the report says received as information.
yes, I want to
And,
change that.
yeah, and I hear you on that. And, I definitely want to do something, not to receive as information. And so, have I changed my position on the issues at hand? Probably not, but I want to do something to help your concerns and issues before us. And so, I hope, it's a very good discussion. So thank you for coming today. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Rollins. In the month since we received that report from your community, the community of Osborne Village, there has been recent news media with respect to Starbucks right at the corner there that is closing. And it's something that, again, traffic perspective is one of the things that we're trying to deal with here at Public Works, but the other is the safety concerns just of the residents and the workers in that area. And that's one thing that we don't take lightly, and we need to work so that individuals feel safe in that downtown space and are not quick to make their purchase and leave the area, but are walking around, enjoying all of the sights and sounds of, especially the area of Osborne Village, which is a very vibrant area in our city. So I just needed to put that on the public record as again, the concerns are raising in that area. We want to make sure that we're making the right decisions that impact the safety of the residents from a pedestrian perspective, as well as just a personal safety.
But Chair, I did get a call, obviously, from biz zone members, in particular, a member who's long since celebrated a 50th year anniversary on the safety concerns in the neighborhood. And it was the call was precipitated by what they felt was a bit of a low blow last month with respect to the biz zone motion on the River and Osborne intersection and the pedestrian prioritized pilot that they wanted. And then, really seeing Starbucks, what they're calling a temporary closure, as sort of, a lack of listening. So I do think, I would appreciate, that more complex perhaps, but nuanced view from the Standing Policy Committee that Councillor Chambers is really putting words to, Madam Chair, that recognizes that it's a local neighborhood and that the businesses do care what happens at Standing Policy Committee. They do see it as part of their economic plan. Because the safety pressures has meant changes to their walk-in traffic and, you know, the on-street safety. So, you know, whether it's Assiniboine in Maine, and the businesses along Assiniboine, or it's the Osborne Village, which, you know, if I could wave a magic wand, we would redo that motion and there would be a very different outcome. There would be a pedestrian prioritized pilot. Now I leave that to you because, as you know, you can walk on business. And so if you feel so inspired for a pedestrian prioritized pilot, Osborne Biz is game. That's what they want from you.
Okay, we hear you, Counselor Rowlands, we hear you.
Yeah.
I didn't have time to tune up Mr. Bellamy either on his article because it was inaccurate, but we hear you and we got a lot on the agenda.
They loved
Talking about
Mr.
Assiniboine.
Bellamy's article in the downtown, in the Osborne Village.
I know you did, okay.
Mhm.
All right,
Mhm.
okay,
Thanks
so
for your
thank you
time
for your
today.
presentation, Counselor Rowlands. All right, now, we have a request for a bit of a health break. So we'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, run fast.
Go as fast as me, legs will carry me.
I'll call the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works meeting, May 7th, to order again. And now we will move on to our next delegation, which is Steve West, speaking to report number 16,
Where's Mr. West?
virtual, I believe. Okay,
Quick report?
Assiniboine and
Oh, yeah.
All right, Mr. West, thank you very much. Nice to see you again. And the floor is yours.
Good morning, Councillor Chairperson Lukes and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear this morning. I am here today in support of the report as a pedestrian, cyclist, and car driver who frequently travels around this location. As a pedestrian and a cyclist traveling through the Assiniboine Avenue neighborhood to cross Main Street, I've witnessed streams of drivers disobeying the stop sign, looking left while proceeding to turn right, then coming into conflict with myself and others who are legally traversing the bike pedestrian crossing. On foot and on bike coming from the Forks, I have also been cut off while crossing on a green light by drivers turning left off Main when they do not have the right of way. Essentially, they're passing the stop line and entering the intersection on a solid red light to make the turn. These situations are similar to comments in written submissions to this committee today. Both of these situations are dangerous and a recipe for serious injury or death on this very busy corridor that is also, as the Public Services Report acknowledges, a critical east-west commuter link in the city's bike network. The Assiniboine crossing is used by pedestrians along with commuter and recreational cyclists of all ages and abilities, as well as people with mobility challenges who all deserve to cross the street, at street level safely. So it was with great relief that I read the Public Services recommendation to address both of these serious safety hazards, as well as mitigating other issues, including the shocking number of nearly 120 near misses per day between cars at that location, as discovered in a third-party safety study conducted for the city. The consultant made it clear that these situations should not be left as is. Assiniboine is not a regional street, and as noted in the report, much of the traffic on it is cut-through traffic, as happens on many collector and other streets, trying to save a little time by avoiding regional routes. I understand the recommended changes may lead to a slight inconvenience to some drivers. However, it is absolutely essential to prioritize life safety over driver convenience. I believe that the safety improvements like these can encourage more citizens to use alternate forms of transportation, reducing vehicle traffic volumes. As an aside, it is noteworthy that improvements favoring pedestrians and cyclists are sometimes criticized because of the loss of parking. This report indicates a net gain of parking with the recommended actions. Finally, on the Citizens Information Service, Assiniboine Avenue is identified as being in the downtown living zoning district. A limited description of the district includes the statement, urban design review in the downtown living sector is intended to enhance the pedestrian environment. While cycling is not included in this description, but should be, clearly, designs that increase pedestrian safety are likely to have similar effects for all active transportation users. This report is an important and encouraging step in the direction of making our city more livable for everyone. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, members of the committee, and the public service.
Great, thanks, Steve, for your excellent presentation. You are a master communicator, so that was great. You brought some great points up. Councillor Wyatt has some questions. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. West, and thank you for your brevity, and more is actually less sometimes, and thank you for that. More or less is more, I should say. You mentioned something about a modal shift and wanting that if we make it hard, basically, I guess maybe I'll paraphrase you, that if we make it harder for automobile, vehicular traffic, that it will encourage a modal shift to other means of transportation. Do you have any data to support that statement, especially when it comes to the city of Winnipeg? Do you have any independent data supporting that taking lanes away from vehicles, closing intersections will actually force people into a modal shift that they will actually happily take?
Well, through the chair to you, sir, I do not have independent data, and I'm not advocating taking lanes away from drivers. I'm advocating for the safety of pedestrians and cyclists.
But you are supporting the closure, just correct me if I'm wrong because I'm confused now. Are you supporting the closure of Assiniboine and Main?
I am supporting them, yes.
You are actually taking lanes away from vehicles. I just want to clarify that.
Well, this report
In this
is
case,
presenting closure.
No, I know. And that was the other thing. Are you aware that the report before us today, sir? And I want to, our process here is very confusing. So I'll always give the benefit of the doubt in terms of the public speaking issues. Are you aware that the report today just simply says that we should receive this as information? Receiving it as information is the same as taking something and throwing it into the waste paper basket. Are you aware of that? That's what's being recommended on the item you're speaking of?
I'm aware that receiving the information, the report as information would enable the public service to make these changes.
No. Are you aware that that is not the case? We receive as just so you know, the statement received as information basically means the report ends here today. It doesn't go anywhere. That's what that.
I understand the recommendations to this committee, sir.
Yeah, it means, just so you know, it doesn't go on anywhere else. And then the second part of the other question I'd like to ask is, when we did the change on Assiniboine Avenue with the bike lanes and everything, what happened? And I guess I disagree with you in terms of Assiniboine being not being a major collector, which it was. That the traffic, vehicular traffic is a lot like water. It will find its way. And it shifted traffic, believe it or not, north onto Broadway, increasing traffic. And therefore, any change we make at Assiniboine will directly impact Broadway and Main in terms of pedestrian safety and getting across. And therefore, and the challenge we have there is we really have no room unless we're going to not buy out and knock down the historic building, which I don't think we want to do, the old Via Rail station there. We have no room to address either, with a bridge corridor, what have you, traffic and pedestrian conflict at Main and Broadway. Are you aware that if we close the Assiniboine, we are actually making it more unsafe for pedestrians at Main and Broadway because of the traffic shifting to Broadway?
Through the chair to you, sir, I believe the intent of this report is to increase safety at the crossing. And it's acknowledging that much of the traffic on Assiniboine is cut through traffic, as happens on many collector streets when people are trying to avoid traffic on major routes like Broadway.
Okay, well, okay, so you didn't answer my question. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your presentation, and we will be considering it when we get to the item on the agenda. Thank you very much, Mr. West.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next delegation up is, here, who do we have? Mel Marginet. Hello.
Hello, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome, thank you so much. So yes, my name is Mel Marginet. I'm here from Green Action Center. I'm part of the Sustainable Transportation team here. Just speaking in support of Report 16, just from our role at Green Action Center, but also personally because, as some of you may know, I grew up in rural Manitoba, moved to Winnipeg to go to school at the University of Winnipeg, and I lived in Fort Garry Place. So this is kind of my Winnipeg hometown, so I know this area very well. So we're in support of this report moving forward and being done this summer in whatever means this committee has possible to make that happen. This is a very important east-west route across the city for folks traveling on foot or by bike, as well as connecting to the downtown and the downtown to the busy gathering place at the forts throughout the year. So vehicles turning right at Assiniboine onto Main, that's long been a noted danger for years and years now. So it's a relief to know that a solution's coming. And because this is such a pleasant route now to get around on bike and on foot, and due to the renewed vitality in the area with more apartments and condos going in, definitely since I live there, the bustling dog park is new there, and amenities like Fett ice cream and coffee. So it's very much an all ages and abilities area. So lots of kids, teens, seniors, and lots of folks with mobility aids are going through there. So it's really terrifying to watch and to be a part of those countless near misses in the intersection. It's especially scary for families and folks in wheelchairs, obviously, because they're a lot lower, they're a lot harder to see, and we just have much bigger vehicles on our roads. So it's just more important than ever to really engineer the danger out of that intersection. Yes, it was most striking to note just that left turning traffic and the dangers to folks driving there, which I know of personally, because obviously I moved here with a car. I made that left turn a couple of times before I went, gosh, this is terrible. And I started just going down to Broadway and just sort of doing the loop-de-loop because I accessed that parking garage there. I was in a couple of near misses there. So definitely great to see that that light is going in there. Our one suggestion to this report is in regards to those right turning vehicles, southbound Main onto Assiniboine. So it's noted that the risk is moderate. It's really due to that radius. Again, it's the engineering of that turn that just really encourages speed. So we just suggest some questions just to see, is it possible to put something there, a planter, a piece of public art that just draws the driver's eye. It just gives that very subtle cue to slow down that right-hand turn there. So that's just something that we would suggest. And it's just really great to see the affordability of this pilot that we can test out. We can make just such important improvements to safety at this intersection just for such a low cost. That $7,900 for the pilot is just really affordable and just really shows that high return on investment for improved safety to people walking and biking. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Marginet. Thank you for all the work you do. Yes, this project, I was on this project 15 plus years ago and was so happy to see finally in the last, I think it was 3 years, that we got access to the Northwest Company to allow a better when we landed on that side of the intersection, a better setup. So, but it is a challenging stretch. There's lots of people that want to speak on this and have perspectives. Councillor Wyatt right here put his hand up to speak. Councillor Wyatt, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Martinet, also, thank you for the work you do. I'm assuming you also do stuff related to the climate crisis file. And we definitely have to ramp up at all levels of government to address that. And so in that spirit, I guess, are you aware right now the report is to receive it as information, which means it doesn't go anywhere?
Yeah, so I would love some clarity for that because folks are definitely assuming that this is going to happen. And, you know, now that it's out there in the public and people are so relieved coming, if it doesn't happen, I'm a little worried about.
So are you aware are you aware that's what's being recommended to us, and that if the it will be the committee that will actually ensure that doesn't happen in the event we do? So just.
Yeah, so it was definitely, that's where it's very confusing in terms of governance and city. I've been doing this for a long time and I had no clue that this might not actually happen. So, you know,
And are you aware?
I have done this for a long time. I had no idea that that would happen. And so I would love some clarity on that. Thank you so much.
No, for sure. Thank you. And I have to ask you, like, are you aware? It's because I have to ask a question. No,
Yeah, no, that's fine.
you're on the spot. So, and I would ask, are you aware that we could take steps right now, immediately, as a city, to eliminate or work to eliminate the safety issue of the left-hand turns there through proper signalization, both for vehicles and pedestrians, that does not exist at that intersection? Are you aware of that?
So you're talking about, just to respond to your question, are you talking about putting in the signalized left-hand turn for
I'm
folks?
talking about, I typically try to leave those things to the engineers to come back with a recommendation on that, but they can and they will if we request it, but that the technology exists. Are you aware that technology exists presently to both signalize it properly so that pedestrians are safer, as long as pedestrians and cyclists obey the signals, and that the vehicles obey the signals, then you can all of a sudden overnight make it safer for pedestrians there and eliminate virtually all of the near misses?
So my response to that, I was hit by a right-hand turning driver when I was on my bike and had the right of way. So I would be concerned that we always leave it up to, you know, as long as people follow the rules, which, as we know, doesn't always happen. So I'm in favor of
Well,
completely
if
the
the
danger
signals
out.
were set, are you aware, if the signals were set up so that a vehicle cannot turn left, it would have a red light and not have the ability to make a left-hand turn until the green light for the pedestrians and cyclists is over, right? That would eliminate the near misses. Now, people will you always run the risk, of course, people who do not obey the red light, but the vast majority do. And that would eliminate the conflict there literally overnight. Are you aware of that?
So I'm aware of those signalized intersections, so that would definitely eliminate the danger for folks who are walking north-south along Main. I'm curious about how that improves the safety for the right-hand turning traffic, which is the biggest threat to pedestrians and cyclists, is the right-hand turning folks from Assiniboine onto Main.
Well, that also could be signalized too, by the way. But and then my other question is, thinking long-term, right? At one time, what we had back in, thanks to the work that Councilor Lukes did before she was a city councilor, when she was the head of the Winnipeg Trails group, she pushed City Hall to bring forward long-term plans, which included grade separations. Her advocacy as the head of Winnipeg Trails single-handedly ensured, for example, that we built a grade separation with the construction of the Chief Peguis corridor at Gateway Raleigh for cyclists. But we've really kind of moved away, or we've kind of dropped all of the work that we were doing there, or key capital investment in active transportation, where we could build long-term safe corridors for cycling and pedestrians through grade separation. And that ironically, are you aware that this as well, that this intersection here, if we were to build a grade separation on the east side, a grade separation already exists. It goes under the rail line. It's quite historic. Matter of fact, it still has cobblestone you can see sometimes in the roadway. That we could tie it into that and bring people right into the forest over the traffic on Main. Would you support a long-term planning like that?
Yes, so a couple things to unpack in there. Thank you so much
Sure.
for the question. Just going back to the light, I mean, a light, I believe they bring up possibly having a light for the right-hand turning traffic there. I didn't reread the report this morning, but I believe that that was not recommended. So I would throw that back to the public service to kind of answer that question as to why they're not recommending that. In terms of grade separation, yeah, that one was definitely a trend there for a while, and you can kind of see that when you go along Henderson there. We kind of have that, you know, where folks walking can go over Henderson. That's kind of fallen out of public favor due to accessibility. So in terms of folks who are mobility challenged, seniors, people with strollers, it often results in them having to climb a steep incline there, as well as the cost, that it just costs a whole lot of money to be building grade separated crossings that are accessible to all ages and abilities, and that a lot of times you can do just very simple, cheap things just to slow and calm down the traffic, so you can get a lot more of what you want for a lot less, as our cities are just more and more pressed in terms of funding. So that's where, you know, long term, if you kind of wanted to look at that, and I seem to remember something as part of the transit master plan getting a little bit more fancy there. But again, that's like long-term planning, very expensive, involves a lot of different levels of government. And this is a problem that we have today, here and now. So we're just more in favor of just really looking at ways to calm down the traffic and to just make it more safe for folks walking, biking, and taking the bus. Of course, every transit trip begins and ends with a walk. So what can we do today to improve things here and now? Thank you so much.
One last question, Madam Chair. Thank you for your responses. You know, we have a bit of a culture, not a bit, we have a culture in Winnipeg of austerity versus abundance. We manifest austerity versus manifesting, but we've done it now for a long time. And I guess my question is this: are you aware that as of now, the city of Winnipeg, thanks to the local streets renewal reserve and the regional streets renewal reserve, has $170 million being spent on rehabilitation, fixing roads, that grows by 15 million a year, which is the equivalent of a 2% property tax increase. And that we are actually now in a position, if we wanted to change our debt position, our debt policy, to actually borrow against that 170 million, not only fix every broken street, lane, and sidewalk in the city over the next 10 to 15 years, but as other cities have done, it would allow us to borrow 2-3 billion to do that over that period of time and finance that debt through the 170 million. But we could dedicate 10 or 15% of that, the equivalent of probably $400 million, which other cities do, which is a policy they have, 10 or 15% of that to active transportation infrastructure. In other words, what I'm saying to you, are you aware we already have the ability? The money is not the issue. The issue is the vision and the lack thereof in this city.
Yes, thank you for your question. Lots to unpack there. I am definitely aware of the money in property taxes dedicated to road infrastructure. Unfortunately, when you look at what we're spending on roads, we've had this many years of record road investment. But the reality is that we cannot keep up with what we're building. We have built far more than what we could afford. So we could do a windfall borrowing bonanza and just sort of go in and fix everything. But the reality is that we just don't have the tax base active right now to serve the infrastructure that we have. So if we look just at roads, we would need an additional $600 million like every year just to kind of keep up with what we already have. And then we're continuing to build and expand even further. So I mean, that is a long-term vision that you could look at, but I just don't really see how we can keep up with kind of the dominoes tumbling over. Because I mean, you could fix it all today and that would be really great. But I mean, infrastructure, as with anything that you build, from the day that it's built, it begins to crumble. So what is the plan to maintain that in the long term and then to replace it when it reaches the end of its life, so that we don't have things like, you know, pools that we're abandoning, the Arlington Bridge that we're abandoning, the Louise Bridge that we're close to abandoning. So what's the long-term plan if that was what you wanted to do in terms of being able to repay that debt and then be able to, you know, by the time that debt is paid, rebuild it? Because I mean, it is going to fall apart again, of course.
I have one last question, Manager. You know, great answer, and I guess, one of the challenges we have as a city is because we had a period of time where we had 13 years or more of tax freezes and cuts. And now we have a continued policy of what I call self-imposed austerity, where when you cry poverty all the time, well, that's what you'll get. And are you aware that the city of Winnipeg today and the Public Works Department continues with new developments that go in our city, roads being built? We are called the king of concrete. Meanwhile, other cities build concrete gutters and curbs, but they ensure there's a base to build asphalt, which allows the municipality to go in after, to your point about sustainable planning, going after, are you aware, going after, and literally they could fix a road in a day or two, remove the asphalt surface, put in new asphalt, versus concrete, where you have to jackhammer joints and everything else, that at least on the non-collector, non-regional roads, we could be building more sustainably today, to your point. Are you aware of that? But we have chosen as a city not to adopt that policy.
Yes, thank you for your question. There's lots of different building mechanics that we could use in terms of construction costs. I'm certainly not a construction expert, so I definitely don't want to, speak about that with any sort of authority. I'm not an engineer of roads, but I do believe that Winnipeg, like all cities, has just grown in a really unsustainable way. I think it's the way that we look at new developments. We look at them kind of from a tax or from a cash-based accounting system. So we kind of get the cash in the short term that we can, put towards our liabilities that have grown and grown and grown. But we don't really look, when we're approving new developments into green fields, of sustainability over time and how much infrastructure we're going to have to invest in there, and how are we going to make back that money, not only to maintain it in the short term, but to rebuild it in the long term. So I would encourage you to read some strong towns, things like that, kind of about the Ponzi scheme that we sort of find ourselves in, that we can't really get out of. And I think that will answer a lot of your questions there about where we find ourselves and where we find ourselves with other cities right across North America.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Much appreciated. Now we have another presenter, Mark Coho. So I just want to confirm, our meeting is from noon to 1 or 1:30? So we should come back at 1:15, I guess, right? 1:15.
Yes, maybe if you could let everyone know that's watching right now.
Right. So we can be in
Okay, I'm always here.
So,
HDMI.
sure, I don't know anything about that, so. Tech support
I'm
guy,
sure
okay.
you'll let everyone know.
So we just want to confirm also that when we do take our break at noon, how many other presenters do we have here? Oh my goodness.
It's just like a PDF.
We've got three more.
Three more after that.
He's got it.
Okay.
You send it to me, okay?
So we've got Kelly.
So
Rudd,
12 to 1:15.
Email. Okay, so I guess we'll
Yeah.
reconvene at 1:30.
So we're breaking from 12 to 1:30.
Yeah, okay, so we'll break from, just so that we can tell this to other presenters, maybe Mr. Clerk, you could tell them that. We're going to break between 12 and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Okay, we'll reconvene at 1:30. So I see we've got three other presenters here. And we'll reconvene at 1:30. Okay, and we've got Mr. Coho here now who's going to give us a presentation. All righty. Okay.
Which mailbox do you want? CLK Stream. And I'll just pull it up on here.
Okay, you're working on that.
It's on there. Yeah. All right. So. Yeah, thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. Certainly, first off, I'd just like to thank Councillor Rowlands and yourself, Councillor Lukes, for initiating the motion. Really, when members of the public began reporting the multiple conflicts and the numerous collisions and near misses that were occurring at this intersection, really, I think that shows that we are concerned about safety and we're ready to act on it. Having gone through this intersection many times and having taken the time to stand at the intersection to monitor the traffic, I certainly have witnessed just how frequently a number of these conflicts were occurring. Certainly, I think we need something to change here to get ourselves into a safe state. And I'm very glad to see the report before you has provided recommendations to improve the safety of this critical intersection. Obviously, I hope that you will make recommendations to follow through and implement the recommendations of this report. So hoping that's a motion that can be moved. As I understand, it's just been recommended as taking this information. So our goal really, is to see that the report recommendations implemented. The analysis and report brought forward to you today confirms both the frequency and seriousness of these conflicts and near misses. And it does recommend a number of measures to bring this intersection into a safe state for everyone. So I want to, certainly people who are walking, biking, and driving who are experiencing conflicts and who are at risk here, the recommendations go towards the safety of all people using this intersection. So we strongly recommend that the city implement these recommendations as soon as possible and as recommended, and as well as the city continue to monitor motorist compliance and resulting safety impacts of the protected northbound left turn to determine how it's performing. Certainly, if significant safety issues persist, we would like to see the next steps taken. On that monitoring, certainly, I think it would be advisable to make sure that there is consistent reporting that's moving up, at least to the traffic division. So keeping track of that to see how we're doing, to making sure that the measures we're implementing are actually getting the results that we're desiring. As Councillor Rollins had said, a monthly basis I think would be good to ensure that we are connecting this. I think the report makes it clear a large part of the traffic turning right off the Assiniboine onto Main constitutes that cut through traffic. So certainly shifting away from that, there is some maybe inconvenience that'll be had, but as others have stated, really, safety is certainly more important than convenience here. I think this pathway has been a huge success on Assiniboine. It was asked earlier about numbers. Certainly, we've done studies. We have before-after studies of the bike counts. We showed over a 200% increase in the number of people biking. That's years ago. We haven't had the resources and the time to go back and do that. But certainly, I would make the I would state that in all likelihood, the throughput on Assiniboine is actually gone up in terms of people, maybe not vehicles, but in terms of people, that this corridor is moving. We have an increase in that number of people, which I think is a great show that certainly when we do build these facilities, we see pretty good input. We see people picking them up and encouraged to ride, which is a goal. We've created a more sustainable corridor here in terms of our climate, but it's also more, I think, livable in the terms of not having that constant traffic and that throughput. If you're a resident on this roadway, not having that throughput transit makes a big difference. Talking to a couple other items here, certainly Henderson Highway North Improvement Study. I'm just going to scroll down a little here. We think it's good to see inclusion of active transportation in this. So we're happy to see that moving forward, both in terms of the active transportation, sort of the bike path, but also the crossings that are being considered as part of that study and that improvement. That helps not only people biking through the neighborhood, walking through the neighborhood and getting to different destinations, but it's also a boon for transit in that those transit stops, you're not getting off the bus and then, on your own crossing a major roadway. We do have a couple requests. Certainly just highlighted through here with the transit stops. We seem to be, most of the report and most of the design drawings are showing near intersection stops. So basically the bus stopping ahead of the light. So we're asking that transit be asked that, whether or not far side was considered on those transit stops. And the benefit really of the far side stop is that you don't have people walking in front of the bus. They're crossing behind the bus, so a little bit more visibility. It might, tweak some things here and there to allow that, but certainly, hopefully that, just want to make sure that safety consideration has been included in that plan. Another thing we're looking for, and this is something we're looking for in general, with the bike network, where we have protected bike lanes, either one way or two way. But we had some talks with VERN, which is the Visually Impaired Resource Network. And through those discussions, we understand that people with low vision sometimes have difficulty differentiating between the sidewalk and the pathway. So a suggestion that was brought forward by both us and VERN through those discussions was that perhaps where we're starting up the bike lanes, so at intersections, at transit areas, I'll scroll through, on that. If we can sort of put down some green paint that we've done, really we use it where to highlight conflict zones, but we can use that green paint. That's something that visually would stand out. And it's my understanding then that for someone with a visual impairment, it's easier to see that and to make that differentiation between the sidewalk and the pathway. And then a third consideration, we would really like to see on really all the pathways, the sidewalks, when we're rebuilding our roadways, if we can look towards continuous sidewalks and bike paths through this. And just to be clear, so the continuous sidewalk really raises the level of the sidewalk and the bike path through the intersecting driveway or street to match that. And it's something that really reinforces sort of the notion of yield behavior, that the throughway is for pedestrians, for the people on bike. They have that right away. So it's just trying to restate that as much as possible. I'll just scroll ahead here. So this is showing guidance from TAC, Transportation Association of Canada. So this is from July 2023, some recommendations. I had the pleasure of visiting Edmonton this past February, and certainly they have a whole guidebook dedicated to this. And as they are redeveloping their roadways, rehabilitating and rebuilding, they're as much as possible implementing this. And it seems like a really fantastic solution to really build on that visibility and that walkability, that bikeability. Third, consideration is with the improvements on Lee Boulevard and Barnes. Obviously, we think that's an important connection. Forgive me, I forget the name of the neighborhood that was once called Waverly West B. I think it's Forest.
Bison Run.
Bison, yes. Bison Run. So certainly, creating that connection. The two things we ask that we want to see that report review, there is a strip of land that kind of goes just to the north of Lee. It kind of goes behind I think it's the south region, the school there, and connects in to see if there's an opportunity to utilize that as a space for the walking and biking. And obviously to make sure that the connection across Waverly is part of that discussion as well, because I believe the pathway coming out of that Bison Run development really would connect into either Lee, and it kind of connects a little bit north of Lee from what I remember. I'm not sure if that's changed, but that would be elements we'd like to see in there as well. As you know, with the study, the station study, access study that was done with Rapid Transit and the Blue Line, way back when with Mr. Taves and Landmark. Part of that, the recommendations coming from that were the implement protected bike lanes along Markham that would connect into the development in Southwoods lands. That connects through to Barnes as well. So we'd like to make sure that we're including those improvements so that future connection to Markham is part of this study as well. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Okay. Councilor Wyatt.
Yes, Mr. Cole, thank you for your presentation. I've heard many of them over the years, and I know your passion is sincere. And I want to thank you for that. And it's unfortunate the media was not in the room, and I went up to you to shake your hand and let bygones be bygones. And so, in light of the events of the last month, I wanted to I guess ask you in terms of, we don't do a lot of long-term planning in the city. Matter of fact, we underfund it in all the departments. And we once had a vision more for long-term planning in terms of active transportation. Would you support us doing more of that?
Absolutely. I've been before this committee. I've been before the executive policy committee, frequently asking for planning to move forward, for more investment in our bike network. So yes, certainly we would like to see that move forward. We definitely think that the progress and the budget allocated is less than what is needed to get us moving on the plan, to move forward on that 20-year action plan, to get us that connected, comfortable and connected network.
And, further to my question that I asked a previous delegation, thank you for your answer on that we are now receiving, or we thanks to the fact that in 2013, and that we set up the local streets renewal reserve. In 2014, we set up the regional streets renewal reserve. Both reserves combined now have 170 million flowing into it from the 1% and 1% tax increases, 2% dedicated. That the only thing preventing us now as a city to take the next big leap, which I thought would be part of the plan, which I spoke to actually in my swan song speech in 2018 to council and told them, was to borrow against that 170 to fix all of our which would benefit cycling, fix all of our broken down, poor and fair rated streets, lanes and sidewalks. That it overnight would allow us to have 2 to 3 billion. And that if we dedicated 10 to 15% of that to new AT infrastructure, we'd have anywhere from $300 to $400 million to invest. Are you aware that the only thing stopping us from doing that right now is the fact that the mayor refuses to change our debt strategy, even though we are a growing city and approving new housing developments right, left, et cetera. But we don't have any ability to deal with our existing infrastructure deficit, which is still a deficit. Because of our refusal to deal with the debt strategy. Yet we're also going to look to do debt for the new Keniston and Chief Peguis. That's okay, but not fix our existing infrastructure. Are you aware that's the situation now in City Hall? No, that's true. We're going to go into debt for those. We are going to go into debt for those. And by the way, I'm not against, but we're going to go in debt for those. But not to fix what we have.
Okay, we need to sort of stay.
I know, but would you support a debt strategy that's sustainable? that's funded. If it also meant we could dedicate hundreds of millions of dollars to AT.
It's more of a finance committee question.
No, but this is a big picture stuff. We're talking about long-term planning. That's why I'm asking the question.
Okay,
Well, it's a loaded question.
No, it's not a loaded question. It would actually allow us to do that, but nobody wants to do it. We'll go into debt for those ones, but not to fix what we have.
I'd need to see a proposal on the table.
Sure.
Certainly.
That's fair. That's fair.
And, as I mentioned in my previous answer, we certainly would like to see more investment in the walking and cycling network. We think that's an important part of developing the city, making life in the city more livable, but also working on our climate goals. Certainly, more than 50% of our emissions in Winnipeg are related to transportation. So getting people out of their vehicles, whether they're walking, biking, or busing, is a huge part of that. And we know that the key to getting people to get on their bikes is if they feel that they have a connected route that will take them safely to their destinations in a reasonable and comfortable manner, and that they're going to feel safe and secure with their bike at the end of that trip. And obviously, it's the investment in that network that needs to move forward to create those conditions.
question, one more question.
Yeah, and we have to break that. Thank you for your answer, Mark. Are you aware? I agree with you on the modal shift in terms of when you build the infrastructure, it helps with the modal shift. And are you aware that, I headed up the Rapid Transit Task Force, we did back in 2005, and we did a ton of studies, we brought experts in. And what I learned out of that was that the greatest modal shift we could achieve, to your point about climate change, is to move people away from vehicles into transit. And ironically, we could build a ton of BRT dedicated corridors, but there's a large percentage of the population which will not shift to BRT, but they will shift to rail, believe it or not. And that study has been proven over and over again around the world. Would you support that kind of long-term planning when it comes to not just AT, but knowing that if we're building rapid transit, we automatically now tie AT into that, right? With the corridors beside, or we try to. Though that has been a battle with the transit department in the past. Would you support that kind of long-term planning there as well for the city in terms of investment in rapid transit, especially light rail?
I'll leave the light rail question aside. Certainly, there are cities with bus rapid transit that I think have shown very well that can move people. And, transit has made arguments as to shifting from bus rapid transit and eventually moving to light rail. But certainly, you spoke about the investments earlier, and I think, ensuring that we have that investment in both the transit network moving forward. We have a transit master plan. I think we are implementing it too slowly. So I think moving those investments forward would be beneficial. And I would, certainly there are walking and cycling improvements included as part of that. But, I think overall for the city, if we look in the long term, investing in that shift to create our bike network, to create our better transit network, I think that is value that we will see heads over tails above any other investments.
Okay. And I just have one last question. It's pertaining to, thank you for your answer to that, Mark. Pertaining to your beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that we have a recommendation before us today. I just want to make it really clear, and I know our system here is somewhat confusing, that we don't have any recommendation before us. We have a community committee recommendation. We have a stand, but we don't have a recommendation before us. What we would call recommendation was the administration. The only recommendation in this report is to receive. So I guess the reason why I'm asking that question, is more aware, I would hope that Bike Winnipeg or anybody else doesn't come out and say, well, they didn't adopt the recommendation. There is no recommendation other than to receive this information. Just,
And I think I made that clear in my presentation that we would like to see the committee move on the recommendations in the report to ensure that they are implemented.
Right. Okay. But
and in addition to that, I think, Councillor Rollins had mentioned public engagement. Certainly, we think that's, if we can get a room, and it's my understanding the room will be available if we make that ask, and certainly I would be available to do my part in that public engagement as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was gonna ride my bike to your AGM, but it was raining like cats and dogs that day.
Well, we have another ride coming up.
Okay.
That we'll invite you to.
I bought one of Andrew's bikes. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Mr.
No,
Coco.
it's from Poland.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay, now we'll break and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Very good.
I'd like to call the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works into order again and continue proceeding. Now, we are finishing up our delegations, and the next delegate that we have up is Jamil Mahmood from the Main Street Project. Jamil, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm great. Glad you were around. Okay, so we've got the committee here, Councillor Sharma, Councillor Wyatt, myself. Councillor Chambers isn't here for the moment, but we'd love to hear your presentation.
Yeah, so basically we're making a request to have a permit fee waived for closing down Martha Street for the renovation of our 71, 75 Martha Street facilities. And so the permit fee is $42,393.92. We are getting ready to start the renovations right away. We're just waiting on occupancy on apartment block on Sargent, and then we'll move our mainstay transitional housing over to Sargent Avenue for the construction period. And the project is going to close off Martha Street and the sidewalk for this renovation. And then we'd like to ask for that fee to be waived for that permit. We've raised the 17.5 million for the project. We're just short $90,000 on our fundraising, so this $40,000 would go a long way to us reaching our $17.5 million target for the project. All those funds were raised from primarily federal funding sources, but so we're coming to the city to ask for support on this permit fee waiver. I'm happy to walk through the renovation plan quickly if the committee would like, or I can take questions, but really the support would go a really long way for helping us move this capital project forward, which the project as a whole is about renovating all of our facility on Martha, so the transitional housing gets fully accessible, elevators, new plumbing, new wiring, new HVAC, everything, along with, and then phase 2 would be our withdrawal management and protective care IPTA services as well. So basically taking that whole block along Martha and renovating the whole building. If folks would like, I can share a screen and show that presentation of the renovation plans now as well.
I think we just, I don't know, do you have questions? Does anyone have questions on
Sorry,
this?
who's he with?
Main Street Project.
Okay, well, that was upset. All right.
So just to be clear here, Jamel, when you made your application to the federal government for funding, what percentage, just give us a breakdown of what's the total cost of your project and the breakdown of who's funding it?
So 17.5 million is the total for the project. We have 10.6 million from the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings from Infrastructure Canada. We have 3.4 million from Canadian Green and Affordable Housing through CMHC. And homelessness has contributed 2.5 million. We have a CMHC repair grant for 680,000. Wyndham Foundations provided 100,000, United Way 20,000. So that's a total of 17.4 million, and we're remaining $90,000. And so we're requesting this $40,000 fee waiver to support with that overall achieving our capital project. Also, we know. Sorry, go ahead.
What's your contingency on your $17 million project?
It's just under 12 or 13% right now. It was much higher, but cost changed through every level of costing. So we started with 20 and it's whittled down a bit, but we're at about a 13%, I believe, last time I checked.
13% contingency on the 17 million. And when you make your applications, I mean, just because I'm just saying this just because of the work that I've done in Southwest Winnipeg on working with developers and their applications and pro formas and all that. Usually this sort of fee is built into the project, you know, like they want to know, you know, what are your fees, what are your costs and all of that. Were these fees not built in at all to the project?
Like the fees are in the project budget overall, but you know, obviously with each round of costing, the cost change as you start getting tenders and things like that. the costs continue to adjust. As you know, there's lots of challenges with, supply chain and all those things that we're facing now. So we continue to try to raise, but we're kind of at the point where we're at the top of the having raised 17.4 million, just about there. So we've kind of done all that we can. We know there'll be further changes and challenges as we start sourcing the phase 2 part. We were at phase 1, which is the 71 Martha, is at a class A, but the second phase is only at a class C right now. So we know there'll be adjustments to those projects. So yeah, we did build them in, but also raising money for these projects is a lot of work as well. And we've done the best we can to not have to seek other funds from the city. And so this is kind of our hope that we can seek this fee waiver for the permit.
And what private funding do you have? Private donors? Do you have any private donors in that?
Not currently on this project. We anticipate we'll need to engage some private donors around maybe some of the furniture costs as we start moving into that phase of it if costs change for the costing. But right now we've been lucky to be able to secure these grants to meet almost the full amount.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions on the committee? Councillor Wyatt?
And what are you constructing?
So this phase is going to start like we were supposed to start last week, but the permit at Sergeant Sergeant.
Not when, what are you constructing? What?
Right now the facility operates a number of services. So we run 28 units of transitional housing. We run 21 beds of withdrawal management services, and we run the entire intoxicated person detention area out of there as well. And so this is about renovating the current housing to be fully accessible. Lots of energy upgrades for the building to I think it's over 40 to 50% energy savings through this renovation. So this first phase is about our transitional housing upgrades. And then the next phase is about expanding withdrawal management. We're hoping to expand from 21 to 28 beds in a much larger facility. And then also changing the way the IPTA or protective care service runs to be a little bit bigger and provide better service as well.
So right now, what you're building is transitional housing, and what else did you say in the future phases?
Withdrawal management, so that we offer all the withdrawal management free for the city Winnipeg. So anyone looking to access treatment usually has to go through withdrawal 14-day detox program. So we offer that.
That's a new term I've heard, withdrawal management. What do you mean by that?
It's just an upgrade.
Is that
on
detox?
Detox. Yeah, that's detox.
Okay, so you're building a detox facility.
We already have a detox. We're upgrading it.
So you're moving your detox from where it exists now in the Main Street project on Martha to this new building?
Well, phase 1 is our housing. So first we're moving our housing, and then we're doing the phase 1, which is renovating the housing. Then the next phase will be withdrawal. So we'll either move that to the housing block, or we might move it into the newly renovated housing side as a transition phase. We haven't worked out all the detail on phase 2 yet.
Okay, why do you guys call it withdrawal when everybody else in the industry calls it detox?
It's based on our consultations around correct language use and consultation with the community. So
I was in detox more than once, and I don't mind it.
That's great. I mean, different people acknowledge terms differently. So
okay word
I'm glad we can use both. I can use detox if that's more helpful.
So what is the transitional housing going to be? What is it? What is the plan? How many units?
So it already exists. This is our existing transitional housing. So it's currently 28 units that provides 34 beds. So there's some double bed units. And so we're not adding an additional, we're just adding elevators, more common space, an outdoor patio, and then all the energy retrofits, all the new wiring, new HVAC, new electrical, all that stuff. So the building will last much longer.
So you have 34, that's 34 beds.
Yeah.
And what do you want to go to? What's the plan?
It'll remain 34 beds. So we're not increasing the size at all. We're just
I thought you said you
renovating.
are.
No.
Oh, okay. So the transitional housing is going to be staying at 34 beds.
Yes.
But isn't transitional is, what do you call, what do you determine as transitional? What's that, your definition of that?
Yeah, so we work with a 18-month transitional phase. So we try to stick within that. However, we found we're using a lot for much shorter stays. So often we're providing housing for folks maybe before they go to detox, or when they're coming out of detox and need a bit of transition time. We're doing a lot of work with folks right out of encampments being housed in that location. So sometimes we'll house them for a couple months and then find a more permanent solution. So we have a pretty active transition plan, but some folks have stayed there longer. It's also, we have folks waiting to get into personal care homes that end up staying there a little longer while they're waiting for that transition period. So we kind of call it transitional from everything. The kind of max term is 18 months, but we're very flexible to make sure that we're.
And how many recovery beds are you gonna have?
In the transitional housing?
Yeah, no. Where, do you have a well, typically the industry standard, I'm asking these questions because we're asking for money here and I wanna know.
Sure.
So typically you have detox. Once detox is done, you go into a recovery facility and you get therapy and everything else. And then after the recovery period, you move to second stage housing or what's called transitional housing. It sounds like to me you guys have cut the middle out, which is very important.
No, we're not cutting the middle out. So we just
Okay.
don't provide the middle service. So we don't do the.
Yeah, you've cut it out. You've cut it out then.
Oh, but we're the link to recovery from, like, most people have to come through our detox to be able to access treatment
Okay,
programs.
oh, I see what you're saying. So they go to a recovery facility and then they come back to you for the transitional housing.
Yeah, so they can come back after if that's needed. Ideally, we get them housed after treatment somewhere else. They don't need transitional, but if that's needed, that's a role. of
Right, a
transitional.
second stage recovery. So in terms of the transitional housing, why wouldn't every unit be independent? You know what I mean? Like I've never heard of people sharing on second stage transitional / recovery housing. They're supposed to then start getting independent, which means living on their own. Why would you force people to live together? Why would you only have 28 units instead of 34 units tied to the amount of beds you have?
Well, sometimes we have couples that stay there, so it's helpful to have the 2 beds in one room.
Oh, I see, okay.
Right, so there's just a couple rooms that are double.
That's what that's
occupancy.
for. That's
Yeah.
what that's for. Okay.
Okay, Counselor Sharma, you've got a question?
Jamil, thank you for your presentation. We also heard from you last month at this committee. You mentioned that you're not seeking any other funding from the city for this project, just this funding.
Correct.
Can you outline just quickly, there are other ways that the city of Winnipeg supports Main Street project and has just recently. Can you outline some of those other project supports?
Yeah, we get an annual grant for transitional housing from the city. It's about $80,000, 86,000, I believe. We also get funding for a van outreach program. I can't remember the exact amount, at 234 or 50, somewhere in that range. And then recently, council has just approved the garbage pilot. I don't think Main Street Project will actually get money out of that. We're just coordinating through our role as outreach to encampments, but that's money that'll be available to do an encampment pilot project. So those are the funds we have flowing from the city right now.
That's great, and that was really good advocacy on your part. We hear from you often, and we've had one-on-one meetings with you as well, especially Madam Chair, yourself and I, around some topics that Main Street Project has faced in the last year or so. Just in terms of this funding, you talked about contingency last month, you talked about it again today. Today you mentioned there could be escalation in costs that's going to chew up your contingency. So therefore you need to pay those additional costs. Those folks need to get paid, whether it's for construction or whatever. It's a cost of doing business. So that's what may chew up the contingency, correct?
Yeah, we're at a class C in the second phase, so like we're going class to class. As you start getting actual tenders in, as you start doing that, cost change in terms of what you planned and then what the actual scope ends up being. And so we tried to, on this project, we did a lot of extensive study. We did about a year's worth of geotechnical studies on the buildings to try to mitigate those kind of larger cost overruns. But we also know that, it's construction and there's always things hidden in walls as they get opened and things like that. So we tried to build a healthy contingency, and we think we still have a decent contingency, but lots of work there. We have a project manager on this project that's really good with going back as tenders come in and making sure we're getting what we were asking for and the prices are fair. So we're doing everything we can to make sure we're mitigating cost overruns in this project. And we're lucky we have great people on our team, like a dedicated construction project manager helping make this happen.
Great. And last question is, you've already paid the fee, correct, to the city?
Yes.
Right. Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
I have a couple other questions. If you paid the fee, what if we issued you a tax credit, could you use that at all? Because the city of Winnipeg can issue tax credits.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know we get some tax credits as an agency. I couldn't tell you exactly in this building what it is, but
Would you
we
be
can
able
look
to
into
use
that.
would you be able to use a tax credit at all as an agency?
I'm not sure. I would have to check into that, so I can look into
Okay,
it.
because we can issue tax credits. Just so you know. And I guess the other question I had was, is your renovation also gonna renovate the existing men's detox that you have?
Yeah, that's phase two is expanding from 21 to 28 beds. Right now, it's a large room and then some smaller rooms. So
I know, I
it'll
lived
be-
there in 2019 for a night. I got the heck
So-
out there because I didn't feel safe.
It-
It's not a very great environment. I mean, detox is detox, but
So I mean, I don't know if you're talking about the intoxicated person detention area or.
no, I'm not talking about the drunk tank. I'm talking about the detox facility, yeah.
Yeah, that's our goal, is to make it a nice facility. So you know,
That's like a
past
dungeon.
funding has minimized. So the part of this work is to make sure we're using trauma-informed design in the room, making common areas much nicer,
Okay.
making offices function better, making the washrooms better. So this is what this project is doing, is upgrading all of those services to be as modern facility that provides those services in a really safe and healthy way.
I'm glad to hear that. When do you expect to do that?
So this first phase is anticipated to take 13 months, and the second phase will start right after that. So we'll flow right into.
In 2 years?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, all right, thanks, Jamil. Thank you very much. We don't have any other questions here, so we'll consider that when we get to the item on the agenda. So thank you very much for your presentation and all the good work that you and your colleagues do. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay, all right, Kelly Ryback, you are up.
Thank
Okay.
you, Councilor Luce. Welcome, thank you, councilors,
Okay.
for this opportunity. Item number 8, updated motor vehicle noise policy. This seems like a never-ending story with multiple extensions.
2019, man, 2019.
It partly came up when considering noise detection and photo enforcement, but the Conservative government did not allow the change to the Highway Traffic Act. And basically, as a resident and taxpayer, this issue is covered off in section 179 of the Highway Traffic Act. I'm just hoping for increased enforcement with that and other traffic violations that seem that the city's not doing a good job on. That I would hope this could be put to bed soon, unless the city is willing to consider going to the Wabigoon government to see if they would consider those same traffic act changes. Plus, in other jurisdictions, other countries, they're using new technology for improved traffic enforcement that I would hope that the city would consider in the future. And I can elaborate there if you want to learn more about that in question period. But again, the Highway Traffic Act is there. It's very clear. I don't understand why this is staying on unless there's something new for technology to be addressed. But I've been told in the past, you can't tell the police what to do. But I also hear that there's they're going to be hiring a new chief. So maybe there's a hope. Number 9, cost recovery of the traffic lights at Costco by the north entrance, $250,000 Costco paying, but then the city is on maintenance for $5,000 a year. That I am a lifelong, except for 3 years, St. James resident. I've been a member of Costco since it opened in 2019, or excuse me, 1990, 2019. And this is long overdue. This traffic light would be within 150 meters of the intersection of St. James and Saskatchewan and 350 meters from Wellington. So it's great that all said and done is 20 years overdue. But now what? Because there's going to be new Costco at 4077 Bridge Avenue by Assiniboia Downs. And the majority of St. James residents, Westwood residents, Charleswood residents would transition to that new location. Therefore, there'd be a decrease in traffic, a decrease in cars, vehicles coming out of the St. James location, which, the requirement for the light is 75 vehicles per hour. But also, Costco representatives have told me, and also industry representatives have told me, that once the Assiniboia Downs location is built, the St. James location will become a warehouse distribution center and retail operations will cease and departments will close. And if that being the case, traffic will go down considerably out of that location. That as you have discussions, or the public service has discussions with Costco, I hope they can understand those plans and then what the impact is going to be, both increase or decrease in traffic on St. James. And we'd think that the Costco at the Assiniboia Downs be built prior to there's a new high rise going up on St. James Street. There's still the development at Polo Park, increasing that traffic, that if the traffic is not out of the Costco location because of the warehouse distribution, is that light going to be needed in the future? Are we going to end up with a white elephant? So just that, I hope that those are the discussions that will take place to find out what is the future of the St. James location and the impact once the new location at Assiniboine Downs opens up. Item number 13. Amber warnings, signals or flashers at East Mid Drive. Before this committee and through full council, I have been a proponent of these items for all intersections where we have our 80-kilometer zones. There's been some misunderstanding when communities were formed previously discussing the one at Cottonwood and Lagimodiere, that it was policy that these AWSs, AWFs are in place, but there isn't a policy. Then in May of 2020, the list was provided of the outstanding 15 locations, of which there's still 9 left to do, and only 1 or 2 get done per year because of funding and lack of resources to do this work. Also want to put in that if the Abenaki-Mickinaw extension goes to Plessy, will that take pressure off of Lagimodiere between Abenaki and Fermor, therefore decreasing the traffic at this intersection? Plus, this isn't a pedestrian intersection. It's not a through street.
You're wrong. Anyway, go ahead.
But we continue.
Yeah.
But when you look at the list of outstandings, and I go through Bridgewater weekly where my granddaughter lives, and if you were to prioritize the locations, I'm not sure where Eastman would be placed in the prioritization of those still left undone. Secondly, what I would like to see is, because these always come up as an item at this committee and beyond, that just finalize the list, set the priority, set the annual budgets to know when they're going to be done. Secondly, make it a policy so that in future, if there's any new intersections in 80-kilometer plus zones, it just gets done. So we don't waste the public service time on doing reports, and we don't waste committee and council time on considering each and every single one, is my hope for that. And I registered for 8, 9, and 13, asked Spencer Rules to also speak on 16.
Okay, on 16
Aye.
is safety study at Main and Assiniboine. Sure, why not?
Okay, thank you very much. I frequented this area quite a bit during COVID, taking my dog to the dog park. And I actually drove it this morning, went westbound on Assiniboine off of Main and turned up Fort, where traffic was blocked because of a school bus and parking and a transit bus. And my concern on this is a number of items. Number one, there's a phenomenon that occurs weekly that all the commercial garbage bins come out of Fort Garry Place, get pushed around the block and come up on Fort Street into the parking stalls to get picked up for garbage and then return. So when you're putting more traffic onto Fort Street, there's going to be a greater concern and safety issue, just the movement of these garbage bins weekly. Number two, when you look at the plan, the proposed plan, of coming off of Main Street and then backing into a parking stall, the issues there are, you have to stop and back up. You're going to cause traffic to back up onto Main Street of anything coming in behind those vehicles. Number two, all those parking stalls now become inaccessible to those who are handicapped, larger. I couldn't even get my dog out if I had to go between vehicles, because right now it's parallel to the curb, open on both sides, one in traffic, one to the boulevard. So all these parking stalls would now become inaccessible. And again, unloading people and dogs and people in wheelchairs or walkers, etc. And I do have a problem with this pilot taking place at the same time road renewal is being done, because now it's not a true pilot for under normal circumstances. And two other bigs, and I applaud Councillor Wyatt for bringing up HMCS Chippewa. Not only does it get really active at wartime, it gets really active during disasters such as flood protection and relief. In 1997, there was 200 military personnel staying there with thousands of meals produced daily for those working the flood protection and the dikes. And what do they need for access, direct transport to, in any situation, emergency situation, to St. Boniface Hospital? My main point of this is, if you were to close eastbound traffic on Assiniboine at Main, what does that do to emergency response and emergency paramedic ambulance transport to St. Boniface Hospital, them being forced to go up Fort Street or another street to get to Broadway and then have to contend with the Broadway intersection. That is very concerning. I know of a death that took place just last month that occurred on the sidewalk by Fort Garry Place. So I think there's a simpler solution to this. That at Fort, put in stop signs both eastbound and westbound on Assiniboine and have people cross there and bikes cross there to go on the north side of Assiniboine to take away the risk of the people who are crossing Main for those being concerned about a vehicle turning right on Main from Assiniboine, close that crossing and only make it a one crossing on the north side of that intersection. And you, out of the three major traffic concerns on that intersection that exist today, doing that would completely eliminate two of them. So I think there's a simpler resolve here and without a significant cost. But I'm most concerned about emergency transport time to St. Boniface Hospital. And if I just want to go back to the Costco one, that maybe there's if there's a huge decrease in the traffic coming out of the Costco parking lot, could you not mitigate traffic by using the turn signals at both Saskatchewan and Wellington so that there's a gap that the semi trucks and that can get out without having to incur a traffic light that quite frankly could become a white elephant in 2 years' time? Thanks for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm just gonna sort of, did you know, or questions. So in regards to your first point, just let me get your chart up here. Okay, so you started off with the motor vehicle noise policy. So I will commend the department that originally when this started, they thought instead of paying funding for it, they would work with the University of Manitoba. They would work with engineering students and make it a project. And anyways, due to a variety of reasons, that fell through. Then we had the pandemic. Then, yeah, it seems like a long time. I agree. For new technologies, we've written to the province twice. They responded twice. They don't want to pilot new technologies, new noise technologies as of yet. So, and I hear that because it has to stand up in court. And if the technology isn't ready and it's not going to stand up in court, you know, let Edmonton do it. They're doing it right now. We'll verify the Highway Traffic Act. I'm sure there's some dilemma on that. In regards to your traffic light on the traffic light at Costco. So currently the Winnipeg Police, we're paying the Winnipeg Police Service to stand there and direct traffic. Okay, so that's a cost. So Costco is going to pay for that for now. That's great. If that development of Costco happens out on Portage Avenue and it's not happening, and there's been a lot of chatter on why it's not happening, if and when it does happen and that gets turned, let's say, into a distribution hub, and if the light isn't needed, it'll be removed. It'll be reused, right? They're not going to just leave it there. But like you noted, there's a lot of development projected with Polo Park. There's that new tower going in. So there's a lot of variables that are up in the air. But for now, the recommendation is to put a light in, and I'm going to be supporting it. And I just wanted to comment to you on your advanced warning signs on Lage. To my understanding, because I've been waiting for one, I've been waiting for two, but to my understanding, and actually it is a fact because I asked why they, on Sterling Line Parkway, you'll notice at Shaftesbury, some automatically went in when the lights went in. So now going forward, they automatically put them in, the yellow flashers when warranted, but there's a catch-up list. So, you know, the ones in Bridgewater are on the catch-up list. And I've just asked Mr. Patman to come forward and give us the update on the catch-up list, because I know you wanted one or something.
My residents association.
Your residents association wanted one, but there is a catch-up list, but going forward on regionals, they automatically go in where warranted. So.
Yeah, no, fair enough, because that wasn't the case, because the lights went up on that Lage at Cottonwood, and then it was an afterthought. The unfortunate part on that one was Red River Co-op was paying for the lights, but because the AWSs weren't included, the city had to pay for those.
Right.
If it was all part and parcel, then maybe Red River Co-op could have been persuaded to pay for the whole thing. But it was an assumption that it was a policy, but it wasn't. If that's the case now that there's a policy, fantastic.
Well, that's my understanding. We'll verify it, but
But my concern,
yeah,
on this one is, and they're all warranted.
Yeah.
In fact, these were part of the projects that Councillor Large campaigned to secure $7 million in funding back in 2022. I know what I'm familiar with most of these locations, that I think the Bridgewater ones at north and south are more critical than this one. Secondly, I'm surprised there isn't one for Keniston Advisor. But just include it in the list and set the priority, and then let's go forward and get it done. So, and just appreciate
so we'll
that.
talk about that when, we'll verify if it's policy. And then for your last one, number 16, they're not completely, I may have misunderstood this, but even if it is a no right turn, it's an emergency vehicle. They can turn right if they want. They go through red lights if they want, right? So we're not closing it. The proposal isn't to close Assiniboine Avenue.
No, but they'd be going against a one-way. If they were to continue on Assiniboine to hit Main Street directly, that ambulance would be going against a one-way.
Yeah, I don't think they're making it a one-way in that section.
No, they are, because that's what was in the diagram that Mark Coho put up.
Okay, we'll verify. Okay.
Who's making what I want?
Assiniboine.
Between Fort and Main, Assiniboine becomes a one-way eastbound.
No, that's what they want. That's what they want.
I know, I'm just talking to that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think that's.
So I'm sorry, a one-way westbound, and what's eastbound today would be the back end parking.
Okay.
So I know that it came in only as a report, and it could die today here, but I do not support the diagram that they put up today. And I think there's a simpler, safer solution by putting just stop signs in both directions on Assiniboine at Fort,
Okay.
and have them cross there. So that's
Do
the
you have a
discussion
question,
there.
Doctor? Do you have a question for Counselor Wyatt?
Thank you. Yeah, Costco, you mentioned about them. Is that hearsay or do you have that in writing?
I don't have it in writing, but I have had Costco people tell me that.
It's always hearsay. It's
So-
not confirmed.
No, and I've also,
I don't base my decisions on hearsay.
so I'm asking the public service, when you talk with Costco, ask them about the warehouse distribution center.
When you get it in writing, I will then ask.
So it's not my job to get in writing.
Neither
It's
is mine.
service.
They may
And then
not know. Okay,
another question.
Counselor Wyatt?
Yeah, traffic safety measures, traffic calming. Were you aware that, and you mentioned the issue on report 13, regarding advanced warning signals. Are you aware that we as a city once had a very proactive system where, let's say you wanted a traffic speed table or a speed bump, you can get a petition.
Yeah.
You can take it door to door, and then if it met a certain amount of criteria in favor, then the improvement would be made. Are you aware that program was cut by the previous council?
Yeah.
And the funding, okay. And are you aware, and so we made actually harder to make it safer. Are you aware as well that we underfund traffic intersection safety improvements such as that warning signal? And that's why we don't have a report system that you're requesting?
Well, I know that, we're lacking several safety measures throughout the city at intersections.
And it's because we underfunded, so we underfunded becomes self-manifesting. Anyway, in terms of Assiniboine Avenue, are you aware, I thank you for your comments on that, by the way, Mr. Ryback, and are you aware, a lot has been said today about safety of pedestrians at Main and Assiniboine, right?
Yeah.
But are you also aware, one of the delegations earlier said that she once lived in Fort Garry Place? And what I thought interesting about that was, are you aware that the towers, those three towers, have a high proportion of residents living there who happen to be seniors? And are you aware that the ambulance comes from St. Boniface Hospital and heads up Main Street, it turns over the Norwood Bridge, or Queen Elizabeth Way as it's called now, and then we'll make a left onto Assiniboine to get especially to the building that's on Fort. And now if we close the intersection, they will have to go all the way to Broadway, down Broadway, get to Gary, down Gary, over to Assiniboine, back on Assiniboine, and, well, actually, no, you can't, because they're gonna make it westbound. And then back up Fort. And then they're actually making it harder for medical services and health and safety for those residents in those towers who I'm sure do not have a clue that these folks are asking for that to be closed. Are you aware of that?
I have I had friends that live there. They're all senior citizens.
Right.
The lady that just passed away from that residence was a senior citizen. The ambulance doesn't necessarily come from St. Bob's Hospital. It can
No,
come
no,
from
no.
anywhere.
Could come from,
But
yeah.
if it's heart related or so critical without going to HSC, they have to go to St. Boniface, and we're taking away that ability. And it could make it worse where every second counts.
And are you aware that a pilot project is really code for Trojan horse?
Okay.
Because the minute they have their pilot,
You know what?
they've got it done. No, I want to ask them, are you aware of that? That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ryback, for your patience and waiting. And yes, we will get to these points that you brought up on the agenda. So thank
Appreciate
you
the
very
opportunity.
much.
Thank you.
All right, okay. Now, we have are you going somewhere?
No.
Okay. We have another delegation that's coming forward. And that delegation is on a Zoom call, and that's Mr. David Grant. To speak to multiple items.
Hello.
Grant, good afternoon. It's almost good
Yes, it's certainly not morning anymore.
evening. That it is.
Yes, this is one of those days when it's too bad you don't have a day for delegations and a day for committee business. Anyway, moving on, just a
Okay.
couple of comments on the topic of rapid charging. The rapid charging system we're anticipating having in place soon. It's too late to add common sense to this part of our bus program, but here are a few concerns for you to consider. Charging 100 ZEV buses, these are the charge up buses, has a direct result in the reduction in power exports to Minnesota and North Dakota. That results in the same amount of power being generated by increased burning of coal. In this way, no such vehicle in Winnipeg, our unique market, is zero emission on a global basis. A program that attempts to reduce local GHG while increasing global GHG is a misleading program. Be polite about that. When no proposal conformed to the RFP, this comment on the same rapid charging, it's with regard to city purchasing processes. When no proposal conformed to the RFP, and we do need these things, they say, why did city staff decide not to ask every bidder to amend their proposals or tweak the RFP if there's some part of it nobody could meet? This could have been done on a shortened timeline and would have preserved the city's purchasing protocols. Violating protocols should always be alarming to people. It has been more than 100 days since the RFP closed. Does the city really move that slow? That in those 100 days, you couldn't have tweaked the RFP, asked those vendors to resubmit, and we could have had a conforming set of proposals. Just seems very strange. Is there a staff letter explaining to you why this path was not taken? Will staff favorite contractor conform perfectly to the details in the original RFP? Do any deviations remain? After waiting 100 days, will the charging be up and running when the first bus arrives? That leads to the question, are the buses going to be late too? I do not expect anyone at Public Works and on your SPC to know, but these are among the points that your staff, I believe, should have provided to you so you can make the best decisions. There's a paragraph here on the charging with our Winnipeg 2045. There are several misleading paragraphs here. BRT is actually slower if you look at the schedules and if you ride the thing than the route it replaced by 4 to 7 minutes a trip. It's not faster. Transit does not reduce greenhouse gas footprint for commuters. That's a myth. When I was commuting in my little car and considered the bus, my use of fuel was less than the average bus rider, and that was with a moderately long commute. So keep that in mind. There are a couple of other issues about ZEV buses. Keep in mind that one of the biggest effects that buses have on our roads is crumbling them. And I'm expecting that a ZEV bus will be heavier. Most EVs are substantially heavier than their fossil fuel equivalents, and it will break up our roads even worse. So we should be allowing for that. Sustainability seems like a wrong word. This is in the Our Winnipeg 2045. Sustainability seems like the wrong word for a transition that is so dependent on subsidies, increasing subsidies. And anyway, I ride the bus whenever I go downtown, but it seems that my contributions are not enough to make the thing self-sustaining. On topic 3, in the decade since your chair complained about having to read a big stack of paper in an hour before voting on it, things at City Hall don't seem to be much better. Your staff seem to have failed you again. There's little time left, but you should insist on a comparison for topic 3 on the comparison of diesel, hydrogen, and methanol decomposition systems, which has the biggest actual greenhouse gas footprint. Because the only reason we're moving away from diesel is it's been sold to us that these alternative fuels are greener and have a smaller greenhouse gas footprint. Is this the case? Have you had your staff do an actual analysis? The other two alternatives do have substantial new dangers. Methanol and hydrogen leaks are both terribly dangerous. Hydrogen from an explosive gas, and methanol because it's so toxic as a material. I've worked with it in the lab for many years, and we got used to being careful with it, but not when it's 100 gallons of it on the street or in a workplace. If a company burns natural gas to make methanol, which it trucks here, and if our bus decomposes that methanol to make hydrogen, which is then converted to power in a fuel cell, does anyone actually believe that the whole process is not fossil fuel powered? Not all added complications are good ones. Do you have an actual engineering report on your ZEV plans explaining the relative GHG footprints of the alternatives? I would suggest that prudent taxpayers and careful councillors know the importance of having all the background information needed in making decisions. Number 6, this is a thorough analysis of the road and what it needs. I've heard other people lauding that report. One little part I noted, it's refreshing to see another engineering company suggest that bikes be given a lane far from traffic dangers. I still use mine and generally prefer to be not inches from a car. I saw this done on the new bridge design for where the Osborne went over the Assiniboine. They had a wide extended surface to provide lots of room for bicycles and for pedestrians. And then it seems that a single person raised their voice and was able to throw bikers under the bus, as the terminology is, and put the bicycles into the bus priority lane. And they should have been able to use their nice wide protected surface. Let's hope bike commuters on topic 6 and Henderson get some real estate that is safe from traffic and also not riding in the gutter with a broken glass. And I know Mark Coho and I were together on that one for the North Pembina bike lane, that we wanted the bike lane to not be the catch-all for broken plastic and glass and nails like all the other bike lanes are. Unfortunately, in spite of his efforts and my efforts, that's what we got, another bike lane in the gutter. Anyway, topic 8's been dealt with lots before, and Kelly's right that it's a recurring problem. And as I've explained before, the scariest noise on the road is not a distant, to me, and I think most people, is not a distant motorcycle. It's when the bus that's going along beside you, sounding like a bus, suddenly sounds like a car crash because it's hit a pothole. And I think we should put more effort into smoothing the road when it's a bus route, because those crashes are scary to people. They beat up the infrastructure. I made that point with the water people yesterday, that if you leave the infrastructure bumpy after water work, you'll beat it up with the damage done by the buses. 9 Costco. Kelly's got a point that maybe the problem's going to go away on its own soon, but putting a light up is the modern way to do it. As I see, no one has considered a simple alternative. And again, I've seen this in places far from Winnipeg, where you have traffic entering a road and you give them their own lane. And then you put a curb between that new lane they have and the rest of the traffic. That makes sure they don't just pull out of their driveway across 3 lanes and cause all sorts of commotion. By adding that lane, protected lane, taking traffic northbound to the traffic light, you wouldn't even need a stop sign going from the parking lot to that protected lane. And it'd be a simple thing, a small paving job. The most important thing that would do is not require all the traffic on St. James to stop while people enter and leave the lot. And at that point, if you were to do this thing I'm suggesting, you'd have people only allowed into the Costco lot from the south. So that'd be a right-hand turn, can be done smoothly without messing up any of the southbound traffic. So I just, things like that, I think we should be considering alternatives if they allow for better traffic flow. And I'm sure your friend David, waiting in the wings there, is well aware of some of these alternatives. On topic 11, there are far more projects than your staff can study properly. This little bottleneck of going from Bridgewater to toward Pembina is still in flux. And in general, as long as a person can bike from here to there, I think you'd be wasting resources going to a full AT route for a bike route that may be abandoned in a couple of years. We've spent a lot of time walking along Lee and Shore. We have friends there. This area should not be your priority, as far as I'm concerned, for separating cars and bikes. It's a really nice, quiet street. And riding along Lee, if you ride Lee to Shore and then go north, that is a much more peaceful route of getting from Waverley to Pembina. In my opinion, that would be the one to choose. But the bigger priority is the actual paving of Cadborough and the paving of Lee and connecting them up at their west ends, at their west links. None of that timeline and explanation of routes has been explained in this mention of bike lanes. So I think that we need to have that in place and see how traffic uses it before we change Lee and Cadborough. I'm sorry, Lee and Barnes. So anyway, that was, I just like that thought out a little more before we plan for another bike lane. And thank you for your time.
Okay, well, that's a whole lot of information to unpack. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, first of all, Dave, thank you for your presentation. It's more are you aware question. I know you gave a shock to our staff about the reports, but 9 times out of 10, even 99% of the time, it has nothing to do with our staff. That if there's a report coming in that is walked on, it tends to be, it's 99% of the time political.
Yeah.
Unless there's some crisis or something we got to deal with. Now, so in other words, there's the staff, to be fair to them, just so you're aware, and I'm sure you're not, that they have a report information system they got to deal with, that they have to weeks in advance put the reports in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all in favor of giving senior management a shot to do it, but that was not fair because they get the reports in, and it's often behind the scenes, a strong mayor model, the IEPC that will hold a report back for whatever reason, then has to come forward or walk it on. That's a political reason, has nothing to do with their staff because they have to file weeks in advance these reports, just so you're aware.
I agree with you entirely.
Okay.
The one thing I was suggesting, though, is that if the report is before us, it's probably been there. The ZEV stuff's been around for a while, but having a comparison between methanol, etc., on their actual greenhouse gas footprints, even if the source of it is outside, and even if this comes from a vendor, the promotion comes from a vendor, it is still an option for you or me or staff to prepare an analysis of, hey, this is greenwashing. This is not really green. And that report could come to you at the same time as the item on your agenda. And that's what I was suggesting.
And with all due respect, actually, on that, because you're now raising my second point, which is, are you aware?
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that methanol is one of the most dangerous greenhouse gases out there. And
making it has a significant greenhouse footprint. That's all. Just
number one, it depends on the power source that you use to make it.
Yep.
So using green power to make it, it's not. And the other part of it too is if you burn methanol, it's not it's far less impactful than it is going up raw into the environment. It's like it does from all our landfills.
Okay.
So it depends, and it's the same with hydrogen. You can make green hydrogen using green power sources like hydroelectricity, right?
Yep.
You're using it from coal-fired plants to make hydrogen or methanol. I would agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. But anyway, thank you.
Yeah, no, I think I'd like to correct that, add to that, if I might. The methanol is not ethanol. Like making ethanol from corn is something Americans do a lot of, and they do it fairly efficiently. When we're talking methanol, though, it doesn't come from corn. It used to come from smoky old ovens with wood in them. That's why it's called wood alcohol. But when and hopefully we're never going to be running methanol through a piston engine, but when you do run it through a piston engine, one of the phosgene and some of the really horrible poisonous gases come out in the exhaust. So that's why we never do that. The plan is to decompose it and make some hydrogen out of it. But the net process is clumsy environmentally, and that's all I was pointing out about that. Thanks, Chris.
Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You're our last delegation. Thank you for your presentation, and we'll go through our committee reports now. Thank you, Mr. Grant.
I need a one.
What?
Oh, great.
We have to wait because we have no one. We have to have quorum.
I know, that's what I'm telling you.
So you want 5-minute break?
3 minute, 2 minute, one.
Okay, go fast.
Yeah, okay.
We're gonna have a 3-minute break. Do we just love Public Works? Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order again at the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works on May 7th.
We're just started the report.
We are just starting the reports. Report item number 1. Didn't miss a thing.
Absence?
Nope. All right, here we go. Report number 1, transit safety for persons with disabilities.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and Committee. My name is David Patman. I'm the Manager of Transportation and Public Works. Transportation and Public Works is working with Winnipeg Transit on this report. And we are looking at not just access to transit stops, but also what happens to transit stops when the construction zone adjacent to the transit stop. So we're going to be asking for an extension of 180 days. This is because during the writing the report, we are looking at now other locations, other jurisdictions and how they handle similar matters. And that has created additional information for us to review and research. So asking for an extension of up to 180 days. If we get the report done before that, we'll bring it in.
So is this based on the ride along we did with CNIB? I know I did one, where we went to different transit stops that are under construction and there's really no way for them to detect where the transit stop has been relocated.
That's an aspect of it, yes. The chair.
So just another aspect of it is the pads when people get off. Are we having a list of, like, are you talking about that in this report?
Yeah.
Because I had a lot of issues in the White Ridge community whereby pads have now been upgraded, and they've been upgraded on the islands on a service road. Many people get off on an island
That's right, on a service road, yeah,
and
it's no
then they
connection to
couldn't
it.
get off so is that report going to include that information?
Through the chair, I don't know if we are including a list of stops as part of the report, but we are aware of that issue. And as you know, Transit is working on updating the network. And so once the network is updated, the locations of the stops will change. But that will be an element of the work that's being done between Public Works and Transit, is to eliminate those helicopter stops, or however they're called.
Yeah.
It stops that are not accessible.
Right.
And that's a detail that's allied or related to this.
So you're saying no, it won't come, that information won't come forward? Like, I know that Mr. Sturgeon and team are working on a report with the infrastructure required for the, not high frequency, what are we calling it now? The new network, primary transit network. So I think there will be a report coming forward with,
From the next month.
yes,
Yeah.
with the infrastructure that's required,
The
not the routes.
primary infrastructure. like this-
Primary
yeah.
infrastructure, no, not
No.
coming forward till later.
Till
Okay.
later, there's.
Okay. Yeah, maybe, just because this, it's one thing to say, that we're looking at accessibility for folks.
Well, this is specifically during construction when the stops are.
Well, it doesn't say that, that's why I'm asking. It says procedures and measures taken to ensure safety and convenience of people with disabilities in accessing transit stops. So if you think of those helicopter stops,
It's a piece of that.
it's a piece of that, or rerouted transit, or it's not solely on construction zones. So I don't know, just kind of recap what we're getting in this report, do you know?
So there's a few different reports are all being talked about here.
Right.
What service development and the planning branch are working on is related to transitioning the new network. So like David Patman said, we are moving a lot of stops. Once we have identified where the desirable future locations of stops are, many of them, of course, are existing stops. So we'll be putting together a prioritization plan for accessibility upgrades of existing stops that are being retained in the new network, and any new stops that need to be added would be built to accessibility standards in the first place once they're built. I don't think the report here that's on the table right now is covering the same topic. I think it focuses on construction access and temporary relocation, and that's a whole other set of challenges.
Yes, yes.
How to communicate, how to demonstrate where the bus stop.
Okay, so this is mostly for construction related then. This report.
That's the.
Yeah, and stops start of service for any reason.
So knowing that and knowing the fact that it doesn't have, construction happen overnight, there is a lot of leadway going into it. Can we not feed that into, say, the apps that people use, and especially with disabilities, to provide them with?
So those are the types of recommendations we're working on putting into that report. It's definitely how do you communicate this? How do you communicate it well in advance, but also communicate it when somebody encounters it and hasn't had that briefing or that information ahead of time, but doesn't have an app. We've got to think of all the different circumstances and have a solution for every situation.
Great.
Okay, that's great. So Councillor Wyatt?
I just, on this, one of the things I've also noticed, Dave, is that we should roll into this if we're gonna study this, the transit. Then we do road construction. I think we've gotten better at it, but we're still not there. We do great job with road construction, redirecting traffic, but we often don't when it comes to the poor pedestrians.
Well, I'm glad you asked that. Through the chair, I can answer that question. We update the Manual of Temporary Traffic Control, the MTTC, on a regular basis, generally once a year. The last few updates to that have been focusing on the topic of how you move pedestrians through construction zones, how you move cyclists through construction zones, because often, there was no information for them and they were just having to walk out onto the street to go around it. It was very unsafe. So we've been working to bring up our standards to match the other city standards on this type of thing. And it's meant additional details in the drawings on how they set up the construction zones, things to inspect when they're setting those zones up. And it's included in the manual, and we're continuing to.
So you're saying that is being done now already?
The manual's updated. It's still a bit of a work in progress to make sure that the contractors we work with follow those standards and adhere to them.
I don't get it. If the manual's updated, then why aren't we just implementing it?
We have implemented it. What I'm saying is, when you're in the field, the idea is that it
Developers or
happens.
the contractor.
Sometimes the contractors make mistakes, so it's like we have to still enforce it and say to them, follow the new standard. And they might say, oh, we're still using the old version of the standard.
Right.
And they don't educate them.
They have that.
Or fine them if necessary.
We're educating Chris Lawrence on that to educate his people.
Okay, and just on that as well. So, we have contractors who go out and then request, they gotta close a lane down to get access to utility or something, right?
Yeah.
On a road. Do we have a separate do we charge them for that, number one? When they do that?
We have a system for that, there's an app and it has charges in it, when things like that are necessary.
So they pay us to close the lane down?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Okay, and do we have a system in place that has a higher charge for, 9 to 5 and a lower charge for later? Do we do that?
I believe that it's set up like that, so it discourages them from setting up.
Is it a significant amount that's quite different to encourage that?
Yeah, catching me at a bit of a disadvantage. I don't
Okay,
have that
fair enough.
information,
Maybe
but
we
we
get
do have
back
that
to it.
information. We can pass that along. I
Can you
believe
email
that's
us
the
on
case.
Yeah, can you email the committee on that?
Yeah.
I've had road closures and they do have fees, but your good point about the times, right? So.
Well, and whether or not the fee is really, like if it's, $50 for one,
Well, yeah.
and 75 for the other, then there's no incentive to do it.
That was something we've been talking about in the past.
Right.
At this committee is raising the fees to make them keep up with the times. So it's not just a case of, oh, I'm paying the fine, but it's so little, it's the cost of doing business.
Is it a fine or is it a fee?
I believe there's a fee for it to do it, but if you are doing it without permission, then there are penalties for that.
Do they try it? Do they actually do it without permission?
Some do,
Oh, yeah.
and some of it is a case of, I'm not gonna throw anyone under the bus with this, but some do and some don't.
Okay.
And we have an enforcement system to log this and keep an eye on it and discourage the wrong activity from happening.
Do we go after the public utilities just as hard as we go after the private ones?
We go after everyone, even
Okay.
if it's ourselves, we talk to them and we did, the emphasis is on education. We don't want to be writing fines and penalizing people and stop work orders, that kind of thing. We want them to be compliant and consistent.
But we're not penalizing and fining people, we're penalizing fine corporations.
Yeah, it's a corporation, yeah.
All right, well, I don't have an issue with that, so, okay.
Okay, all right.
We want things done right.
120 days?
Yep, 120 days.
180.
180 days.
All right.
I move that.
Okay, all in favor?
All right.
Carried. Okay, item number 2, award of contract for direct current fast charging at 600 Brandon Avenue Transit Garage project.
Got Aaron Cook, our project manager, coming up, and Jesse Crowder.
We charging him with the responsibility?
And this is a big contract, so
Okay.
this is a big step in the new direction.
So Aaron's gonna present the report.
Okay.
Erin Cook, project manager for the transition to zero emission bus project. Here for the award of contract for direct current fast charging at 600 Brandon Avenue Transit Garage, RFP 763-2023. Winnipeg Transit is planning to transition to zero emission buses over the next several years. In the first phase, charging equipment and dispensing equipment will be installed at the transit garage at 600 Brandon Avenue to support the first battery electric buses, which are scheduled to arrive in June of 2024. The services required under this contract include supply and installation of charging cabinets, cables, and plugs, as well as new electrical and ventilation systems to manage power to and heat from the chargers. The contract is being funded through the city's transition to zero emission bus capital budget. The recommendation of this report is compliant with materials management policy and applicable trade agreements. All bid proposals received in response to this request for proposal included proposed alterations to the RFP terms and condition. As such, the department recommends it be determined that all bids are non-responsive and that the city award a contract to McCain Electrical Limited in the amount of $5,573,864.14, MRST included, GST extra as applicable, in accordance with B 3.3 of the materials management policy, being the most responsible and qualified proponent, submitting the most advantageous offer to the city on a negotiated basis as further described.
Okay, so just before you go forward on that, we're in this plain language world here, okay? So I have, like, that's a wicked sentence there, okay, that last paragraph, okay? So I don't really know what non-responsive, all determined all bids are non-responsive. I kind of get it, but I don't. So maybe just elaborate that last paragraph.
Yeah, for sure.
It's in plain language.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is legal language required to put in here, so.
No, there's ways to work around it.
This one
Okay.
specifically was the legal request to put in here. So we received, I believe, 4 responses to this, RFP. We had one piece of equipment that had a lead time of 90 weeks, from which was a city requirement in the specification. None of the bidders requested a change in that piece of equipment during the RFP tenderings or open period. But they all had the same piece of equipment that exceeded the timeline that the city needed to install the charging equipment. So because all of them had that equipment and that no one asked for the change, we had to consider them all non-responsive because they could not complete the work in the timeline that we had specified in the contract. And our materials management policy requires that if none of them are compliant, then we are still able to negotiate with the most responsive one, as long as we can find a way to not substantially change the scope of the work. And that by any changes that we agree to, it means that they are compliant with all other terms of the original RFP.
So what you're saying is that there are 5 boxes to check. Each of the companies only check 4 boxes, so you're basing it on Who's the best out of the four?
Yeah.
Boxes checked, okay.
So in this case, we were not able to go back and ask them to scope a different piece of equipment because that was considered a substantial change to the scope of work. What we were able to do was negotiate with Manitoba Hydro to get them to supply an alternative piece of equipment. And we are going to be able to pull that piece of equipment out of the scope of this contractor. And with the equipment supplied by Manitoba Hydro, they're able to meet the lead times that we needed under the RFP.
Erin, why couldn't we mention different products at the get-go? Did we not anticipate that they wouldn't have it?
No, we had been talking with a number of electrical contractors throughout the development of the RFP, continuing to monitor long lead time items. This piece of equipment, which is a piece of medium voltage switchgear, was not on our radar as being a long lead time item. What we think just happened, bad timing with the number of awards that were happening here and in the US, that this was just a high demand item. So
And they wouldn't think to swap it out for something else, to suggest something else.
So all of the proponents did bid with
Yeah.
an alternative piece of equipment,
Okay.
but because it was not, they have to ask in advance of submitting their proposal on whether we would see that as an approved equal.
Right.
But because none of them submitted it during the review time, we weren't able to consider their alternative proposal.
Right.
So we had the option of canceling the RFP, retendering with a different piece of equipment, which would have taken
Timeline issue.
a number of weeks. Like an RFP has to be open for at least 2 months
Mhm.
under our policy, generally. Well, I guess 4 weeks plus time.
So because we didn't anticipate what was happening with the product with lead time, some of them maybe felt like they lost out on this opportunity.
So there was potential that all of them could have lost out because they said the alternative was to cancel the RFP. Had we not been able to get a supply through Manitoba Hydro, that's what we would have had to done, was cancel the RFP and gone out again with an alternative piece of equipment. But the timing for us to be able to negotiate with Manitoba Hydro, which meant us extending the award from, we had anticipated that we could have issues, so we did request for 120 days for pricing to be valid. But we were able to negotiate with Manitoba Hydro in a faster period of time than it would have taken for us to go back out to a new RFP, which wouldn't have substantially changed the outcome of the RFP. So, we would have just basically pulled out that piece of equipment from whatever their proposal was before and put in this new alternative piece of equipment.
I'm just curious from my own learning, since we're in detail talking about this, so thanks for the plain language, that is helpful. What did we learn from this in terms of doing projects like this in the future? Could we put it out to folks and ask a question about lead time if something's a key component? Or just do it the same way? What did we learn?
I'm not, like I said, we did do a fair amount of due diligence in surveying electrical suppliers throughout the process, so I'm not, like I said, it was a surprise. I guess we could have expanded our scope in terms of who we were connecting. It said fundamentally it's a box with some fuses, like it wasn't something that we anticipated being a major roadblock to this project, so but I think in general, and anything that's related to, sustainability projects right now, that electrical equipment in all forms is something that the city should continue to monitor and do best, due diligence. So in terms of this, like I said, we did extend the RFP a number of times to allow people to get quotes from a number of vendors sort of in the background to help this process. So I think that's the other thing, to anticipate longer lead times with your RFP process. So this was open for, I think, about 16 weeks total, just because continual requests for companies to try to get quotes and to try to get better lead times.
So the recommendation is that the bid submitted for all bidders be deemed non-responsive, which allows us to consider the one that you did select.
Yes.
Okay, so moved.
I have one question.
Oh, Councilor Ryan.
Brandon Avenue, why are we doing this on Brandon Avenue and not the new transit garage that we're planning? Why are we putting this there?
So there are space limitations at Fort Rouge Garage and our to put 60-foot electric buses as well are part of our scope. 60-foot buses currently only operate out of Brandon due to turning radius.
Yeah, but if we're building a brand new garage, why aren't we putting it out there where we're gonna store these buses?
They will, the new garage will not be open until like 2027, 2028, and our buses are arriving in like 4 months, less, 3 months. So we need infrastructure at Brandon Garage.
Will this be throwaway?
No. So the plan right now is, we have enough power at Brandon Garage to support about 70-ish battery electric buses. So that's enough to, for 5 tracks out of the 9 at Brandon Garage. So the current timing would be to electrify those 5 tracks and then continue growing at the new garage when it's open, and then finishing the electrification either at Fort Rouge or Brandon.
It seems like a lot of money, $5.5 million for 5 stalls.
So that's where, this is for 9 chargers. It also includes all of the back end, transformers, switchgear, major equipment. So this contract overall, we plan to install 18 chargers at Brandon. This is the first half, but it's
So
heavily.
this is the back end that allows for 18.
Yes, so it's heavily front loaded for this. The next one for 9 chargers should.
Still seems like a lot of money.
It's about what we anticipated. It's a little bit higher. We initially estimated the first phase to be about 4.5 million, but that was prior to us having to do some major upgrades for transformation equipment due to, I think, which I reported in an early report, we had to change from 600 volts to 480 volts due to a change sort of in the industry, that there was only one potential supplier of chargers going forward with 600 volt technology. So we had to invest some in additional equipment that we weren't anticipating to have to do in this phase. We knew we were going to have to do it sort of in phase 2, but it kind of changed the timing that moved this contract up a little higher than anticipated. But overall, we're not anticipating phase 1 and 2 to exceed the original budget that we had for this.
And in terms of the upgrade to the back end or the underground, everything else transformed, how much of that upgrade, is that gonna be 100% our upgrade in terms of accessing the power that we need? Or are we also upgrading the Manitoba Hydro infrastructure that they will then de facto benefit from?
Not at this point. In phase 1, Manitoba Hydro has enough power to supply that our needs, so the costs are solely on our side. As we move to phase 2, like I mentioned that limit of 70 battery electric buses. Once we exceed that number, then we potentially have to spend some money to get Manitoba Hydro to upgrade their systems.
And we have to spend that money?
Whoever the first come, first served customer for that power is has to eat the cost of that. It will eventually be subsidized. So if another property benefits from that power, then the city gets reimbursed from it, but the initial upfront costs are from whoever asks for it.
We get reimbursed how?
I'm assuming through our bill, but I'm not really sure how that process works. It's just something that
We never get
advise us.
reimbursed. And just out of curiosity, what percentage of this money is the ISIP money? Is all of it?
Yes,
Okay, so it's all federal provincial dollars.
and municipal.
Okay, what's the percent of ours?
It's 40% federal, 30 provincial, and or 33 and 27% city.
And why do you need the delegated authority? 0.3. I'm very reluctant to give delegated authority to CAO.
Sorry?
Change orders.
Oh, change orders. So we're in a tight time constraint trying to get this approved for our buses that are arriving later this year. So we just wanted potentially to expedite any change orders if we're not anticipating any right now, but to avoid sort of a 3-month delay in the process it would take to get a report prepared and reviewed into the timing of cycle of council. So we were asking for potential to have up to 20% of pre-approved or approved for the CAO to approve an over expenditure.
So there's a cap on that.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to see that we're investing in the charging infrastructure versus what the province is doing, which is they're handing out a $4,000 grant to everybody for a car, but they're not upgrading the infrastructure. They'll do that later. Makes no sense. Anyway, okay, thank you.
I have a question here.
Yep.
So, you've sort of explained it, but just for the record, so you say McCain Electric is not the lowest bidder, but the highest evaluated proponent owing to their experience. So the lowest bidder, you're saying, does not demonstrate sufficient understanding. So, I mean, basically, you're allowed to when there's no other bids, like what did you call it, when you're non-responsive, that you can select a bidder, and that's why you picked McCain?
So the lowest bidder in this case submitted a proposal that did not include any experience doing mechanical work. So they had experience with regards to the electrical infrastructure, but there was a large amount of work that was required for venting and ducting related to the heat that's put off by these chargers. So we had concerns about their qualifications to complete the full scope of work, whereas McCain's proposal included experience with both electrical and mechanical work.
So in terms of the RFP, you're allowed, what happens then when you pick the non-lowest bidder? You have to provide justification back to the RFP.
All of these proposals are scored, so price is, I believe, 40% of the proposal, and then it's a scored system. So McCain was the highest scoring system, or scoring proponent, they just weren't the lowest cost proponent.
So like when you look at bidder number 4, I don't know, it's lower.
Higher.
That's the higher price, but the lower, okay. Okay, so one last question, then we'll move on here. So when are we anticipating the arrival of is it still June, the first battery electric buses?
So as of yesterday, the latest update from New Flyer has them at the last week of July. We're receiving the first bus, so they are in production right now, but they're experiencing some production delays. So the schedule's constantly evolving, but as of yesterday, they're arriving the last week of July.
Okay, so just on that note, when they arrive, I think we want to do some awareness, like maybe a media announcement or something. It's very positive. We're spending a ton of money. It's a step in the right direction. So we'll plan a bus ride or tour or something, okay? So just please make note of that. And even though it's summer, we'll round up some people. I think this is a very positive story. Okay, so can I have a motion on this report from Councillor Wyatt? All in favor? Carried. Item number 3, award of contract for supply and service of transit fueling station with methanol to hydrogen generation. Another big project here.
All right, so in the first phase of our transition to zero emission buses, we're planning hydrogen generation and dispensing infrastructure to be installed on the property of Transit Garage located at 421 Osborne Street to support the first fuel cell battery electric buses, which are anticipated to arrive October 2024, which is also moved now to this November of 2024. The public service recommends that a contract for supply and service of transit fueling station with methanol to hydrogen generation be awarded to Azola Hydrogen Limited, being the most responsive and qualified proponent, submitting the most advantageous offer to the city at a cost of $8,714,821.16. MRST included, GST extra. The services required under this contract include the design, procurement, installation, and commissioning of hydrogen generation and dispensing equipment, as well as 1 year of service, operation, and maintenance of the equipment. The contract is being funded through the city's transition to zero emission bus capital project. And the recommendation included in this report comply with the requirements of various trade agreements and the city's materials management policy. We are looking for the city to enter into, execute, deliver, and award a contract to Azola Limited for supply of the fueling station in the amount of $8.7 million. And delegate authority to Chief Administrative Officer to negotiate and approve terms and conditions of the agreement in accordance with the report. As well, that the proper officers of the city be authorized to do all things necessary to implement the intent of the foregoing.
Okay, questions on this one?
Yeah, we're, the transit department is doing some wonderful things with regards to green energy. When we did a recent public consultation on the transportation master plan, did we provide to the public at that time information about all the green initiatives that we're undertaking in the city? My guess is no, because I went to one open house, I didn't see anything, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there.
I have not been involved in any consultations with the transportation master plan.
Yeah, I know. It's not just you guys. We as a city often will do wonderful things, but then not talk about it. Anyways, it's just.
I have a list of the wonderful transit things.
Yeah. It's a long list.
It's a long list. It's a long.
Well, and the other concern I had with the open houses we never paid for any advertising, even on Facebook where it's cheap and nobody showed up, but that's another story.
Talked about that.
I know, but we haven't dealt with it.
Right.
So, okay.
Okay. All right, any other questions on this report? So I had questions when I had the briefing. My questions are answered. It was more on, you know, when you're provided maintenance, what happens afterwards? Yeah, it's a lot of money. We're venturing into this new world, right? So, okay, well, can I have a motion, please?
I'll move it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, award of contract, Bro, you're done. Thank you very much for all your work. That's
Thank you.
fantastic.
Thanks for waiting.
Okay, award of contract for the provision of accessible transportation services for Winnipeg Transit Plus.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm the manager of Client Services Division, Teresa Platt. This is the award of contract for the provision of accessible transit services for Winnipeg Transit Plus, RFP 1006, 2023. Our private contractors deliver service for Winnipeg Transit Plus. These contracts are awarded through the City of Winnipeg's request for proposal RFP process. And RFP 1006, 2023 will be awarded as a whole. This report is for the award of contract to AB Transit Inc. It was the highest rated qualified proponent and submitted the most advantageous proposal on RFP 1006, 2023. This contract will replace two contracts, 1260, 2018 and 1022, 2018, which will both expire August 31st, 2024. It will be the same number of vehicles and similar service hours. Both contracts have a combined 36,072 service hours, while RFP 1006, 2023 has 36,016 service hours and are both currently held by AB Transit Inc. The new contract will maintain its current share of Winnipeg Transit Plus work. This contract will be the first to meet the requirements of the July 13th, 2023 council motion to consolidate contracts. The consolidation plan was presented and approved at the November 21st, 2023 Standing Policy Committee on Public Works meeting. The RFP 1006, 2023 also includes the following changes as directed by the July 13th, 2023 council motion. The first, that drivers of the service providers must be employees of the firms rather than subcontracted drivers. That future award reports include, along with the bid amounts, scoring, and other currently included data, the names of all firms that have submitted a bid on the RFP, and that any index payments made to the contractors due to an increase in average wage index are reflected in the wages received by employees driving for the contractor. The recommendations are such that the city enter into, execute and deliver the contract for the provision of accessible transit services for Transit Plus for the period of 5 years from the start of the date of contract, which is anticipated to be September 1st, 2024, and continue to August 31st, 2029. There may be adjusted start dates as the contract may be delayed through the no fault of the contractor, and that will be in the estimated amount of $8,335,275.93, with an estimated annual inflationary adjustment of 5% applied. Based on the estimated annual amount of $1.5 million, $474.88 GST extra as applicable with AB Transit Inc. and other such agreements as determined necessary by the city solicitor, legal services to implement the intent of foregoing. There is the provision for up to 2 mutually agreed upon 1-year extensions. So the second recommendation is to implement the intent of the foregoing.
Councillor Chambers.
Thank you for the report. I know that, you know, it talks about consolidating some of this work. Is there a percentage now that AB Transport or Transit has that is higher than other proponents that are delivering the service?
They will for a short amount of time. Having this award will increase them significantly, or not significantly, they will increase them. And then they will actually reduce again within the 2 years to less than what they have now.
Oh,
because there'll be an amalgamation of other
Right,
ones.
Oh, okay.
as we move to that consolidation of contracts.
Because of expiring contracts. Okay. So with those expiring contracts, will they be subject to the same conditions in terms of that the drivers must be employees of the firm and not subcontracted drivers?
That's correct.
So that will help improve service?
On all contracts going forward.
Do you believe that will help improve service
Um,
or help improve the conditions for drivers? Then allow for more consistency, not drivers riding through that role or position.
I think it certainly provides
Job security.
some insight in terms of who is working for the contractor. So, and we'll certainly see that from contract to contract.
Okay.
okay, so I think we're aiming for 5 to end up with 5 contracts and we're gonna be amalgamating over time. Is that what we're ending up aiming for? I forget, 5,
Seven?
Seven.
Yep.
Okay, it's 7, okay. And this is the first one, correct? Okay. And so is this sort of a new clause that there's the provision for up to 2 mutually agreed upon 1-year extensions? Or has that always been in?
That's always been there.
Okay, all right. Okay, and
Sorry, that's actually in fact what helps us align the expiring contracts
right,
to
sure.
be able to amalgamate them.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Totally get that. Okay, and so the list that you have here are the proponents. Did all of them bid, like all of the?
We had a number, this is the highest amount of
Right.
bids we've ever received, yeah.
So is this all of the suppliers then? So ultimately, we'll be only looking at 7. We're gonna be ultimately amalgamating everyone down to 7 contracts?
These are just from the proponents that bid on this.
Right, okay,
It doesn't mean they are
right,
current contracts.
right. Okay, got it. Okay.
However, we did see new companies come forward on this bid from Winnipeg, some not from Winnipeg. It had the biggest draw.
Really? Why do you attribute that to?
I think there's an openness to seeing business grow from one province to another. There's companies that have been working with other paratransit agencies. They're very well-run businesses and they're looking at other locations, other cities to start business.
Branching out.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so one thing that would be good in here in the next one, when we do an amalgamation, or we have another one of these, is just to kind of give us an update. I found that it was very good information. I forget what report it was in, where you put in and you included the number of complaints, because I found they were dramatically reduced, right? Like, I think that that's really positive to reflect on, because I think we've heard more bad and we're still ingrained with the bad and the doors being taped on and all of that. But, you know, since transit has done a complete sort of, a lot of upgrades, I think that's very positive and it's good to sort of reinforce it.
We can highlight that.
Sure, okay. Okay, do we have any other questions? No, motion then?
I'll move it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Item number 5, thank you very much.
you.
Then we'll just keep Mr. Sturgeon here for a bit.
Yes, he'll say.
Okay, it's coming up close, so, okay. Update on grass alternatives pilot project. So who's speaking to this? This one is,
This should be Mr. Beresowski.
okay. Here?
No, there he is.
Oh, look at that. Okay, let's talk sod.
We didn't want to let anybody speak to this because we didn't want them cutting your grass.
It never ends. Just let me get connected here, if you could.
Okay.
Good luck.
Okay. There's an shows what projects have been closed out. So anytime you're ready, tell me. You know where that is?
It's over the Friends report.
No, it's not. It's somewhere on the website. Yeah. What's that one?
This is for Dave too. I revised it. Where's project?
It's not just all projects.
Oh, you're talking about major capital projects.
No, that's the finance one.
Yeah. That's the only one. No?
Okay, anyways, let's continue on with.
I'm trying to get, yeah, I know you want me to read it off, word for word, so. Essentially, I am just trying to get connected here.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
See this information.
Yeah, so Gustus Hot Farms attempted, to establish the clover for the pilot project. And do you want me to read it right through or no? And essentially, that 2022 project failed. They're gonna try a different seeding mechanism and see if it takes in 2024. If it takes in 2024, we'll revisit the pilot.
Why is this here again? Because we did discuss it not too long ago, this committee. Why is this report here again?
Because it was requested at committee.
Right, okay, we didn't finish the conversation last time. then.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
So why are we studying this when other municipalities are doing this already?
Why are we studying? Because we need somebody to provide us with an opportunity to test this out on our boulevards. So when you say it's already been in place, are you talking about municipalities within Manitoba?
No, I'm talking about northern municipalities that are using alternative grasses to Kentucky bluegrass.
Well, again, we asked Gustus Odd Farms that was willing to take this on. And again, the project didn't take.
So we got one sod farm, which,
well,
I mean, I guess what I'm saying, Jim, is that if other municipalities in North America and northern municipalities are using alternative to Kentucky bluegrass, why don't we just look at those?
Like other grass types?
Yeah.
Well, but that's not what this motion was for.
This is about using other than Kentucky bluegrass.
It was looking at implementing clover. Yeah, so.
Well, rather than being so specific, why aren't we looking at alternatives?
We do look at alternatives.
Okay.
Now the question is, there's a motion in front of us that a report back on is provided.
Okay.
And that's what it is on clover.
Okay, so rather than file.
Not to cut you short, but I think part of the conversation was that we wanted to produce something that would reduce the cutting cycle.
Right, or not cut at all.
Or not cut at all.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, if we just receive this as information now, is there any initiative going on within the department that would allow us to adopt alternatives in the future with regards to our boulevards and grass we use now?
There can be. I don't know how much work.
Is there any initiatives underway in the department?
I could report back, Counselor. That's not the question being asked.
No, I am asking. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
I'm asking
no.
a question. It's related to this report.
Yeah.
I want to know, I just don't want it just to die. I think the problem we have in our city is we don't have a cutting cycle that makes any sense. We're constantly getting hammered at that, as we will be now at this time of year when we don't cut the boulevards because we don't have enough staff or whatever the case may be, or we haven't amended the contracts to accommodate that. And so.
But the other projects that we're working on, I don't have the details on them right now.
If we have them.
No, we are working on other projects.
Okay.
I just don't have the details.
Okay.
Okay.
When are those reports coming forward? Are they?
We're not publishing a report on that per se. That's just work we do on an annual basis.
My experience has been, unless we have a report coming into the committee, we won't change anything.
Why not?
Because that tends to be the way the organization works.
No, it's with our materials, we review all our materials on a frequent basis.
So can you tell the committee if we're gonna actually have that happen in terms of this subject?
Again, when we look at our materials, when you say, is it gonna, what it is and when it's gonna happen?
Yeah.
That'll be a result of the research that we do.
And when will that come back?
We don't bring that to committee. Counselor, just through the chair, we have to understand that our specifications and our materials and research
Right.
That's being done on a daily basis. You could be talking about rebar right now.
So is it fair to say that we will see a change within the next year in terms of the type of grasses we're using in the boulevard based on the administration acting on their own?
In the next year, no, I can't guarantee that.
The next 2 years?
Well, you're asking a question that we don't have an answer on yet if we're testing. So if you want to say, do we test on the boulevards and we're going to test alternatives? The answer is yes. I got, do we want to say, bring Dave Domke on to tell you that research is ongoing? Because we can.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean,
Okay,
do that
let's
next- do that
consume
next-
some
let's
more
do that.
time on this.
I'll lay it over for the next meeting then. That's good.
Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
very good.
Okay. All right, a motion to lay over to the next meeting.
So moved.
Counselor Wyatt, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. All right, let's go on to Henderson Highway North Improvement Study. All right,
Okay, so Henderson Highway, the 2021 capital budget included funding for a study of Henderson Highway. The figures are that there's a culvert on there that's hydraulically deficient and need of replacement and as well as road improvement, road renewal is required. So the study undertook a comprehensive traffic study and in-service road safety study as well on it. And the report here is identifying the preliminary design that came out of that study, as well as a recommendation to move it forward to the capital budget. So the improvements include like a median.
Sorry, Brad, go ahead.
It includes a center median that improves access management as well as a bi-directional bike lane on the west side of Henderson Highway.
I'm just reading Madam Chair, just reading, this is, I support the project. I'm just reading the legend or the cross section, I guess. And it appears that we have a all directional bike path on the, I guess it looks like it's on the riverside, the west side.
West side, that's correct.
But we also up against that have a proposed sidewalk.
Yep.
Why are we doing both?
There's a lot of facilities that have separated bike facilities, unidirectional bike facilities from a sidewalk. And this was what's proposed in this case.
But I guess what I don't understand is, the last time I checked, like, what's the width of this this bike path being proposed?
It would be 3 meters, so.
This is a 3 meter
Yeah.
bike path, so it's not even 2.5, it's 3. And in the
So
past,
1.5 each direction.
right.
1.5 for a sidewalk.
Okay, but in the past, we used to call it active transportation paths, which inherently meant that it's not just for bikes, it's for people on rollerblades, people on
we
walking.
have so many people walking and biking, there's conflicts, so now we're building when
Oh
we
my
can sidewalks and bike paths.
Have you been to Amsterdam? Have you been to Europe where they have bells on bikes and they ring the bell when they're coming up behind a pedestrian and they go around? It's like a car passing another vehicle in a lane, right? Why would we not only that, this directly impacts your storage ability for snow on the boulevard on a regional street. Because your boulevard is not as wide as it would be if you didn't have to have that sidewalk there. Can't we just get rid of the sidewalk and put an AT path? And can't we put AT paths on both sides? Because
there's a 3 meter boulevard, so there's.
no, I know, but still that's not very wide considering you got, that's all.
Wider than we have in a lot of.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Google map. There is to the east side of Henderson Highway, there's sidewalk and path, right?
Just the sidewalk.
Or sidewalks, okay. So you're proposing on the west side as well, the sidewalk?
There's gonna be a sidewalk on both sides as well as a bi-directional bike path on the west side.
So there, and my only question is that there's room enough to width-wise to extend the roadway? Is that what will happen to allow for the median in the middle as well?
There's additional, over time, there's been, as development occurred on the riverside, there's been property takes with every one of those improvements, land dedication. So there's only a few properties that are left that have never been improved where we need property from, but it was always intended for this purpose so that we could get a median measure.
Okay, so, okay, that was important. You answered the question. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
All right.
And I guess the other question I had was, I'm in favor of the bike path on the west side because hopefully in the future, there'll be greater densification in terms of those properties. Some of them are homes, right? They're not.
Yeah.
But the problem is on the east side, you already have a lot of densification in terms of housing, plus you have lots of commercial, like McIver Shopping Mall is there. Why wouldn't we be putting a bike path on both sides and just simply eliminating the sidewalks?
Well,
Because to me, to me, I think we're gonna hear from residents. You put in a bike path and a sidewalk against it, what, you guys made of money? Right? That's what the residents of Winnipeg will look at.
Not all of them.
Well, a lot of them will and are in northeast Winnipeg. We're dollar conscious. Yes, they
Councillor
are.
Barati supports this.
Well, he's gonna hear about it.
Where we can, we try to separate them because it's not just for the bikes, it's for accessibility. We hear from the accessibility community that having the bikes on the same path is.
So how do you separate them?
They're separated. There would be like a rumble strip or something between them so that,
You're shitting.
no, we've got this another way.
They have them on Keewatin, for example, north of Burroughs. You have a concrete sidewalk and then an asphalt pathway.
There's often times when we don't have the room to be able to do it, but in this case, we're able to do it, so.
I guess what I'm thinking, instead of a 3 meter wide bike path, AT path, why wouldn't we just have a 3.5 meter wide path and be done with it? And then it's easier to maintain in the future, right? You just come in and put new asphalt, so.
Well, they would be maintaining it anyways, the same.
No, I know.
Quick question, at Henderson at Glenway, there is, looks like a bus turnaround or,
Yeah.
will that be impacted at all? Would it have to be reconfigured?
Well, I'm sure it's gotta be reconfigured, but I don't recall the details around.
And if you
That's
put
the
a
idea.
sidewalk there, that's something, that's a safety issue for the residents there
Yeah, I
as
don't-
well.
I don't have that level of detail here, but this is a 30% design at this point, and the final details will be worked out during detailed design.
Final question, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Why are we not going to a 6-lane cross section here?
The short answer is that 4 lanes is adequate for this location.
Adequate today,
Adequate today.
but shouldn't we be building for the future?
Anything you do requires additional property acquisition. There's also a major hydro line on the east side of the road. That's about $20 million to bury. So it's like, it just kind of adds up after time. But the short answer is that there's adequate capacity with 4 lanes here.
I thought Councillor Bowati would have been thinking of the future as a chair of finance and pushing for a 6-lane right away here. Versus coming in now, putting 4 lanes and we come in 20 years or 10 years or whatever down the road, and it costs us a fortune more. Right? But okay. Do you have any other questions, Madam Chair? Thank you.
No other questions? Anyone else have questions on this? I mean, I'm very supportive of this. No other questions? Okay, well, if there's no other questions, this is a long-awaited project that Councillor Barati wants to see move forward, so and the people in Henderson Highway area. So do we have a motion?
So moved.
Councillor Chambers, all in favor? Carried.
I'll support it, right, even though it has a vision. Okay. thank
Okay,
you.
Louise
And that's not your.
Bridge rehabilitation, drum roll. Okay.
Yeah. So the Louise Bridge, was a project that was identified in the capital budget to study back in 2014. As part of that, as we were starting to undertake that work, Transit was starting to look at the Eastern Corridor study, which could have potentially put the corridor through St. Boniface or through Point Douglas. So at the time, it was decided to combine the functional study of Louise Bridge with that study. At the end of the day, Louise Bridge is the location where rapid transit will go in the future. In the meantime, the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan was going on to identify different priorities, and priority 2 is on Sutherland from Maine to Higgins.
And then priority 4 is beyond that, is from basically Nairn into region at Plessy. Is that right? Okay, more or less, yeah. So priority 4 is part of the more like a 25-year implementation plan, assuming that time frame is maintained. In the meantime, we looked at Louise Bridge through the study as either a rehabilitation or an interim new bridge or an ultimate bridge of 6 lanes that would include 2 dedicated transit lanes and 4 lanes for traffic. Through that work, we determined that the timing for the Louise Bridge replacement based on vehicular traffic was probably, it would reach its capacity around 2050. So that's still like 25 years from now, 26 years from now. So based on that and the cost differential between the rehabilitation versus the replacement of either a 4 or 6 lane bridge, the recommendation is to rehab the bridge now and then replace it when it's required for priority 4 of the transit master plan improvements.
So what, in terms of lifespan, rehabilitation of Louise Bridge now, how much more?
2050. We can get a minimum of 30 years out of it and then reassess it at that time. We did a similar rehabilitation on the Redwood Bridge in about 2010, 2012, something like that. I can't remember the exact year right now, and that one turned out really well. So we can extend the life of this bridge another 30 years and then assess it at that time if the priority 4 transit improvements aren't required at that time.
But right now, without any work, you say 2050?
We need rehabilitation work within the next 5 years because there is issues with the bridge. The bridge deck has been falling apart for many years. The sidewalks are falling apart. They need annual maintenance on them. There's work to be done on the river piers as well. But all of those things are fixable at this time, as long as we do them in the short term.
Brad, how do you respond to comments that Councillor Schreier made today with respect to his perspective on this plan? Did you listen to the delegation?
I heard portions about the OK Corral and the time frame and that kind of thing like that. But I think we have to assess what do we need as a city, across the city. We have 4 major bridge priorities coming up that we don't have funding for right now. Louise, Arlington, and the 2 St. James bridges. So we have to take all of this into account when we're making our recommendations of what critical infrastructure we're repairing and how we repair it. And we believe at this time we can get that additional life out of that bridge. Is it the perfect solution? No, it's not the perfect solution, but it is a solution that we can do in short term and till the bridge is needed for rapid transit on that priority 4.
Counselor?
So basically what I heard you say, and again, this is not meant as a criticism at the department in any way, shape or form, it's more criticism at our side. And that is because of our underfunding of infrastructure, in this case, bridges, we are now considering to spend 40 million on what could potentially be classified as throwaway because we are not prepared to build a brand new bridge today. Because when we finally do build a brand new bridge, it's not going to be the 140 million I see in the report. It's going to be a hell of a lot more than that.
Well, it's the value of money at the time, right? So
I hear you, but we are gaining, I hear what you're saying, we're going to gain another 30 years. But I can probably say safely that the price of a new bridge is going to go up well beyond 40 million. So we're not only going to hit with a 40 million throwaway here, we're also going to be hit with a 40 plus inflation cost, everything else by deferring the project that we ultimately know we have to do. And that, as you mentioned in your own words, it's not the preferred route, it's the lesser of the evil, it's not ideal.
Well, I didn't say it wasn't the preferred.
Well, you said it was not ideal.
Well, it's not always ideal, but
Now you're saying always, you said I did.
No, no.
I'd have to go
Not
back
I-
and check the tape exactly.
Don't worry, we're not in a
But
courtroom.
nevertheless,
Feels like it.
it's like, even if you built the new bridge now, by the time rapid transit comes online,
Right.
probably be expanding it to that 6 lanes at that point. And then you would also have to do rehabilitation, because like basically a 30-year intervention is about what we have on our bridges when we build them. So like you're
Because we
basically
keep
to the
getting
first
salt.
one you have by the time you actually use it for rapid transit.
Well, and we might not be building a bridge for buses if we're doing LRT at that time, right? So we might be.
Things could change
that could
as well,
change
that's
too.
true.
So I guess the question I have here is that I understand that Arlington was a different subject, right? Arlington, you guys had to shut it down more often due to repairs than you seem to do for Louise. And it came up as a surprise, right, in terms of having to close it for safety reasons. But Louise is not as complicated a structure, not as large a structure. And the closures, the amount of closures on it for maintenance and so on is not as often or long as they were for Arlington. Is it safe to say that as of now, there's not the chance, I know you can't say for certain, but there's a lower chance that we all of a sudden have to shut down Louise like we've done Arlington? Like if we choose, let's say, not to make a decision right now.
Right now, the bridge is safe,
Okay,
but we're predicting that we need this rehab within 5 years. And I'm not gonna guarantee it's gonna make it 5 years, or it's not
Right.
gonna make it 5 years, because things
Three.
happen that I don't know. But right now, we're confident that a rehab within that 5-year time frame is doable, and it will extend the life 30 years beyond that.
what's frustrating about this is that this was listed. Counselor Schreier's right, this was listed when we did our prior to our transportation master plan, it was in 06. And then it became an issue again in the transportation master plan that we first did. I think it was 2011, I'm going by memory. Or was it 2009? And then all of a sudden, when Bowman got elected, it got dropped. It was a political decision, not a decision out of the department or this committee. It was a political decision by the mayor of the day. And now we are living the consequences of that political decision with this report before us today, where you guys are trying to keep things together, basically, right? To keep it operating versus us making the bigger leap, which is to do what is right. So if we didn't pull the trigger on this today, I guess what I'm saying is the sky won't fall.
The reason this report's coming now is that the 2024 capital budget included, like, rebudgeted the remaining funding for the Louise Bridge to complete the study. And the details sheet indicated that council needed to decide which way we're going for the treatment. So yes, it makes a difference, because I need to know what I'm studying. Am I studying a rehab, which is what we're recommending, or am I studying a new bridge? So I don't want to throw away work on that, but if it's a new bridge, then there has to be funding behind it.
But we've already done some studying on that already, Brad. I mean, we hired Dylan way back when Menzies went from transit to Dylan to do work on it.
No, there was only work done on the Louise Bridge.
Well, the transit department, I think, did some because they did. I mean, I saw Menzies at a Christmas party. He told me all about it. Dylan wouldn't have done it for free.
There was a functional plan at one point to go across, like take the line straight across the river. And
get rid of the Narren overpass and all that. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
so that one didn't go anywhere. The latest transit study uses the Louise Bridge as the option.
But that one was
that
interesting because it got rid of the Narren. So we did spend some money on that.
I'm not sure how much.
No, but we did spend some money.
It wasn't,
We did spend money on how to get over the river in that area, basically to replace Louise Bridge.
yeah, that would have been like some sort of conceptual plan.
A functional design.
But it didn't make it, I wouldn't even call that functional.
Okay.
But as part of this, we did look at those functional options for Louise Bridge, which is basically considered like about a 10% complete design. So we want to move the rehab forward to a 30% complete design, so we could have a class 3 estimate. Like right now, the 40 million is a class 4 estimate, so we want to get a better estimate for budgeting.
But we did do a design through the Eastern Corridor study, right?
we did, yeah, three, that's, the new bridge options are shown at the end of the report.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, the rehab just looks like the existing bridge, except we would probably try to make some additional improvements like wider sidewalks for multi-use and that kind of thing.
So the 40 million you're talking about here, is that what it's gonna cost?
That's our class 4 estimate all in to rehab it.
And how much are we gonna spend if
As we refine it, that can go up or down, but chances are it usually gets better.
and how much are we gonna spend if we pull the trigger on this report today?
The study is 1.5 million, or we have 1.5 million in the budget. The study is not necessarily 1.5.
So we're gonna spend 1.5 million to study on how we can rehabilitate the existing Louise Bridge
Yeah, we advanced the design to the point that we can get a class 3 estimate.
versus spending 1.5 million on what was recommended in the Eastern Corridor study, a study commissioned by the city itself.
The Eastern Corridor study, has all 3 options in it.
And I think it's fair to say that the transit department and the public works department would recommend that if we had the money to do it.
If transit was proceeding, that's like our recommendation is that if transit was proceeding to priority 4, that would be our recommendation as a new bridge now.
Because right now, with the growth in northeast Winnipeg, you mentioned the bridge is not at capacity yet. I find that hard to believe.
We said it's near capacity in the morning rush hour, heading inbound towards downtown, but the growth is slow or is lower. So that based on that, we're predicting that there's adequate capacity for the bridge until 2050. And it's not like we don't run other bridges beyond capacity. When you look at like St. James bridges, for instance.
Well, and that's where I think, people like Bowman or even the new mayor, they come right down Portage Avenue into the downtown. They're not crossing bridges. Everybody else has to.
Okay, well,
But I guess what I'm saying is to my point. I mean, from transit's point of view, you're building this whole transit master plan. And you want to move people frequently and fast, but we're going to keep an existing 2-lane bridge that we know will be a bottleneck from the state forward and grow as a bottleneck. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, just explain why it's the fourth leg. Like we've got the first, the second, the third, the fourth. Like how did you prioritize that?
So in the past, in the 2011 Transportation Master Plan, for example, the rapid transit corridors were envisioned being completed one at a time. So we would build the whole southwest corridor, which we did. Then we would build the next whole corridor and then the next whole corridor and so on. With the, and at that time, the definition of the Eastern Corridor was from Harkness Station, the northernmost station on the Southwest Strandway, through downtown to Kildonan Place Mall. That's about 9 kilometers distance. Of that 9 kilometer distance, that was the definition of the Eastern Corridor under the 2011 TMP. About half that distance is from Harkness Station to the Red River at the Louise Bridge, and the other half is from the Red River to Kildonan Place Mall. The change that happened with the 2021 Winnipeg Transit Master Plan was that we broke the corridors up into segments, and we looked at each segment separately instead of the whole corridor. And then we did a high level cost benefit analysis. So we only have conceptual designs, we only had cost 5 estimates. The benefit side of the equation was at a similar conceptual level. So a high level cost benefit analysis to look at where the investment should be targeted. Half that Eastern Corridor study as defined in 2011 made it into the first 2 priorities.
Right.
Which include Harkness Station to Higgins, so through downtown. We identified the service that would use the corridors, which was not present in the 2011 master plan. So now we're calling that the future Rose Line. And so the Rose Line from Harkness Station to Higgins and Main is within the first priority, for which design funding is available starting next year. The second priority is from Higgins and Main to the Red River. And then the second half of the Eastern Corridor study fell to
Why
our
to the Red
fourth
River?
priority.
Who lives at the Red River? Why did we stop at the Red River?
It's a natural transition point. So we had to look
Well,
at
yeah.
places where construction could transition, where if you had a corridor that ended there, the buses could get back into existing traffic. The Winnipeg Transit Master Plan in 2021 deliberately did not identify whether the Red River meant before the Red River or after the Red River, because that determination was coming through the Eastern Corridor study and is here in front of you today. So nothing in the recommendation today prevents the Eastern Corridor itself from being built right up till the south or west side of the Red River. And we have, through the Eastern Corridor study, there's a design option that would let us establish a station just south of the Red River where buses could then go on to any bridge, the current bridge being rehabilitated or a new bridge. So we can build essentially half of the Eastern Corridor as it was identified in 2011 while using a rehabilitated Louise Bridge. The extension across the river would only get us across the river and not much farther, because the next obstacle is at or near the intersection of Watt, Archibald, and Nairn, where we now, since the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan identified the routes for the Northeast Corridor and Eastern Corridor, we now know that we'll have a rapid transit interchange station near Watt and Nairn. That was never in the original description of the Eastern Corridor. So we have more work to do on figuring out what that interchange looks like, and it's extra complicated because there's a railway main line that needs to be crossed. So there's different potential setups for where the future Rose and future Violet lines cross paths, and they'll involve grade separation because of the railway main line and because of the intersecting rapid transit. And we know that's going to be very expensive. So if we cross the Red River in the short term with rapid transit, it would only go a few hundred meters beyond the river. And like Mr. Nairn mentioned a few minutes ago, it is possible that we wouldn't be building that extension further east until in this scenario, a new bridge would need to be rehabilitated itself after 30 years or 25 years of life. So we support the recommendation coming from our colleagues in the Public Works Department. It aligns with our master plan. And if we built a new bridge, it would provide the benefit of rapid transit on fully separated transitway going across the Red River, but only that far.
Okay, Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, thank you for the explanation, Mr. Sturgeon. I guess institutional knowledge is a blessing and a curse, because it really tests my will and patience. But I can tell you that all these things you're talking about, specifically regarding what you last said about the Eastern Corridor, like at Watt and Nairn, or Archibald, Nairn, we're all going to be avoided. And when we had the vision for the new corridor along the CNR main line on the north side, or the Reddit subdivision is called. Not only that, you're not talking about a grade separation there or a new major interchange at Watt, Nairn, and Archibald, but the transit department's also talking about a brand new grade separation at Region and Lagimodiere, when we already have the grade separation about 200 meters south under a bridge over the Nairn, again, the same rail line on Lagimodiere. It was built for the northeast-west Transcona corridor that we abandoned as a city. Like, we're abandoning the corridor that we want to put there, and now we're putting this dumbed down version, I would argue, in terms of lesser service. We have a corridor. Who spends 100 million, 200 million on a grade separation in Region Lagimodiere when you got the grade separation about 250 meters south? No business would do that, but government did. But we are doing this, and not only that, now we're having to do something I'm hearing at Watt and Archibald and Nairn. And then we have a substandard bridge, right? The Narren overpass, I said substandard is currently needing repairs because of this difficult design versus what the city had envisioned along the Reddit subdivision originally. I guess we're going backwards. There's no doubt about it. But coming back to the report we haven't had, Madam Chair. I see in the report, we spent $40 million on Louise, which could then be converted into a pedestrian bridge, but then we're building more pedestrian crossing along on the new bridge. Why are we proposing that? And then the bridge is just, are we gonna knock down the Louise after we spend $40 million on it?
Like they're going to look at upgrading the pedestrian access on the current Louise.
No, I know that, but let's say
Right.
when we come, they show that, if you show the cross sections on the future.
Right,
Louise
okay,
Bridge,
sorry.
it shows
Yeah.
number 2.
Well, why don't we for bikes, why don't we for pedestrians?
Yeah, but why wouldn't you just use the Louise Bridge? You just spent 40 million on it. Well, like, I don't know.
Good question.
Right now, the AT is shown on the west side of the bridge.
Right.
At the time we actually do that, that design can be revisited at that time.
Okay, all right, so that's not necessarily what's
Like in
gonna happen.
30 years, they'll look and see what the scenario is like.
Yeah.
So if we make this decision today. And give you it doesn't mean that we're necessarily gonna do it. We spent $5 million planning for the grade separation at Archibald and Marion.
Mhm.
Because the counselor of the ward of the day, prior to our lobbied EPC to do it. And then they hightailed it when there was a little bit of public opposition. You got this road, the Suture Bridge, going through a park. Right, versus industrial lands, which is what we envision in the future when we work with Menzies on that other stuff, so. This 1.5 million could be potentially throwaway if we decide to do something different.
No, we're recommending to do the rehab, so we wouldn't be going through the park at this time.
No, but we're not approving the 40 million today, we're only approving 1.5.
We're improving the direction of where we want.
No, but you have to come back to us for the 40, do you not?
That's the budget ask, yes.
And that's not in the budget right now.
Correct.
That's correct. It would be part of the.
No matter what we do here today, we're not really spending money on the Louise.
You're planning for that 5-year window. So in the 2025 budget, we would be identifying the forecasted future years of this project within that 5-year window, just like we do in every other project.
Okay, so I have a question about the new bridge. My experience has been with bridges is that we typically try to build them now if we can, not as one span. So that if we have a repair to go on the bridge, we're not shutting down the whole bridge sometimes, or it's easier to do repairs. I see this new bridge being proposed now. Again, it could be changed, I guess. Why are we looking at a one span bridge again for the new bridge?
Ideally, they're twin bridges.
Right.
But often, if you don't have the room to do it, then sometimes you'll have to do it all in one bridge, yes.
Right. And
That's part of it.
so if, let's say we had 2 spans, Brad, for argument's sake, we had 2 spans. In theory, the 140 million that you're proposing here, that is for all 4 lanes, right?
The 140 is an interim project of 4-lane bridge. The actual ultimate, when priority 4 opens, is probably the 6-lane bridge,
No, but the 140 million is for
a 4-lane bridge.
4-lane bridge.
The 180 is for a 6-lane bridge.
Right, so in theory, then the 140 million buys you a 4-lane bridge, and let's say we build 2 spans, which as you mentioned, makes more sense. And we built 2 lanes, so it's 70 million. Just for argument's sake, roughly, right, half. Why would we recommend to do a study now on that? So at least we get 2 lanes going, right, to, and if you're saying that the 2 lanes we're using on Louise is good enough for now, then we get 2 lanes going on a new bridge versus spending 40 million on throwaway. At least then I know of the 70 million, right, that we're spending, none of it's throwaway. Now I'm spending 40 million on potentially when 30 years is gonna be throwaway. It's very expensive. That's what we're paying for now, by the way, right, by deferring stuff.
Once you're in the river, it's not a half-half situation.
I know. Well, it
Because
depends.
the cost of working in the water is very expensive.
Okay, but I'm assuming that the piers to build the, and what is that called when you build the contraption that,
The copper dam.
thank you, the coffer dam. So I mean, when you build one coffer dam or two coffer dams, right? Like, at that point, you're building coffer dams, it'd be one contract, right?
Yeah, like even if we built the 4-lane bridge, we would probably build the pier for the 6-lane bridge.
At the same time, so you, to get scale, which makes sense. I don't know, Madam, I don't know, I don't wanna, well, if we lay this over, is the sky gonna fall? If we lay over one?
Well, let me ask you this,
Yeah.
okay? So you're projecting 5 years is when you really need to start this bridge. What are you projecting St. James Bridge is at?
St. James is less than 5 as well. Like, if a decision is not made on the Keniston widening, we have to start thinking about rehabilitating those 2 existing bridges. One dates back to the 1930s as well, and one's from the 1960s, but the 1960s one needs work sooner.
And has the CFO or has the CEO offered you any kind of suggestions in terms of the gas tax and the fact that we still have room in there pertaining to our ability to do a P3 here? In other words, we don't have to spend capital up front. We can do that and then have in 30 years' time, take a bridge like Charleswood. So I kind of hesitate to use Charles Bridge as an example because we got locked in at a high interest rate there, but we learned our lesson. But we could do a P3 here, get the proper bridge built, and in 30 years' time, we would have a bridge back that's the same like kind of quality like we're doing with Cheap West.
P3s are more or less falling out of favor now because of the risk transfer. There's a lot of work out there in the industry at the moment, and the whole idea behind a P3 is transferring risk, and there's less appetite to assume that risk.
In Manitoba,
So
P3s are huge in Ontario right now.
they're getting less favor. They do occur. They usually have a lot of them have a lot of litigation or surrounding them.
They're still used in Europe.
We both-
It's just they're falling
Well,
out
we're
of.
not at the P3 part yet, right? Like what they want is 1.5 mil to start looking at this, what it's gonna take to rehab it.
Yeah, I know.
So.
I like, it's just, first we had as Councilor Troy said, first we had Arlington, now we have this, and it's, you know, why can't we make the jump, and why couldn't we look, the reason I'm raising the P3, Madam Chair, is because it gives us a funding option that maybe hasn't been considered lately. Even though it's falling out of favor, it's a way for us to finance, right? If we wanted to. If we don't have the cash today. And it gives us a bridge that is new in 30 years, so. Still new.
Okay, well, we need to make a decision on this and move forward. So,
There's been a lot of information on this.
do I absorb it for?
Well,
next
that and
meeting?
maybe, maybe a request a council seminar for members of council who weren't here today. This impacts also, by the way,
Yeah.
big time impacts, Point Douglas.
Yeah.
And I know Councillor Santos has been pushing that secondary plan, and we
Yeah.
heard recently in another committee, it's just got started.
Well, I was on it, I remember, I think it was for the Disraeli Bridge, we did a design charrette on this. This was part of the design charrette, this bridge.
Oh, yeah.
And the neighborhood wasn't really keen on this bridge remaining as a major corridor cutting through the neighborhood, right? So, I mean, if we
for layover, Madam Chair, I support that.
then maybe we can throw a counselor seminar together to have other people that would like to come to it and just have an update on it.
Yeah, and I know it's a busy time of year for people, so I would lay it over for maybe 2 meetings to give enough time for the seminar, because they'll need time to prepare material as well for the seminar.
Speak to the report.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of our schedules, right? I mean,
Sure.
everything's getting jammed in here, so before the summer, right? Gives us a bit more time.
Well, we can strive to have the meeting in You're not ready.
Say, do you want, what you're saying is you want to lay it over to July.
60.
Correct.
You want to lay it over to July. I don't think it's the end of the world if we lay it over to July, like, what do you?
Delays the study.
It just delays the
Next
study by
meeting,
2 months.
June
Okay.
11th.
Okay, so why don't we have a motion to lay it over to July? You work with whoever wants to hear about this, can work with the public service. And we can offer it to other counselors. It does impact other counselors.
July 3rd meeting. Yeah.
Okay, so the July, what is it, 13th?
3rd.
3rd? Okay, so we'll lay it over to, it's a big decision. It's a big bridge. Impacts a lot of the city. So motion on the floor to lay it over.
And I just wanna, thank Counselor Schreier for his presentation, very interesting
Oh, it fascinating.
history,
Fascinating.
in terms of,
Fascinating.
1881, so, yeah.
Yeah, scary. Okay, so the motion's on the floor to lay it over to the July 3rd meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, all right. Updated motor vehicle noise policy. You want another 60 days?
The public
You want
service
to keep moving on this?
did send an extension of time request, which didn't make the agenda, and the request in there was for 90 minutes.
90.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
correct.
God. Okay, motion for a 90-day extension for item number 8. How about that? Councilor Wyatt?
I don't know what my sister, well,
See, updated
I support it.
motor vehicle noise policy.
So late over.
Extension.
Another 90 days.
I need a health break, Madam Chair.
Oh, my God.
Aye, with all due respect before a Costco,
Oh, my God. Okay,
OMG.
5 minutes.
Yes.
Go.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
I was gonna leave, but I didn't know we were like a seminar.
You were gonna leave.
No, so you had quorum, but then he fled.
Got it.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna reconvene the May 7th Standing Policy Committee on Public Works again. Now we are moving on to item number 9, cost recovery agreement.
So moved.
All right, this is the lights. Now, listen, I did have one question on this, okay? This is the lights at Costco.
Yes.
All right, we've heard a lot about it. We've talked a lot about it. If perchance, you know, we don't have any proof this will happen, but if perchance that Costco goes into just a warehouse and the traffic volume isn't required, you can move the light, you can decommission it.
Yeah, as a
get
matter
rid
of
it.
fact, this area where this Costco is very near to where the Target was, which went in, needed the signal, and then the
Right.
Target went away, and we took the
Are you
signal
talking
out.
about, are you talking about Target?
Oh,
Jay,
yeah.
Polo.
Target.
Yeah.
And it's also near where the Blue Bomber Stadium used to be.
Right.
And we had signals for there,
All
and
of-
then we didn't need them anymore, we took them
Perfect.
out, so they can be
Okay.
put in and taken out.
Okay.
Perhaps we will take this one out and reuse it at that new location.
Perfect. Okay, so Councilor Wyatt has a motion to go forward and proceed. All in favor?
Hang on,
Aye.
Councillor Dobson did good work with this.
No,
He came to
excellent work,
speak
Councilor Dobson. Excellent. Excellent.
And did appreciate his comments this time, and I know he's spoken to many of us offline as well.
Is this building in the necessary lanes and everything else though? Cause we did a light at, Reindeers and Pegwis with Costco and we never built the proper lanes in there. We never got them on the hook for that stuff. Or is this just lights?
This is just light.
This is just like, there's no additional turning lanes.
No?
No, we got 4-lane undivided there right now.
Yeah.
Can we not do something there with them?
No, you don't have additional, right?
Okay.
So
All right.
it's good they're going in at some other locations, not necessarily linked to a big box store like this.
Yeah.
But often we don't think lights are supposed to go in somewhere. And then the actual traffic starts moving around, towers get built, single family comes in, right, Mr. Berezowski?
Right.
And then we've got a traffic problem, snarl.
Yeah.
So,
I think since the time when this Costco was approved, at that time, my predecessors were like, there's a mindset of don't put in signals unless they're absolutely necessary. And so that there was a tendency to say no more than yes to signals.
right,
Since then, there's been shifts in how this stuff is being sort of like the rules of thumb that it used. And now there's more of an openness to put signals in where they're clearly necessary.
right.
This was sort of a transitional thing where it went in, we probably could have anticipated this at the time, but we were trying to limit the number of signals that were going in the city. Now the city's growing faster, it's densifying.
Yes.
We pay attention to that when we got the reports, we will know, on like if there's a greenfield development going in, we'll say don't put the signal in until you reach a certain point in terms of the traffic, but we plan ahead for that. So it's not a case of having to go back after the fact. This isn't a bit of an outlier.
Yeah, yeah. I hear you, David, about planning for the future. In my area, and I'm sure in Councillor Luke's, there's a lot of growth on that McPhillips corridor, and we're doing some studies there currently with you folks, and just need to make sure the traffic is flowing properly, because otherwise it becomes accident prone, both for vehicles and for pedestrians. So more on that later, but I know
Okay.
we're working on some things together.
Okay.
We spent $50 million doing upgrades to St. James and all that area as the years mentioned. And, I'm just wondering, we're not putting in turning lanes here, so 250,000 is just the lights?
Actually, the lights, they're creeping up. 250 has been the cost that's been used for some time now. Just for a set of lights. Now they, sometimes you see 300,000 for them.
Really?
Yeah.
So was there any discussion with Costco about the need in the future for land for the purpose of widening St. James to accommodate turning lanes? Because it's in their best interest.
No, we really just stuck to the very specific ask on this one. We didn't get into a elaborate, looking at a bunch of different options for Costco. But looking very much at dealing with a specific problem. If this Costco changes to something else and it becomes a facility that's more of a cargo, like warehousing facility, perhaps there'll be an opportunity to work with them to re-lay out the parking area. If it's gonna be changed, it's like a truck circulation area, perhaps there'll be an opportunity there. We'll look for that and work with them.
Where's the nearest light to this intersection? Curious.
Saskatchewan. Have to measure it, but
The nearest light, how the distance from the north,
I guess,
egress?
the reason I ask is because I know ideally we want to have certain distances.
yes, they're ideally distances, but those can be relaxed using engineering judgment. When you have areas with a lot of shopping in them, you have to sometimes put them very close together, like along region. There's examples of that.
Thank you. I'll move it.
Okay, all in favor?
Excuse me.
Carries. Okay, item number 10, contribution agreement with City of Winnipeg and Trans Canada Trail, North Winnipeg Parkway, Riverbank Stability Study. Okay, you'll move it. This is good news. All in favor? Carried. Item number 11, this is request for an extension, active transportation improvement on Lee Boulevard for 30 days. Are you moving it? Councillor Wyatt, all in favor? Okay, traffic study at Westminster Avenue at the intersection of Maryland Street and Sherbrooke Street. So Maryland Street and Sherbrooke Street. Okay.
A request from the counselor?
Yes.
There's a report here. Yeah, I know.
Yes, probably.
I'm asking it to get it on the record.
From the community committee.
Right, so we didn't hear from the committee here. Is the counselor aware this is on the agenda?
Well, hopefully people read this stuff. That's what they're here for.
What, is she out of town or anything, or?
No. So you're saying protected left turn signals are not warranted?
Yeah, we're not recommending those, but we have an alternative that we've implemented. We recommended making changes to the signal timing in March to provide more green time to Westminster Avenue at these intersections. And the initial observations for public service show that there's improved traffic flow on Westminster Avenue as a result of that.
Mm-hmm.
Has the counselor been consulted on the outcome of this?
I do not have that information.
Madam Chair, out of courtesy, I would lay it over.
You know what? Here's the deal, okay? We are here to do our job. Part of our job is to follow our motions or to watch what's on Public Works or Community Committee or
You know what, this
PP&D.
one I feel she probably would, because she was here just recently, talking about.
I just spent like 5 hours with her at a big meeting with Mr. Patman about Wolseley Avenue. Like, she knows what's going on.
I know, but I like to get the benefit out. We get so much information thrown at us at a busy time of year.
Do you know how many reports we have coming in June?
I know, but I guess since it's coming from her, and maybe the department didn't have a chance to talk to her about this change.
They
Like,
don't come to me and talk to me about my reports. I call them and talk to them. Like, it would be nice if they did, but they don't.
well, you know, everybody's busy, Madam Chair.
Yes, everyone's
Public
busy,
service.
but when someone's not on EPC, they have more time. I can attest to that because I wasn't for 6 years and had all the time in the world. So I think she's very aware of this.
Well, okay, it's up to you.
Okay,
You guys, what
well,
you
you
wanna
take the
do.
chair and I'll move it.
Okay,
Okay, I'll move the report. We're receiving it as information because they have done adjustments. They didn't recommend this. Yeah, I'll
Invite
move the-
Winnipeg people speak to this?
Pardon me? No.
No, it's
No, it's
interesting.
okay.
Okay, the Madam, the chair,
You're
motion's been
holding the
moved.
chair. I
Any
move the
discussion on the motion?
Okay,
Any discussion?
No.
Seeing none, all in favor?
aye.
Opposed, carried.
Okay.
Back.
Next one is advanced warning signs on Lajimodiere Boulevard at East Mint Drive.
I just kicked her under the table. You didn't see. Anyway, this came from I have a very active, which is nice, residents group in Southland Park. And they reached out to me on this matter. Now, how much are these lights? That's what I'd like to know.
They vary in cost. It depends on the electrical connection that has to be made to them. They can cost between 50 and 80,000.
50 to 80. Do we know what this would be?
Not offhand.
Can we revert back?
We've indicated that this was not required, and we've got a table here saying why it's not required. It's not just a case that you put them in where it's 80 kilometers an hour speed limit. There's a number of requirements that justify them going in or not going in. And so we said that it didn't meet the requirements for sight distance, if it was the first intersection approaching the city, a downhill grade, historic safety concerns, or the 10% truck volume wasn't met, or that the minor road had greater than 13,000 vehicles a day. None of those conditions were met. And that's why we said no to it.
What the data that you have in terms of vehicles and everything else? What are the years of that data?
Some of the data is recent. I don't have the actual count to tell you what it is, but it's not just based on during the pandemic or like it's negative volumes because of the pandemic. We looked at the volumes since the pandemic and prior to the pandemic.
Madam Chair, yes. The southbound Lajimodiere, I would agree with you. Because you're coming out of the intersection at Fermor, it's not that far, but northbound, I've seen where it does catch you. And a lot of times northbound, they're looking more at the light at Fermor than at East Mint. And they're trying to make that light, and therefore East Mint cuts them short because it's south of Fermor. I'd like to refer back, Madam Chair, to get a number figure out roughly what it would cost.
It's 30 grand a direction. Like if you come back, it'll be something in that estimate. So
I
if
thought it was
you're going
50
both
to
directions,
50.
yeah, it's 60.
Yeah, 50 grand.
Well, we identify 30 a direction.
Okay.
So it would be 30 direction?
That's what it says right in the report.
I'd like to move that the northbound be
Right,
done,
right.
and I'll identify.
There's also the list going back to 2020 that the chair.
Yeah, like I literally have next
reminded
on
me
the
of.
list, so
We've
I'm not
well, on
supporting.
5, there's a priority list of 12 locations.
I can
Well, on
send it.
location number 5 just got installed last year.
Yeah,
We're trying to get those priority locations done before we add anything else to the list. We looked at this to see if we could add it to the list and to put it into the sequence, but we said no to it. We said there wasn't a.
Well, we set a precedent for this in the past, and I'm gonna use the precedent again, and that is, I'm gonna move that.
What's the
I'm
precedent?
talking about Gordon
Okay, but
Hole.
this is different.
That's really good.
This
I
is
don't-
a
I know
different,
that.
I know history too.
Yeah.
This is a different program,
No.
but there's a very good list for it.
Do you want me to send you the list? I just literally sent it to Mr. Patman earlier today.
No, I'd like to move 30,000 for the northbound out of my LVR.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I
Can
like.
you do one direction though?
Yeah.
Sounds like we can.
For land dedication reserve funding?
No, can you do one direction?
How did you come up with the priority list, Davey? We did. We had
Yeah,
a-
it's based on we evaluated.
We've done it, that's
Back in
right,
2020,
crossing you.
The number of lists
We have.
Council waiver, right?
Yeah.
Let's go to council.
Okay, so moving right along here then. So you're saying that what if it's more than 30 grand?
Well, if it comes up to 40, so be it.
Okay, well, why don't we move 40 and then if they don't need the 40, you'll get it back.
Absolutely.
All right, okay, that'll have to go to council out of land dedication.
Correct.
And what do you want it on, the north line?
Northbound direction.
Northbound direction, okay, northbound direction,
So
so,
what's the priority for this? Why is it urgent?
Because the residents in that area see it as an issue for safety. And they live there, and I went and had a look at it a number of times, at different times of the day, I drove it, and I agree with them. But I agree on the northbound is more urgent than the southbound.
Are there emerging issues that perhaps the department's not aware of with this particular location that we maybe can reconsider our list or put it back to them?
I moved the motion for LD.
Five doesn't identify any risks.
And by the way, I was working for Rick Boychuk at the time when the light was established here, and it was only established because Councillor Reese showed up at Public Works and literally broke down in tears, and the committee felt so bad they actually gave it for. It was not it was actually low on the priority list as well. So anyway, I'm not gonna break down in tears. I'm
right.
gonna move
Okay,
it.
that's
May
the
she rest in
motion.
peace.
That's the motion
Yeah.
that's on the floor. You want to read it to us, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, so the motion will be that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service not be concurred in, and that the northbound advanced warning signs be installed, funded from the Land Dedication Reserve Fund Transcona Award Allowance, subject to council approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do you have any money left in that account?
Oh, yeah.
Sharma, are you supportive?
Going fast, but not yet.
Yeah, I'm supportive, yeah. Are you supportive of this motion? I'm saying all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's all you need.
Those opposed? Those opposed?
I'm having flashbacks, no pun intended, the Gord Steve's think, I'm not sure.
No, that's a question. It's not a discussion.
Okay,
Discussion's over.
carried. Item number 14. Access to a proposed median opening for a commercial property located at St. Mary's Road. Okay?
Yeah, so the public service is.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this proposed median opening. And so it asks us to take a look at this and to study it. And for a number of reasons listed in the support, there's an extensive list here.
Another median.
We said no to it.
Oh, yes, I know this one. Yeah.
You know this one, right? I think you were out there. We were out there looking
Yeah.
at with the team there. Yeah.
Chamber.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, the primary reason for saying no to this is because it's very close to the signal and the left hand. And there'd be a lot of issues of people trying to cross lanes coming in and out. And so we see it as a safety issue.
Well, this involves, the gas station there and, but isn't there the ability, Dave, here to, modify the median?
That's what we have to do. We'd have to do.
No, but also modify it in terms of not impacting the road because you have room on the other side. Like we would have to slightly make St. Mary's, shift it over and then you would have a turning lane there to get it. You know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I think I know what you're getting at. But we said, we don't think this is a good idea. There's just a number of reasons for it.
Yeah.
Like there's other ways to get in and out of this development. They just want this for convenience, but we think there's a safety issue.
Well, the biggest issue here is that further, what happened was there was a no U-turn sign placed at the next median opening, and that really is what's impacting him.
There was a no U-turn. So
Right.
There's a no U-turn at the Escalade. Is it called the
It's just up
Escalade?
about 20 meters.
Yeah, that's right at the AT pathway area.
Yeah.
Like if we can get rid of that no U-turn, that would make a
The
difference.
enclave, and people, the U-turn, what happened, the reason that U-turn came in was because there's a curve, this is when I was counselor, there's a curve in St. Mary's Road.
Right.
People come around the curve,
And they
people are
misjudge.
doing U-turns, they literally were sliding into the enclave sign. There's a big sign there that says the
They're going
enclave.
too damn fast.
Well, whatever, I'm just telling you what was happening. So there was a lot of drama about that. Anyways, the no U-turn sign went in and, yeah,
I'm gonna move approval. Disagree with the administrative recommendation.
sorry, what are you doing?
I'm gonna move that we approve the median cut.
Oh, my goodness.
So you said you were gonna move that you approved the administrative report.
No, I said I'm moving that we
No,
do authorize at the expense of the property owner. And I will give an example of a precedent where also the administration was opposed and that was where we had a golf driving range on Plessy Road. Very similar to this. Where in this case, actually, there's only 2 lanes of traffic there at Plessy. Just south of Camille Sis and Plessy, and we did a cut there. The amount of traffic volume that's making that turn.
No, you know what? There's a lot of traffic on St. Mary's Road.
No, but to make that left-hand turn into the gas station, it's the same, there'll be higher times a day when that happens, but it's not like it's a I guess what I'm saying, Madam Chair, it's not like you're making a left-hand turn onto another road, right? You're making it.
They'll have to put, okay, listen, they're just spending, I don't know how much, we were just talking about it, the brand new perimeter overpass thing, what's that thing cost? 200 million, 150 million, whatever, literally further down the street on St. Mary's. Because there's a huge volume of traffic, okay? Like I hear you, I wanna help that business, like I really wanna help that business. But this intersection is just,
How much is that, is a cut, how much would it be, do we know?
and then we'd have to put a stacking lane in.
Well, how much is that?
It's, well, there's, again, David,
25,000.
David might be able to speak, but we've got a bit of an issue there too, if, and this is for David. You got the bus, stop, on the northbound side, right at the, proposed median cut.
Well, you have, you'd have to move the bus stop.
Well, there's.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons we said no to.
Right, and then you'd have to also reduce the length of the left-hand turn lane storage at Ward and St. Mary's to accommodate, you understand? To accommodate this.
Oh, I will understand. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
waiting for somebody on our side.
Why didn't the business come forward today?
Well, that's a good
People
question.
come in delegation.
Probably,
as well.
Councillor
Right.
Chambers needed to inform, is Councillor Chambers, did you inform? Anyway,
Actually, I informed him a
So
week
you're-
ago that this was coming.
yeah, but
Okay, so the
it's
question,
residents, it's people there.
you put a motion on the floor.
I'm putting a motion, well, if there's not support for the motion, I would prefer to lay it over and make sure he's here next month. Yeah.
Okay, then lay it over.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Can you let me know when the next meeting is so we can make sure we tell him?
I told him.
Yeah, well, maybe he's in India or something, I don't know.
Next meeting was June 11th.
Okay.
All right, next item.
Well, I know there's no.
Okay, item number 15, Main Street Project, use of street fee, permit fee refund. Someone wants to take the chair, I'll make a motion on this one.
You,
I'll take.
what are you doing?
We'll let her do it. I'll take the chair. Go ahead.
Okay, so, I'll make a motion, to, this isn't a report, it's asking that the public service refund, I'll make a motion to decline this request because out of the $17 million that they're receiving, they have built it in. We heard multiple times today that Jamil said that he built in the cost of this street closure fees. And, for that reason, that's why I'm making the motion.
So why are they coming forward if they built it in? That's what I don't understand. I mean,
Well, because he said, you know, like he has one estimate at a class A, he's got another estimate and he said it was a class 4, I believe, he called it class 4. He feels that, you know, there may be cost increases, but he also said, we asked him about contingency and he said on the 17 million, he's got, what did he say, it was around
12 or 13.
12 or 13% contingency. So what does that work out to?
okay, so I have a question. How is it 40,000?
That's like $2 million contingency.
But I'm curious, and maybe we needed somebody else here, like parking or something, but
No, you're talking about the permit fees and the, and taking, again, those fees of 40,000 for the use of street.
and how long is it they want to close for?
All that I have to look.
Well,
up.
whatever, that's the cost to close it while they're doing their renovations. So it's,
But I guess the reason I'm asking is because at our previous council meeting, or maybe it was the one before, we had the president of Pride come and say, we're getting $15,000 grant from the city, but it's $40,000 for permits and street closures for one weekend. How is it also $40,000?
Well, that would have been maybe revenue for it.
No, it's costs, our costs. We came to council on, and so,
well, I look at the street closure that the cost when one of the student towers was being built, and I think it was around $20,000, but they were paying for part of the street too.
Yeah.
So they're paying for the permit, then they're paying for rental of the street. So it adds up. He's
Yeah, I
probably
see.
paying for part of the street.
Well, yes, that they're closing Martha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That portion.
Madam Councillor Lukes, I'll be supporting your motion today. We do support Main Street Project in many different ways. We heard that from him today. This is a cost of doing business. I think it was built into the contingency. The contingency hasn't been totally used at this time. And it's a huge project. And
It's a very important project, right?
it is
It's a very important project.
but these things are costed out. There is a contingency and we have costs and fees at the city as well. You know, across the board with various organizations, various projects, so.
I'll support your motion.
Okay.
It sounded like Jim had something to say.
Well, no, it was just, I didn't hear Jamil when he made reference to, I heard that it was a closure of Martha. And then I heard, or through the motion, I heard that it was, traffic wasn't impacted. But I thought I heard this morning that it was a full closure.
I think it's one lane, so it'd probably be taking parking. But I thought he mentioned that, that he was $100,000 short. On the project.
Well, they have a contingency. There's costs that are escalating. He outlined everything. But we have the motion on the floor. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary?
Carried.
And that is carried. Back to you.
Okay, now the last one is the safety study at Main Street and Assiniboine. And I did have a clarification on one question, so, or one point from the delegations. Maybe I could ask that question. So can you tell me the distance between Main Street and Fort Street? Is that going to be turned into a one-way or what's happening there?
There's a diagram.
Right.
Main Street and Ford Street. Ford is already a one-way. There's a.
The other way. I don't.
Go to
see it on the
attachment
drawing.
A.
Oh, attachment A.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So it shows
Oh,
a one-way,
Got it.
so.
Right, with the angular
Yeah.
parking. Okay, so it increases the parking. So I do want to address the concern about the individual worried about the emergency ambulances.
If I can,
Yes.
my staff advised me that during the working on this project, they communicated with emergency
Right.
fire and the ambulance, and they said they had no concerns with this. When they set up, they don't usually set up on the south side by where the cafeteria is in that building. The accesses into the apartments that are part of that tower complex are on the east side, so they're already headed towards Broadway.
Broadway, they're all, oh, I see what
Yeah.
you're saying. Good point. Okay.
Well, no, but if you close,
But you're saying, yeah, you are, if you want to use that corridor, and now it's closed and you've got to go up to the next corridor, yes, there's gonna be a small amount of additional time to make that move.
So why are we, who generated this drawing in the report? Who generated the drawing in the attached report that we're receiving as information?
Some artist,
Is that ours?
looks like it. Yeah, that's ours. The attachment A is
But if we're receiving this as information, we're not doing that.
Okay, let's talk about
Let's
that.
talk about the receipt for information, because it was said this morning several times that if it just is received for information, that means it just goes on a shelf or it goes in the garbage can or something like that. The way this report is written, the way the author intended it in my division, they said, what they're saying here is the plan is to proceed with it. They weren't looking for direction to proceed or not proceed from the committee. With all due respect, they were intending to just go forward and roll this out.
Who's they?
The public service.
Where did they get direction to do that?
The public service makes changes to the network.
Not roads like this without authority from council.
Well, that said, if there's a motion or
Well, this
amendments
has
to
gotta
this,
change.
if there are amendments to this to change it to say proceed or don't
That's a
proceed.
negative recommendation then, Dave.
Well,
It's a tricky recommendation.
Well, no, this is dangerous if we start doing this because we'll miss it.
there are some instances like
I've seen multiple ones like this.
Did we
and
delegate, I guess
agree.
my question is this, did we delegate authority to the department to make major changes to major intersections in the city without coming to council? Did we delegate that authority? Maybe it's before my time back on council.
There was delegation to the manager of transportation in 2013, or maybe it was earlier than that, that identified certain council delegated, certain traffic engineering improvements and certain decisions. There's
Send us that.
yeah, okay, we had a report on that a couple of years ago. I almost have it in my head.
I've seen various pedestrian things go in that I never saw come here that.
Well, that's
I wonder-
Oh, no, there is certain delegations that Mr. Patman actually has the authority for.
Something like this is, I guess that's where you need a bit of a political lens because you don't the public service and I'm not blaming the public service, doesn't necessarily see the same things that we may. We used to have that, right? We used to have the EPC secretary. We used to have the CAO EPC secretariat, where reports would go through and we'd have a political lens. We lost that.
No, like in this report, it does identify the recommendation, the next steps in page 11.
No, but I guess what I'm saying, Jim, is that if it reads received as information, right?
It's easy to overlook that.
Yeah,
Well,
I agree with what
okay.
he's saying,
I
like,
agree.
I've seen other ones where it says.
Yeah, we have a lot of them.
Information,
Yeah.
but then you guys are actually doing stuff.
So this is an
It
update.
confusing.
So the difference is whether, okay, so again, we'd have to check on the authority levels too for
Sure,
delegations,
sure.
because what they are doing in one way, if that's the case, they are being proactive and informing you of what the direction is. So that's why you would receive it as information, kind of like some of the snow clearing related stuff.
So why is the report here if you have the delegated authority?
Again, this one was a council motion though, or a committee motion.
Because they wanted more. They
They
wanted
wanted-
a closure.
Yeah, they wanted if you go back to the motion, the request was to do
Close it,
something.
Yeah,
Right.
and so we come up with this compromise solution.
Well, I'm not in favor.
I really picked that up.
I did an engineering drawing for the sake of the meeting.
Yeah.
Try it.
You know, and
Yeah, but I just trying to.
I think Brad and Jim, you got a copy of my engineering drawing. And I just wanted to say, is there a way we can send this back for this to be considered as well? Because frankly, we don't have a light there, right? We don't have a turning signal light that would stop the pedestrians to allow left-hand turns off of me.
That's why the part of this report's recommendation.
Yeah,
is
look at
we
that
add
patch,
to
look at
the
the patch.
Right, but without doing the one way there. Keep the two-way.
The trouble with the two-way, the trouble is that when you come out and you're headed southbound,
Right.
you're making a turn, you're looking back at the traffic flowing out of the downtown. You don't want to be hit by those people, so you step on the gas to get into the traffic when there's a gap. And you are driving into a bunch of pedestrians possibly.
Yeah, but that can be controlled through signalization as well.
The trouble is that we put the signals down, we expect people to stop in certain places and not proceed, not edge through an intersection. The trouble is that they are doing stuff that we don't want them to do.
But there's no signal right now for people coming off of Assiniboine and heading southbound on Main. Right? And so if we had a signal there, and then we also, you know, that would control the ability for them to make a right-hand turn on a Main. And it would tie into the coordinated with the pedestrian, so that the minute that pedestrian switch is hit, they would have a red and no right turn on red.
No, you can't just make it like that with a signal. You have to slow it, you have to time it with the rest of the signal.
Right, I hear you, but it could interact is what I'm
You can
saying.
make it interact,
Right.
yes, okay.
That's what I'm suggesting, is that we do a signalization here that would make it safe for pedestrians, for vehicles, it would allow for the two lanes. I don't know,
Right, and make it so there's no right turn on red. You have to wait until you've got the permission, and then you proceed when it's safe and there's no conflict.
Because right now, yes, the ambulances, you're saying that, but the ambulances come out of that building and they do, if they're the building on Gary, which is southbound, they're picking up patients from there or residents from there. And they're heading out immediately on Assiniboine, right to St. Boniface Hospital. Now we're gonna say to them, oh, no, you can't
Well,
do
the
that.
ambulance is gonna stop for the pedestrians, they're gonna clip them too, they're just, the ambulance is just
No,
gonna
no, no,
blast
no, no.
out and
I'm
say,
think-
traffic lights don't apply to me, and then they're gonna smack into pedestrians.
Well, no,
Like,
no,
if
if you-
we're just talking about possible things that could happen, that's something that could happen.
No, if I'm saying if you make it a one-way, the ambulance can't go that way now. He has to turn back up on Fort and then back on.
Oh, I thought you were asking, you don't want it to be a one-way, you want the ambulance to be able to come out and go south on.
Oh, absolutely.
On me.
But fire and paramedic services already said.
Yeah,
that
they already said that they were okay with this,
So
but,
they've already.
yeah.
I don't understand how they say they're okay with this, but then they're not okay with a street that has 18 homes versus 17 homes on it because it's not safe. Because it doesn't have a separate entrance, but they're okay with this. Of course, they're not here to defend themselves, so. But
I don't know.
Well, you know what? Councillor Rollins was very supportive of this. We clarified that she was supportive of it in all the discussions.
Yeah, she wanted public engagement.
And she wanted, and that, so we have a motion in front of us here. One other thing I wanted to ask about this is, talk to us about the construction that's going on Assiniboine Avenue. What exactly is going on? When does it start? When does it end? Anyone know?
Cover that, Brad?
Well, there's a rehabilitation project from Navy Way to Hargrave identified for 2024 in our planning. I don't know if there's been a tender out for that.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I haven't seen that.
So you're saying we're not sure, like.
But I know the limits were identified for like previously for a rehabilitation project between Navy Way and
Well, she
Hargrave.
seems to think it's starting tomorrow or something. And we heard her at 9:30 this morning. So did anyone check into it at all?
You know, I missed that. We were in a meeting this morning, so I don't know if I can you grab Ivy here?
Yeah, I'm just trying.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
I do remember the limits.
Madam Chair, I guess the big concern I have is that when we did all the stuff we did on Assiniboine back in 2 mayors ago,
Yeah, I
right?
remember.
The amount of traffic that was then transferred from Assiniboine to Broadway was significant. And you saw a noticeable difference in terms of Broadway and the congestion.
Mhm.
We're gonna impact Broadway once again. And what we're doing is really transferring the pedestrian safety issue from Assiniboine and Maine to
Notice went out for construction there, Councilor.
So we're transferring it from Assiniboine and Maine to Assiniboine and Maine and Broadway.
Yeah.
Because you got pedestrians there and you got more vehicles now coming out trying to access Maine because they've been pushed off Assiniboine.
Well, we've made changes to Main and Broadway when we added the leading pedestrian interval. So that section had some issues with moving cars and pedestrians, and so we've added the leading pedestrian interval to enhance safety of that location. It was noted in the road safety strategies that was an issue with that location.
But why are we building a grade separation here ultimately in the long run?
Grade separations only are a challenge because you spend $7 million to put a grade separation in say grand opening of the new bridge to go up the coil, go across and then come down. And people are gonna say, well, that takes me 2 minutes to do that or a minute to do that, but I can just run across the street. And they ignore the new infrastructure you put in and then they still get hit by cars. And then we go, that's the problem. Oh no, we spent all this money on this grade separation. And it didn't solve the problem.
I'm
Because
not
you're going
thinking,
5 meters up, you have to have ramps to bring people up and then bring people down.
People,
There's a
the
long
cyclists
extra
and
block.
pedestrians aren't gonna take the time to go up and down a grade separation.
so you're saying that if we have a grade separate, we have a lot of room on the west side to build a graduated ramp up for the cyclists.
You'd have to build a very, like, to get the accessibility in the grades, you'd have to have switchbacks or a helix, and you'd have to build.
Why? It's long enough there to just go straight.
On the west side, but not the east.
Okay, well, you know what? We're not doing
No.
that right now.
We're not
You don't have $7 million.
Yeah, but the problem is, Madam Chair, if we just vote for information, they're gonna do the change. And I can't support that.
Okay, well, that's fine.
The other, through the chair, the other thing to consider, Counselor, is that this isn't permanent. This is a pilot that is gonna be evaluated and communicated back on.
Yeah, the intent was to use low-cost materials to implement it and to report
No,
back
this is
after.
you heard what I said, what I called pilot safety, a Trojan horse. It's not a pilot.
That's, I think the language like saying Trojan horse when you say pilot is, that's up to the public service, I'd say.
Well, no, it is a Trojan horse because once the pilot's done, it'll stay.
If there are pilots that don't work, we take them out before we even done the pilot, we kill the pilot.
But how do you determine the pilot's not gonna work? What is the scoring? How is that determined?
We report on the different measures of it, what traffic is it, what's happened to the traffic, what's happened to the pedestrians, has it solved the issue that's been identified?
And what about informal? Like people calling their counselor?
We capture that information, we capture the 311, so we report back on it.
Yeah, but
If the public says they hate this, we're not gonna proceed with it.
A lot of times they don't call 311, they call the council directly.
In this report, he had a lot of statistics about the number of near misses and hits and data like that. When they come back with their final report, they'll do a comparison of, did these changes improve any of these pedestrian cycling issues? And then we're asking in this motion that they come back maybe quarterly with a verbal update. So my question is, just to clarify, is the proposed pilot for 1 year or is it for 2 years?
We didn't indicate that because
Right.
we didn't really mention the word pilot in this. We
Right.
talked about,
Right.
it's pilot-like, if you can
Right.
say so. We
Right.
wanted to report back after a year with it in place
Sure.
and say, has it solved the problem enough? Because we know there's a problem there.
There is a
So-
definite problem there.
So just to be clear, on page 9, okay, it does identify the cost to implement the Assiniboine Avenue eastbound closure at Fort Street with temporary traffic control for 1 year is $7,900.
Yeah.
That's why when we identify temporary and we identify a time frame, that's why I'm saying it's a pilot, regardless of which way you wanna look at it.
Okay.
Okay, but I'll say this.
I bet.
You guys might call this a compromise, this pilot, but they ain't gonna stop here. They see this as a wedge in the door.
Who's they?
Bike lobby,
The bike
bike
lobby
Winnipeg,
is
don't get me into trouble. And they see it as a wedge in the door.
That they're gonna come back again later and say, well, this is still unsafe because they're doing this and they're making these turns, it has to be closed. We are now proven right. This is not gonna stop here, Madam Chair. You're just basically giving, you give a mouse a cookie.
Okay, well, we're
And
gonna
ask
give
for
the
a
mice
glass
a
of milk.
cookie. We're gonna give the mice a cookie. We're gonna
And
try.
you're gonna get bit by a mouse.
Well, we'll wait and see, because you know what, I was working on this Assiniboine project before I was elected. It got put in, we got the money, it got put in. It was big drama to do something like this back in the day. Then an apartment block got built and it shut it down. Then something else happened, it got shut down. Now, we had to wait a long time to get the land at the Northwest Company. We finally got the land about 3 or 4 years ago. We put in the connection. There's still a challenge. So we're not doing we're not doing any infrastructure other than the lights and signs.
And don't forget, we also got sued by Campbell Marr and settled out of court because of that mess on Assiniboine.
So we're going to proceed with this. We're going to notify the residents. Councillor Rowlands wants to proceed. It's her ward, but we're thinking of the big city picture for the vulnerable road user. And I am very supportive of this. And I'm hoping Councillor Sharma is, because she's the deciding vote on this. So this is a very important change. No, I'm just saying, you're the deciding vote, so whether you know it or not, I'm telling you. So we are asking in the motion, and Councillor Rowland supported this. You heard me. I asked her 3 or 4 times, proceed with the pilot. Reach out to the residents on a separate piece of paper or however you do it, okay? Reach out to the residents. What's the other thing in the motion that we've got here?
I don't have a copy of this motion.
Which residents?
Where's the motion?
I don't know, there's residents over there.
No, but I don't have a copy of this
Well,
motion.
okay, check your email. I think he sent it to you.
I didn't send it to the whole committee,
Oh
but
my
I
God.
Can we print off a copy of the motion?
There's no motion to us. So
Sorry.
we're following the item here.
Okay, well, I
And
repeated
did
it
hear
4
what
times.
Councillor
I repeated it 4
Rowland
times
said.
with Councillor Rowland, so I'm gonna read it to you, that the proposed pilot on Assiniboine Avenue proceed as outlined in the report. That affected property owners be informed of the pilot via flyers. So
Affected property owners.
Well,
Who are they?
residents as well, because there's all the.
Well, yeah, you got residents.
In that first block, there's no affected property owner.
Yeah, it's basically the upper Fort Garry people.
Well, I guess it's the ones that is on Assiniboine, or?
Maybe we would talk, I don't want to just create something that's insane, but
Yes.
if we can consult with the council about who should be.
Well, no, we shouldn't do that. This is this committee deciding that. We should say that the
Well,
residents
you
of
could
Fort
make
Garry
a
Place.
boundary around it, you could say all the way as far as Navy or something like that.
What do you recommend? You worry about, you look at that, you make a recommendation. Then we say that the Winnipeg Public Service provide quarterly verbal reports to the Standing Policy Committee with updates, and then a written report in 2025 following the conclusion of the report. This is what Councillor Rowlands wanted.
Okay, why don't we say this? Change your property owners / residents within 500 meter radius. Is that fair, Dave?
Let me just check. I think that sounds. I'd say 300.
Yeah.
300 meter radius.
Exactly.
300 meter radius,
Okay.
and not that quarterly, just to report back in a year.
No, she.
Well, I know what she wants, but she's going to get what she wants, but she's not getting everything she wants.
She wanted monthly reports, and that was impossible. But quarterly reports might be a problem.
No, we've never done that for something like this. No, we get into that precedent, Madam Chair. You complain about a loaded agenda. Why don't you wait till we start doing that for everything?
All right, what, I do want to have a verbal report back before the written report, so.
That's fair.
What do you suggest, like maybe?
How about after 6 months?
After 6 months?
Yeah.
Okay, is that biannually?
Every 6 months.
Okay.
So 6 months, we get a verbal report, and a year a
On
written
how it's
report.
progressing,
Yeah.
feedback.
And rather than it being available reports, as we get criticized on those, we'll put them together as a small report.
Okay, so not
No,
verbal.
do it a verbal.
Okay, well, I get pushed
We
back both
haven't
ways.
gotten
on
criticized
verbal
over
stuff.
verbal.
You get a written report,
Well-
they're going to all be out again.
Give a verbal.
Because it's got a lot of numbers in it, so. I
Okay,
figured
so
it'd be
give
some
us a brief report then, short.
Now that you've amended the motion, I'll still be voting against it.
I
But I wanted to make
wondered-
sure it was a better
I wondered
motion,
that,
that's all.
but
I wanted to help you with make sure it's done.
I know,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So we've got the area covered, let's see, what area is it?
Okay, so just to go back to the verbal reports, so we're gonna have verbal reports every 6 months?
No, we're
No.
gonna have one written.
Since we're gonna report back in a year's time, we're
Okay.
gonna give you
One
one
verbal
verbal
report
report
in
halfway.
In May of 2025.
1 year.
That's 6 months from when are you installing it?
No, that's May is the 1 year.
That's the full written report.
That's a written
in May of
report.
1 year.
The verbals in 6 months.
Wow, probably.
And that, you have in the motion, the 300 meters residents will be informed, consulted,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
So what does it read now?
So the motion that I'm working off of has 4 points. Point number 1 is that we go forward with this pilot project. Point number 2 is that the affected property owner / residents within 300 meters of the works be notified of the project via flyer and other appropriate communication strategies. And then number 3 is a verbal report in 6 months' time from today's date and a written report in May of 2025.
I would,
July of 2025, because they need
yeah,
time to.
yeah. Well, June.
Honestly, I'd like the written report in like the fall, so we could get one more summer season out of it.
Yeah, that's a good
but,
point.
Yeah.
You know,
That's a
like
good point. The
in
fall's better.
October, November.
And can we also amend the motion to say that in the information going to the residents, we, number 1, provide them with information on this process of what we're doing, i.e. this is a pilot and this is when a recommendation is going to come back to the committee. And number 2, that there be a very clear avenue available for them to register
Yes.
any complaints or concerns.
Do you have an email that you can set up for this?
Yeah, jlukes@winnipeg.ca.
Let your opinion be known via
We'll
this
probably also
email.
make a webpage
What
for
do
it.
you
Yeah,
think? We're not, because we're not having an open house.
Sure.
So I think it's important that residents have the ability to get back to us on their thoughts. What are your thoughts on this? Let us know. It's very
Right.
important.
And we'll liaise with the council too, in case they have.
And I want to see copies of that stuff.
Before it goes out?
No, I want to see the information coming back from residents.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get more
It'll
information.
be in the report.
Okay, so I'll
I
take
think
the
the
chair.
silent
You got the
majority will
motion?
start speaking up.
You're gonna move.
Well, you don't want to make the motion.
Well, I can make the motion.
I can make the motion, that's fine.
Oh.
So do we want to stop at the 3
No,
points?
keep going.
Well,
4.
the 4th point was the different budgets.
Yeah.
So I just want to point out, if we make amendments to council-approved budgets, then this item will have to proceed up to council.
That's
So,
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you leave it with the 94,053 and the 2020 roadside safety improvements capital project, there's no issue. There's money there, and it's done. It's done here right now.
So we just take out number 4.
Yeah.
What was this?
Through the chair, the local area councillor recommended that the regional and local program would fund this instead of roadside safety improvements, which the road safety program is actually designed for things like this.
Right, it's the old
So what does this mean, go to council versus not go to council?
Well, council, you're changing the budget for regional and local street
If we
renewal.
take it out of the roads budget.
Which is what the
You
council
take it out of any
requested.
other
Which
budget.
is what the,
And it goes to council. I think that's what we should do. That's what you want. Absolutely.
Why you're not?
Well, no, because it goes to, that's what you wanted. I want to do something that you wanted.
You want fireworks there.
I still at my loss why the value, what the value is.
Well,
We have money available right now for this,
sure,
and that's what it's
I'll put it in
intended
the
for.
road safety budget.
No, let it, listen, then we're taking your recommendations. You're going, you can't say, oh, part of it you
That's a
agree.
good idea, thank you, but no. Okay, so, with the rest?
Okay,
You see,
just
that's how
delete
it
the
gets
fourth
confusing.
one. Delete the
The-
fourth one. We want to do this project. We don't want it to go to council and kill it. Okay.
Okay.
But just be aware that we're going to hear from residents.
Okay, demotion?
Yes, they will have an avenue to give feedback on. So, do you want to send us the motion one last time?
Yeah, let's hear
Read
it.
it, Peter?
Okay.
Yes, I can definitely read it. So the motion will be that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service not be concurred in and be directed to do the
No, that's not
following.
right.
Well, the recommendation is to receive this information.
No, but that's wrong too, Peter, because they were going to do it anyway.
Yes, because they have the delegated authority to do what they say they're going to do in the report.
But it's not accurate to say not to concur in the administration, because they were proceeding anyway.
Okay.
Or as amended?
Like, I mean, this is the problem when you guys do this negative recommendation. Like, we can't do this anymore because this is,
Yeah, we really need to
Yeah.
fix this.
Fine, yeah.
like, it just causes
That goes against
confusion.
my plain
So this,
language.
but this is why Peter said you have to then not concur to receive this as information. And
But you were going to do it anyway.
no,
So-
but that's what you want to approve. So you're
You don't, but everyone else needs.
So, okay.
Or we can receive it.
At the very basic level,
You can say this. You can say, we move to receive this information, A, B, do what they were going to do, but with changes, right?
Is that what you were going to say, Peter, as amended?
yes, essentially, there is very little that I think the public service and the committee are disagreeing upon.
Nothing,
I think the big thing here is the addition of the verbal reports and the communication strategy.
Yeah.
Which the public service were not
I'd
going
like
to
to add
do.
those things then.
And the final report.
Okay, so then you want to concur in the recommendation of the public service with the following amendments. Those amendments being that the following new recommendations be added. Recommendation 2 will be that the proposed pilot on Assiniboine Avenue proceed in 2024 as outlined in the administrative report. Number 3 will be that the affected property owners / residents within a 300-meter radius of the works be informed of the pilot via flyer and any other appropriate communication strategies, and include the following: A, information on the process and recommendations; to B, a clear avenue for complaints, such as an email address or other contact information; and then 4 will be that the Winnipeg Public Service provide a verbal report in 6 months' time to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works, and a written report in November of 2025 with an update on the matter.
Okay, so that's the motion. So I just have one more question with the public service. So the report will come back in October, the written report, or November, the written report. So then at that point, do we decide to make it permanent or to pull it out or?
Yeah, I should assume so, yes.
So that will come in the report?
That would be part of the report,
You'll
would
make
say
a
next steps.
recommendation?
Yeah, we'll make a
Okay, so
recommendation.
you'll make a recommendation whether to pull it out or whether to keep it?
Yeah,
And
that'd be
then
okay.
also, just as another point, I really do think we need to better clarify in these
That's a new
in these
motion.
reports. I don't know if you need a motion for that.
We need to find out what the delegated authority's been.
Because it is confusing, right? We're trying to do plain language, we're trying to get more people engaged in
Maybe
stuff.
between, like, this doesn't just affect transportation, because obviously there's
Yeah.
other divisions, but
Yeah.
maybe public service can talk with communications, it can talk with the clerks, and it's
Okay.
clarified, and
We need this as a
brings a kind of document down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Okay,
Madam
okay,
Chair.
so that's the motion, I made the motion. Okay,
Ma-
no, we're gonna vote on the motion.
No, you don't have the chair. She's the chair.
We're
Okay.
gonna vote on the
But-
motion, but you have a request.
I can support the motion.
Yes?
I will support, if we can add, I did a kind of a Schedule A, if you
Yes,
like, or a
or
Schedule
B.
B, to list it on this matter
Mm-hmm.
for the sake of this. In the event it comes back, the pilot's done, and the feedback is, no, don't do the pilot, don't go forward, this is permanent, at least we have a potential scenario that we can look at for the future.
I think we would always have that anyways, like the next steps could be an improvement.
So I'm glad you agree with what I
Peter,
potentially
could
drew
that
up.
be put in your
There
file,
could
the
be a
clerk's
different
file?
solution.
I want it for the minutes. No, I want it for the
Well,
minutes.
it's not gonna be posted, I don't think.
Well, I'm asking that it be posted.
I can attach this as a schedule.
It's a minute.
Attachment B.
Councilor Wyatt's exhibition.
Yes.
A.
Councilor White submission.
So if the mover is amenable, then we can have a fourth new recommendation as recommendation 5, that appendix B be added to the minute item.
Yeah.
And for
Okay,
inclusion.
And without anything else
We
added.
haven't spoken about that very much here.
Well,
So-
appendix B, I don't want
Have
it.
you
Well,
seen
we
it?
could talk
Did you
about it.
speak about it?
Well, I showed it to council.
Well, what's it for? Just to.
It's
Well-
napkin trying.
No, well, it's basically we are in a position where we can make it safe for everybody. It was to what I was talking to Dave about earlier, which is the signalization, right, of that intersection.
I think what would be good, if you want to articulate it for the public record.
Make motion at your committee.
No, but just articulate it today.
You want me to do that now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, to articulate it, we already have a turning lane in a way, northbound on Main. Except it's not a separated turning lane like you see on a lot of the provincial highways now. And it does not have a traffic light. In other words, you can make a left-hand turn there as long as you're clear of traffic. I'm suggesting that that we have room to put a median, raised median, make a turning light there so that you don't have vehicles. It controls and makes it safer for the pedestrians coming across the street as well as for vehicles heading southbound on Main, which right now drivers have to use. Crossing 4 lanes on Main, they're judging. It's unsafe. Secondly, it would also involve putting pedestrian crossings at Assiniboine, making it safer for them to get across Assiniboine and Main. And it would involve putting a traffic light coming off of Assiniboine, which we talked about earlier in this meeting, making it safer for people and pedestrian interaction. It would be an upgrade that would not impact the two-way traffic that exists now in Assiniboine. In fact, it would make it actually safer for everybody and deal with the issue. It's a way of dealing with, if indeed the issue of pedestrian safety is the main concern of Bike Winnipeg and all these other groups that came and spoke, if that's the case, they should be supporting this. I'm going to argue that's not what they're there for. They want to shut down that intersection, and they're using safety as an excuse to armor their argument. And that's not the real reason they're
Okay,
here.
well, you know what?
And I guess I'm trying to smoke out the real issue by putting this on the
Okay,
table.
So, Councillor White, thank you. You've articulated the drawing that's been circulated. Now the motion stands as was read out earlier with the points that Councillor Lukes made.
So I just like to have it on the minutes.
That's it. It's not, the diagram's not in there.
Okay. No, we're not. No, I'm putting it as a. If Council Lukes is agreeable, I put it on as an addendum.
You've articulated it for the public record. I think.
No. I articulated it, but I wanted it, and I'll vote for it. I'll vote for the motion.
Well, there's.
You don't get to play a trick on me like that.
No, it's no trick.
Yes, it is.
There's nothing.
You got me to articulate it, so you now can say it shouldn't go
Right,
there.
for the public record.
No, people don't listen to this thing over there.
Oh, yes, they do. They listen to you.
Well, they don't have a light.
Oh,
No, I mean,
The system.
I like Madam Chair. You're the chair.
The system.
Madam Chair, you kind of misled me there. I'm not very impressed by that. It was a little bit of a
The
trick.
system is very robust. We have bookmarks in the DEMA system now, so people can go to various.
I would like the
items.
drawing to be attached. Well, you know what? I will move the drawing at community committee, and I'll get Dave to do it upright.
Sure. Well,
Absolutely.
that's just it, because you've got some.
So I'll get it on the agenda come heck or high water,
It's potential.
Okay,
but get
good, but
Dave
thank
to-
you for articulating it to the public record like
Okay.
I asked.
which you
Okay,
did a bit
and
of
now
a.
we'll,
Boy, I gotta be, they're quick at
we
this time of
will
day.
call the question.
I wanted to vote for
And
it.
there's 3 points that were, it was 3 bullets, Peter?
Yes,
Yeah,
so
no, you
we're.
told us, yeah.
Yeah, so we're recommending, concurring in the administrative recommendations with the following new recommendations added.
Okay, well.
I just want to, before you call the question, if I may speak, I wanted to vote for the motion with this drawing attached, but now I have to vote against it because the chair won't let me attach it. But that's okay.
Well, your drawing's coming later because you said,
But
you just said
I'm
that
just
you
telling,
wanted
no,
to
no,
revise
no, no,
it.
no, no, you can't comment on my comments. I'm saying I wanted to vote for the motion with the drawing attached. I want it for the record, for the sake of Councilor Rollins, who everybody says they listen to the tape.
That's fine,
So-
but you said you were gonna revise it as well. and-
Well, I know, but I
attach it.
am
So do that at your
saying,
committee
well,
on
I'm saying for the
posts.
record, I wanted to attach as an appendix, so I could vote for it, but now I can't. All right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary?
Nay.
All right.
Would you like me to record you on?
You damn well better, yes.
All right. Motion to adjourn, Counselor Sharma?
So moved.
I thought you
All
wanted to
in
do
favor?
something on
Carried.
Equifax and everything.
Not today.
All right, bless you.
Excuse me. I know.